Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dakhla. We have day number 3. This could be the day that we'll be crowning our men and women's World Wave Wingfoiling champions. The scenarios are out. Electricity is out here. We can see conditions are looking a little bit better than yesterday. Waves are about 1.5 meters. They're saying 19 seconds. It's already 15 to 18 knots. Let's get out there because we are about to start. Okay, well, welcome everybody and good morning here from Dakhla. As I just said, the scenarios are set. We are going to be most probably crowning our world champions today. We're going to be starting off with the women out there on the water as we are going to see them battling it out. You can feel the electricity. You can feel the vibe. Always yesterday, we have those 3 main contenders on the men. We have Hugo Marin, Wesley Brito and Clement Rosselló. On the women's side, we have Muna White and Nia Suarez, who are going to be our top champions. We are going to have to soon find out, and is going to come down to the wire. Conditions out there today are looking really good. Waves are a little bit bigger. They've gone to shoulder high, around 2 to 3 foot. Occasional 4-foot sets are rolling in. Forecast is looking that we're going to have about 20 knots, and then we have about 20 seconds on the wave period. Westpoint Hotel here, that nice peeling right hand there. I can look just down here in front of my booth. I can see the riders are getting ready. So before we get to the action, we caught up with Tom Hartman, the tour manager of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Day number 2 here at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla. And already it looks like the conditions are starting to come in. A little bit of a slow start this morning, been waiting most of the morning, and now we can see the waves are starting to come up with the push of the tide. The wind is filling in. It's time to get round number 2 of the men out there on the water. Starting off the day slow here in Dakhla, the wind didn't come in until the early stages of the afternoon, but then those conditions we were waiting for appeared and it was game on. Coming out of nowhere, Noé Cuyala, the young F1 rider from Corsica, hit the water with fire, putting on one of the best wave performances we have seen from him so far, setting the bar higher for the next heats. Next to hit the water, Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba, one of our World Championship title contenders. He's hungry, he wants the title. Going out with his usual power, air maneuvers and long carving turns, looks like he is one of the men to watch out for here in Dakhla. Coming to the closing moments of the afternoon, Cash Pizzola, the young Maui athlete, hit the water. He is the underdog coming into this competition, but everybody had his eye on him. Starting off with a couple of big moves, then innovation hit the water. Seeing maneuvers that we have never seen before on the waves, landed the first 10.0 ride of the competition and the highest heat combination score so far.
It was good! I had fun, the wind was nice, there were some waves, so can't complain.
Coming off of a high of an event win in Rio de Janeiro, Malo Genolé surfing like no tomorrow here in Dakhla. Linking turns, adding air maneuver and his usual flow, he is definitely an athlete to look out for in the rest of the competition. With his usual clinical and clean surfing, Hugo Marin makes it through to the quarterfinals and is still one of the top contenders for the World Championship title.
I'm not done yet. I'm gonna fight until the end, especially to beat Wesley. So yeah, I'm super happy about my result, and let's see tomorrow.
And now that leaves everything open. We are in the quarterfinals of the competition, and the world title race is in between Hugo Marin, Wesley Brito, and Clement Rosselló. Another action-packed day here in Dakhla. We have seen some of the best wingfoiling wave riding to date. We've had 10-point rides out there. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Stay tuned as we are going to be live.
Well, it feels amazing, you know, being in Dakhla here for the final event of our first year of the GWA Wingfoil Wave Tour. This is the first time we run this discipline, and I think we've been here 2 years ago, and it's been proven of being one of the best wave foiling destinations we have probably in the world. That's why we had a super high demand of competitors going into this event. We only could accept the best 24 men and women to enter. So the level is definitely the highest possible. And I think it's a tough battle, and it's worth coming to Dakhla and seeing all the boys and girls showing what wingfoiling can do in this kind of conditions. We've seen super long rides, we've seen radical maneuvers, progressive riding, and I think it couldn't be any better place to crown world champions than here in Dakhla. And it's going to be interesting because it doesn't mean that the winner of this event is going to be the world champion. That makes it really exciting. On the women's side, it's going to be a duel between Nia and Muna, because they both have one win, and whoever beats the other one here are going to take the title. But on the men's side, it's all open, and we have strong contenders that came here also for the first time or haven't competed on another tour that can take the win and can create upsets. But the world title race here going to be between 3 men, and that's Clément, Wesley and Hugo. And we have a couple more rounds to go, and every round, depending on how these guys are going to finish, can already decide the world champion, and we are super excited to see what the day is going to bring.
Wow, there it is. That is what's going to be happening here as competition is going to be starting soon. As I mentioned, we're going to be starting off with the women. The women are going to be firing out those first bullets out there on the water. Conditions, as you can see, are looking good. We have waves, we have wind, we have the best wingfoilers on the planet. But before we get into the action, we're going to go down to the beach with our race director, Juan Antonio, who's going to tell us a little bit about what is going to happen there today.
Okay guys, so today is the final day of the wingfoil competition. We will try also to crown the world champion, if it is possible. Probably going to be before of the final, so watch out because it's going to be super interesting. The quarterfinal, maybe after quarterfinal, before or during the semi-finals, we can crown the world champion too, and also the champion of Dakhla event. So the plan is just to start mixing, you know, the women's and the men's. So the final of the women at the end going to be the mini final of the women, and the final of the men going to be before or just before of the mini final and big final of the men. We should finish around 7. The heat duration going to be 25 minutes like yesterday. The frequency of the winds are getting better, but still the level is closer, you know, so they need a little bit more time, even if the frequency is better, to perform more relaxed. We can put in compromise the commitment, even if they push for the commitment, they have more time to react, and so I think it's going to be nice time for the heat duration, which is going to be also make influence in the quality, okay, of the show. So all the best, enjoy the show, and I see you on the beach.
Yes, we definitely will see you on the beach, Juan Antonio. And talking about the beach, there is our beautiful competition location, the Westpoint Hotel. You can see the Pescador restaurant there on the right-hand side. Those bungalows are where all of our athletes are staying. You can have a shower and check out the conditions. Once again, welcome to the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. It is great to be here. We were here 2 years ago with the wingfoiling, and it is so cool to be back. World champion scenarios have been opened. The can of worms is out, and it is getting explosive down there. Women are just about to start, but before they do, let's have a little look at the highlights of the girls coming up to the next competition.
Yeah, so far it's been a great year.
This wave discipline season for me has been amazing. It was cool to do a pure wave event. I had to learn a lot.
I have had 1 win in Cabo Verde and second in Rio.
It's an amazing spot, Saquarema. I really loved it. I've had 2 third places, so I don't have a chance for a world title anymore. Still managed to win. I'm super happy. Happy with what I did, but I really want to improve for next year and do better on the world title tour.
So this is our 3rd and final stop of the tour, and Looks like we have some fun conditions. We have good waves.
Muna is my biggest rival because we're fighting against the world title with her.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line this event. There's definitely a lot of pressure.
She has an amazing style. I love her riding.
Nia's been doing amazing this year. She's killing it in all the other disciplines, freestyle and racing.
I already have 2 world titles in slalom and freestyle. I'm super excited for that.
I think she's definitely hungry to win this one too.
I'm trying to get the 3rd one here in Dakhla.
It's coming down to this event, so it's gonna be a tough one, but yeah, I'm excited for it.
Well, there it is. The scene is set, and we are ready to go. Coming up, we are going to be seeing those 2 women, Muna White from Hawaii versus Bowen van der Linden coming from the Netherlands. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong. Foils here we can see Bowen van der Linden is going to be starting off the North Rider, going here on these little right-hand waves. Just look, it is wingfoiling paradise. We've got about 15 to 18 knots out there at the moment. The waves are probably about 2 to 3 foot on the sets and an occasional 4-foot set coming through. The name of the game is 100% pure surfing. We want to see the carves, the hacks, linking maneuvers, hitting the wave in the sweet spot or the power, and then having that flow, the surfing flow on the wave right now. Bowen van der Linden all the way down as the swell has increased and is better already at this time in the morning. It really is opening out into the middle of the bay, and we are probably going to be seeing some of the best rides here. This is the first time that the women athletes are going out onto the water. And let's have a little look at the replay of that last wave there from the Dutch athlete. All right, so there we can see Bo on the North equipment there, out there with the Numo Pro, and we can see also Muna White recently joining the F1 team, the Hawaiian athlete coming out of Oahu. Muna, a very talented water woman. She has won wingfoiling events, she has won kite surfing events, because let's not forget, this is a double-header event here in Dakhla. We have the Qatar Airways GKA Kite Surf World Cup. And then also we have the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, powered to us by Armstrong Foils. So will we see a double whammy? Muna won in Cape Verde on both of the disciplines. And then when she went to Brazil, it was Nia Suarez who took the win. That is why these girls are 1 and 2 on the overall ranking. And it now comes down to them. This is not an elimination round. So when we get into the next round, if any of the 2 lose, we will be crowning our new world champion. So whoever wins and whoever lands on top of the other will be the new world champions. That is the scenarios on the wingfoiling women's wave discipline. There you can see out the back also getting ready. That is Nia Suarez in the pink for her next heat. All right, so here we can see Bo out the back. 25-minute heats with 4-minute transitions. We will be getting interviews. We will be getting vibes, everything down here in the most of these heats. And we can already see from yesterday. Look at this set wave. Bowen van der Linden. She already has a 6.70. And really starting to get the turns in. The waves are increased. And Dakhla is here to play. Very nice surfing here from Bo. Going back to the power section. Back to the foam ball. And really using just the power of the foil. Can see Muna White there in the back. Oh, little air there from Bo. Now we're talking. Muna going to be dropping in on a section as well. But great surfing here from the Dutch athletes. All the way along, all the way down. This is what we want to see from the world's best. Just gone past 10 o'clock in the morning over here, local time. And I hope you guys and girls are enjoying the action that we have seen here. Bo all the way down into the front of the competition area. It's looking like she, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like she's on a 4-meter wing. Let's see when she does the jibe if we can get a little look-see. 4.2, so a 4.2 there for Bo. We saw yesterday some of the athletes using 4s and 3.5s. So it looks like conditions are probably looking a little bit earlier here. And there we can see Muna all the way down. A beautiful opening right-hander as we get into this heat. So waiting for that second score there, or that second wave there from Bo. And the first wave score from Muna. But Bowen van der Linden definitely putting in the hard work early. Just missing out on the old jibe there. Muna White, 16 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the replay of those last 2 waves. All right, so here Muna making her way back out. 5.53 for her and a 6.83 for Bo. Already throwing down some big scores. 25-minute heats. Top 2 wave scores are the ones that count. They have an opportunity of 10 wave attempts. And as I said before, we are looking for 100% surfing. So the flow, hitting the wave in the pocket, making sure that you get the vibe and you get the kudos. We have a panel of 5 judges. So how the scoring works is the top score and the bottom score are scratched, are eliminated. And then it is the average of the 3 middle scores is the number that you will see come up on your screen. That is based on a 10-point average. And then, of course, they have a possibility of hitting the perfect diamond in the rough, that 20.0. Still haven't seen that done yesterday. Cash Mazzola with a 19.37. If I'm not mistaken, 19.37. One of the highest scores we have ever seen. Innovation out there on the water. We would see him doing the 4 slides. We see him doing the 360s. Even trying to do backflips back into the wave. Great to see the innovation out there. See the young Maui rider we knew coming into here a little bit as an underdog. But everybody knew to have his eye out there. The Armstrong 4 rider. And yeah, obviously any heat can be a final out here. The best of the best. Banding it out against themselves and Mother Nature. As we are here, day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla. And it is a pleasure to be here with you. Nice and early in the morning. And already we have wingfoiling action. All right, here we can see Muna on a nice wave all the way back from the competition, right up from the top of the point. Here we have her going down the line, the F1 athlete. Playing it easy, just cruising along. Let's not forget, first heat out on the water. You want to get loosey-goosey out there. Muna coming from the Hawaiian Islands. There's no shy athlete when it comes to wave riding. And as I said before, she was the winner of the Cape Verdean event. And she also was the winner of the kite surfing Cape Verde event. And you can see a little bit light here on the inside. You really have to be careful not to be caught out. And let's have a look at the wave score of that one, as that's going to be her second wave. But Bo putting in the hard work and already getting 2 big scores. All right, everybody. Well, while we're waiting for our athletes to go back out the back and catch another set wave, we are going to go to a short commercial break and see why you have to visit Morocco. So there you can see Muno making her way out. But Bowen van der Linden once again throwing down the hammer, finding another wave. Consistency is definitely on her side so far. And waves are looking good here. Ya está. Vamos a dejar de jugar. All right, so Bo really linking the turns together. Muna got a 4.4 for that last wave, but Bo now all the way down, really starting to get a groove on. This is what we're talking about. Getting nice turns, getting low, linking it together, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. This is what the judges want to be seeing out there on the water. And Bo really doing a great job at the waves here this morning. Even though she isn't a contender anymore. As we saw there in the video, she wants to do better on the overall next year. And right now, the North Wingfoiler really throwing down here in Dakhla. Nice little slash there. Good wave, waiting for scores to come in. But she is already in the lead with a 13.53. All right, so 7.40 that last wave from Bo. Big scores here from the Dutch athletes. Really starting to throw the hammer down. Muna White, a little bit further on the inside. This wave, I can see out of my booth, is opening all the way along, as we have some of the best conditions we've seen here so far, and the tide isn't even all the way up on the push yet. I am definitely going to be saying we are probably going to be getting some of the best conditions we've had here for the Wingfoiling World. Once again, it is so cool to be back here. Dakhla 2023 for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, powered by Armstrong Foils. And currently on the water, we can see here Muna White opening and all the way along. And there we can see a nice open shot of both of the athletes surfing it all the way down. And Muna here nice and close. Here we can see Muna. Oh, just getting the wing caught up now, but this is definitely a better way for her. She needs to get and start to get some of the bigger scores if she wants to be taking out Bo. And there we have her off and out all the way down, and here we have Bo all the way along as well. Just under 5 minutes to go. So the last fifth of this heat. And we are waiting for those scores from Muna, as it is looking very good so far. All right, so here we can see the replay of both of those athletes. And now just waiting for some of the scores to come in. All right, so it's looking like Bo on that last wave was a 5.67. Muna now waiting for a score to be validated, which looks like it's going to put her back into contentions. But Bo really going for it. There you can see 6.47 there for Muna White and a 5.53. Now we are talking, ladies and gentlemen. We got the conditions, we got the vibes. This is probably the final day of the Wingfoiling World. Once again, don't forget, throw out on the comments anything you guys want to know, and the girls want to know. If you want to know about equipment, athletes, if you want to say and see something specific, we will try and get as much as we can. It is so cool to have the stream here one more time in Dakhla. Thank you very much to all the partners to making this happen, as we want to see our world's best on all of the television screens around the world and give them the hype that they deserve. All right, so coming up on the last minute out there, as we can see there. At the moment, it is Bowen van der Linden. She has scored a 6.83 and a 7.40, and then Amuna White a 5.53 and a 6.47. Bo, 4 out of 5 waves she has already has been above 5.5 points, so very consistent there from the Dutch athlete. Muna, 5 points and 6 points all the way, but just slightly out, as Bo is definitely here. She isn't one of the world contenders, but she is on a queue and really starting to get the surfing in. She's hungry for next season, and it looks like she is going to be one of the ones to look out. Here we have that heat number 1. All right, so we're going to be coming now to the end of that heat and just waiting for one more score there from Muna White. And while we're waiting for that score to come in, we're going to see the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. There we can see the beautiful scene we have here today for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, presented to you by Armstrong Foils. Here we have Oran Sedis from France and New Caledonia, Elena Moreno from Spain, and Nia Suarez from Spain. Nia Suarez also one of the title contenders as we go into the second heat of the women. All right, here we can see there is Oranceris. She is out there on the free wing. Very talented young athlete. So 25-minute heat with 4-minute transitions is the name of the game at the moment. So there you can see in the pink is going to be Nia Swadiath. In the red is Oranceris, and out the back in the blue, that is Elena Moreno on the Cabrina wing. So Nia Swadia, she is out, and one of our 2 title world champion title contenders. And Nia cruising and perusing and pushing backside. Nice open face turns here from the young Spaniard. You can see her, the duotone athlete, out there on the Unit D lab with a little bit of a lula. As we said, all of the brands using different constructions, different materials. You got the end weave from North. You have Halkipo, we can see on some of the free wing. We also then can see the Lula on both the Ocean Rodeos and the duotone wings. Brands really getting into finding and sourcing new materials to make their wings stronger, faster, lighter, and more rigid, but with different flex patterns, so that all of the athletes can really push it to the limits to be able to push this sport, this new sport that is wingfoiling, as far as possible. One of the fastest water sports, fastest growth on a water sports, and it is so cool to see and be back here in Dakhla in one of the wingfoiling havions. Alright, so far we have a 3.17 from Oranceris, a 5.60 there from Nia. Let's not forget we saw 7s from Bo and 6 pluses from Muna. So it looks like the top scores are going to be around the 5 to 7 points if you want to be on the top side of here. Not an elimination round, but it is in that next round. Whoever loses in between, or on any of the heats in between Muna and Nia, whichever one of those athletes drops out before the other, the winner will be our new Wave World Champion. We have heat number 2 of the women out there on the water right now. And then coming up next, we will be seeing the men hit the water, as we are then going to be going into men's heat number 22. So that's the 3rd round of competition, to see who will be making it through to the 4th round, which would be the quarterfinals here of Dakhla. And here we can see Nia Swadias dropping in. All right, so Nia Swadias dropping in backside. Already has a 5.6 and a 5.37, very consistent across the board. So we saw the totals before was 12.0 from Muna, and a 14.23 from Bowen van der Linden. Oh, Nia going down there. Elena Moreno coming out of the Canaries, trying to get in on a wave, but not possible. The Cabrina athlete out there, looking like she was out. Looks like she's out there on the Mantis V3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's definitely the Mantis V3 there from her. And just waiting to see the size. We saw Bo was out on the Pro mode from North. 4.2, and most of the athletes are out on in between 4s to 4.5s. What most of the athletes have been doing is they've been going out on a little bit of a bigger front wing, so around the 600s to 800s, because obviously this wave, it does have size to it, but it is quite flat. There's 3 sections to this wave. We heard Miso talking about it the first day. All the way at the top, there's kind of that one section right in front of the Westpoint Hotel that you can kind of get 1 or 2 hits on. Then it flattens out until it hits that second reef, which is what we're seeing most of our athletes right now be riding on. So here we can see Oran, for example. That is the 3rd and first section here of the wave. Then as soon as they get past this section, the wave flattens out a little bit more, so you can see she's going to get past this A-frame. And here, this is where it flattens out a bit. They need to be keeping themselves close to the rocks to be able to make it all the way down to the bottom of the competition area. Then right in front, we can see kind of where most of the athletes are doing their finishes. There's a little beach break, which is right in front of the live stream booth here. I can pretty much have the popcorn on call and see the best of the best throw down some turns there for us. So there we can see here, Nia Suadias, first section, getting past it. Here, the wave flattens out again. They need to keep close to the foam ball. As we can see Nia doing there and there, it's starting to hit that second sandbank and start to lift up again. This is opened up nicely all the way across the bay. There it is, starting to hit that second sandbank and jacking up one more time. Great surfing here from the Spaniard. Nia doing a couple of ollies in the center of the wave on the flat section, and here this is when it starts to get down right next to us, and we really have that 3rd and final beach break. Really good surfing here from Nia all the way down. Now this is what we want to see. This is what we're talking about. Suadiath starting to get loose, starting to get a groove on, and she's going to pop off of that wave. Great surfing there from the young Spanish athlete and one of our world champions. She's also in the contentions for the world champion title here on the waves. This won't be happening in this round, as it's going to be in that next round. We're going to be seeing a nice little ollie there from her. Judges are going to be liking that. Let's see what kind of numbers are going to come up on the board there for her. All right, so Nia looking like she's going to have a big score for that last one. 7.67. Now we are talking. 7.67 there from Nia Suadiath. Great riding there from her. That is what we wanted to see. And already putting in some very big numbers. Nia, she's definitely here to make a mark. She wants to get the World Championship title, and already with a beautiful score, 7.67 there from her. Let's just have a little look. I think that is the biggest score so far, as we saw Bo before. Just trying to wait and see. I have to get that information. Bo had the combination score of 14.23. All right, so 7.67 there. Nia Suadiath already. Backup score of 5.60. Bo, best combination of a 14.23. So Nia right on the money so far. 15.5 minutes to go. 25-minute heat. And now we're just waiting for that next set to come our way. and welcome back, everybody. We could just see a nice little wave there from Nia Swadiev, but unfortunately going down on that last wave. Currently we have Orancelis from New Caledonia, Elena Moreno from Spain, and Nia Swadiev from Spain. Got a total of 13.27 there from Nia. Bowen van der Linden in the previous heat of 14.23. Nia Swadiev and Muna White, the two contenders for the World Championship title. And then Elena Moreno here, the Cabrina athlete, come in out of the Canaries. Great to see so many different athletes from all different nations around the world joining us here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, there we can see the athletes just floating a little bit out the back, trying to make their way to the top of the competition area to be able to get back and get some action on here. Just gone past halfway through this heat. The Ecuador, the Meridian, half time. This second heat of the women's competition, and then we're going to be moving on to heat number 22 of the men, which is round number 3, to see who are going to be making it through to the quarterfinals. All right, well, there we can see the 3 athletes. Elena Moreno there with the pink helmet and the Cabrina. We have with the orange and blue freewing, that is Orancelis from New Caledonia. Looks like she's turning around first. And Nia Swadiev there on the left-hand side with the yellow and white duotone, as we are waiting for them to get another set. Sets are actually taking a little bit less. It looks like that period really is starting to push forward. At the moment today, the high tide was at 8:30 in the morning. We are currently just on the down. Low tide is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and here we can see Orancelis on yet another set wave. Let's see what she has for us as we are pushing forward. Third day of competition here in Dakhla, already 2 full days of action. We have about 8 to 9 hours of competition to be able to complete the wing foiling discipline. So it is possible, if everything goes smooth sailing, that we might be seeing both crowning our world champions and also crowning our event winners today. But it would have to go as smooth and clean as a whistle. And that's going to be the next heat coming up. Just getting a little view of the faces of the boys that are going to come out to play. But Orancelis now dropping in and getting caught up here on the inside of that white water. All right, so yeah, it is official. Nia Swadiev has the highest wave score of the day, as Bo's biggest score was a 7.4. So Nia Swadiev definitely on full form. Oh, ooh! Going down, and if I'm not mistaken, she has slashed her wing. See that she comes up and she's okay. Yep, she is. but she has slashed her wing, and I'm just making sure that she's okay there. I can see, yep, she's out and up on her board, so yep, she is okay, but it definitely looked like that foil just got caught up and went completely across the top of that wing, exploding it. Unfortunately, those things, they are like nice. You can see here going under, and there, boom, right on top of the foil, unfortunately. So that is definitely unfortunate there for one of our title contenders, but she has put in the hard work. She's got a 13.27, and let's not forget, it is not an elimination round. So Muna White on that last heat got a 12.0, and here we can see Nia with a 13.27. Those are the top two contenders. So Nia obviously not what she wanted to happen. Hopefully she will have another wing of the same size. I know all of her teammates and the duotone athletes are here, and I'm sure she'll be able to sort that out for the next heat. All right, there we can see Nia, unfortunately, coming out of the water there as she exploded her win. And Bo just coming across the booth. Bo, congratulations, absolutely killing it out there. All right, here we can see Elena Moreno. Nice and easy. This is one of the first waves we've seen her taking off on. Does look like she's a little underpowered. I'm not quite sure what she's got under her feet, but she is really having to pump that one like no tomorrow. We're saying it, we've seen some of the athletes go out on a little bit bigger front wings to be able to get that flying, to be able to get that speed. As this wave, it might seem that it is quite hollow, but it really is laid back on sections, and you gotta have that power to be able to make it through those lulls. And she is out there on the 4.5, and we can see there on the Mantis V3 there from Cabrina, Elena Moreno from Spain. All right, so back in action, we just saw there Nia on the beach. Oran making her way back out as we're under 4 minutes to go. So Oran a 5.0. We have Nia that 13.27, but going down. Unfortunately, slashing her wing. Oh, Oran tacking away. A little bit of a wing release there. A little bit of a 360. So I reckon she's maybe going to be turning around again to see if she can get on one of the waves. And there we can see the Cabrina athlete. All right, so there we can see, waiting if there's another set going to be coming through. Nia, unfortunately, out of this heat, but she's done enough to be able to continue on. But this is not an elimination round, so this is just kind of going to mix it up, and it looks like, unless anything drastically changes, we are going to be continuing with her to take the win. Also, Elena there, we can see her out there on the link. That is the Cabrina Wingfoil boards. Nice and made for the waves. I reckon she's going to be out there on that 4.3, maybe the 37 litre. It doesn't look like the bigger one, which would be a 44 litre. So I think she does look a little bit underpowered when she's on the wave. So I'm going to put my money on she's on the smallest size. Maybe needs a little bit more oomph to get through these lulls. So I mentioned before, the go-to equipment out there at the moment on the men's side is in between 600 to 800 front wings, 75 to 85 centimeter mast, and then most of the athletes kind of aiming in between 40 to 60 litre boards depending on the weight. And then on the women, a little bit less on those front wings. I've seen 500s going out there on the water. Difficult conditions. Wave is a little bit laid back. And if that wind drops, it doesn't really drop here. What happens, the wind shifts a little bit more offshore, which is what we saw in the afternoons. It kind of glasses out on the inside and gets protected here by the kind of the rock spit that we have. And then if you get caught on that inside section, you are doggy paddling it all the way back out to the wind line, as we are now just coming to the closing moments of this heat. As we can see, both of our athletes trying to make it all the way out to the back, as we are now in the final 60 seconds. All right, and once again, good morning everybody here on the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Hey, Heath Laughs up. And how's it going, F2? BCNC 74. I hope you guys are enjoying it. And yes, it absolutely is cool to see these competition live. We are going to push this as hard as possible. The world's best here today. Day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. I'm Josie Ashton. I'll be your commentator here today. We'll be getting down on the beach, getting interviews, getting the vibes. Anything you guys and girls want to know, throw it out on the comments. And we will try and get all of that for you as we have long heats. There it is, red flag. That is the end of that heat number 2 of the women. And now we will be moving over to heat number 22 of the men. But before we do so, let's see the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we are here for day number 3 of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. Here we can see Clement Rosselló up against Alain Fedit. Clement Rosselló is one of the world title contenders. Clement can only be world champion if he wins the event, Wesley Brito ends up 4th or worse, and Ugo would have to lose in round 4, meaning he would be 5th position. So Clement has to win the event if he wants to keep his world championship title race dream alive. So he knows what he's got to do is just keep pushing forward and knocking everybody out. There you can see him, the duotone athlete out there on the new Unit 2, the Unit 2 D-Lab. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like he's on the Skysurf as well. So there we have him, and then he is going to be going up against Alain Fedit, the Rastaman, on the AF gear, as Bruno would say. Full tacket here on the water today, and there he is there in the blue. So we are getting ready to rumble as we are just about to start heat number 22, round number 3 of the men. Alright, so we're in the first 2 minutes of this heat. Still nobody to grab a wave. Sets are a little bit far and few between, but we do probably, sets are coming in every 5 to 6 minutes. So there you can see Alain Fedit out there on the AFS red and white. And then we have Clement Rosselló out there on the purple and yellow duotone. Both of these athletes, Alain all the way up the point. You can see all the way right next to the Westpoint Hotel, and this right-hander waiting for those set waves to see who's going to fire off the first bullets. Elimination round all the way. As I said before, Clement has to win the event to be able to have a chance of being world champion. So if he loses any heat, he is out of the title race. And it looks like Alain is going to be dropping in on his first wave. Alright, Alain, nice little hack there, getting back up on the foil. Already got another one. Almost losing it, but controlling it there. Almost losing the foil. Let's have a little look. Alain on his last heats, he got a 12.04 in round number 2. And now we are here in round number 3. So for 12.04, let's have a little look and see how he did on his wave riding. He got a 6.47 and a 5.57. So good scores there from him. We have been seeing that the top athletes have been getting around 16 to 17 on averages. And then, of course, we saw that big heat from Kasper Zoller, one of the final heats of the day yesterday, where he got that total of a 19.37, getting a 10.0. So the first 10.0 of the competition and a 9.37. We saw him doing those 360 slides. We saw him, sliding the foil out also, making it, trying to get backflips back into the wave. Innovation out there, and even a little 1-foot drag just for the crowd. So Cash, definitely the man to look out for in this competition so far. Title race in between that man on your screen. Clement needs to win the event if he wants to be world champion, and then Wesley Breeder will have to be 4th or worse, and then 5th or worse, excuse me, and then we will have Ugo also will have to be in a similar situation. So he knows what he has to do is win, and then it depends on Wesley. When it comes to Wesley, whoever ends up in a better position in between Ugo and Wesley gets the title. So that is about where it is. As soon as those rounds start closing in, it will get closer and closer on the scenarios. But yeah, on the water so far, Clement, he has to win the event if his world title is to be staying alive. You can see an air maneuver attempt there from Clement. So scores at the moment, waiting for that last wave to come in. So we're waiting for a couple of scores there from him. 13, we can see 17.5 minutes to go. 25-minute heats. They got a 4-minute transition for the athletes to get back out there on the water. We are seeing them going into the water earlier as that little inside section is light. You can see that Clement out there on a 5.5 meter. So making sure he has enough power. The women athletes are out on 4.2s and 4.5s. We saw there Bowen van der Linden on the pro mode 4.2. Really getting some of the best surfing we've seen so far. Nia Swadiath also, unfortunately, ripping her wing in half. But getting the highest score of the day with that 7.6. But now Alan Fedit. Alright, then the foil slashing it a bit, putting some power. One of my favorite overall athletes here on the tour. That is a nice turn. Getting back to the white water, making sure he has the power, pushes it along as it flattens out. This is where he's going to have to use the wing. Yep, and decides against it. So he's going to be turning around. Good wave there from Adam Fedit. All right, so we are waiting for those numbers to come in. All right, now Clement depending and seeing, having a little look, he's really out in the bay, so taking off on the shoulder of this wave. Interesting strategy. Note, takes the back foot out. He is going to be turning around as he is coming down to the competition area. Yep, tacking away and going to be going back to the top to see if another set is going to be coming his way. All right, there we can see some of the scores coming in. Alan, a 3.33 already. So starting to get some numbers in. Low scores for both of these athletes, but they haven't really had any set waves so far. Let's not forget that we have low tide is going to be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, Alan going for the 360, but no, unfortunately going down with that air maneuver. Yeah, going for that nice little front side there, but not being able to get the landing. All right, here we have Clement. You can see the surfing style, crouch, a little bit lower center of gravity. One of the top surfers we have on tour and a very talented surfer himself. Going out in big waves all over the globe. Also does very well on the Qatar Airways GK Kite Surf World Tour. Here on he is currently in 4th position overall. He got 5th in Cape Verde and 5th in Brazil. He knows he has to win if he wants to have the possibility of becoming a world champion. And so far, looking very good on this last wave. Getting the wing a little bit caught up there, as it kind of switched around from him, and a little wobble, a little wiggle, and he is pushing to try and get all the way down to the bottom section here of this wave and deciding against it. Going to be a medium score, but starting to get some numbers there on the board. Clement Rosselló there for his 3rd wave attempt. All right, Clement there was a round number 1 winner, so this is why he went straight through to round number 3. He got a 12.80 in that first round, getting the 2 top scores of a 6.17 and a 6.63. So far, waiting for numbers to be dropped there of the athletes. Alan Fadid also here with a 3.3 on his scorecard. Let's have a little look-see at his trajectory. He only got an 8.83 in that round number 1, meaning he went to round number 2, where he increased and got a 12.04. His average waves on that heat were 5.57 and a 6.47. So yeah, he's definitely one of the athletes that knows, and he took out his teammate. He took out his countryman, Bastien Escoffet in a very close heat. One of the first upsets of the competition. So Alan, both of these guys scavenging for waves at the moment, as it definitely no sets have come yet. Looks like we've got a little bit of motion out there. Waves are opening up a little bit further to the competition area. All right, Clement there, pushing a little harder, getting a little bit more of a turn, and now goes close to that foam where he does get that wing caught up there on the white water. You can see it just touching the tip and swinging around. Here he is, pumping as much as possible. The wave really not having, getting the air maneuver. Now we are talking, getting that 360. Good one there from Clement. We'll get that on the replay. But landing the air maneuver a little bit in the flats, but that is pretty much as good as you can get over here. You can see here just pushing away, and now he starts to pump to get that speed. And boom, even getting a wing pass landing. Nice. That is a very good wave there from him. Let's see how that is going to be scored. And we can see the rest of the athletes starting to get themselves into the water. As coming up next, we are going to be having Maurice Aubert versus Tom Aubert. And that is, excuse me, next we are going to have Axel Gerard and Camille Boyer. Camille there, the RRD athlete out there on the Roberto Ricci Designs. That is the Gold Series with the Alula and the Beluga boards. Probably out there on that 700 fall, if I'm not mistaken. And there we can see Clement all the way down here at the bottom of the competition area. And now Alain Fedit out the back. Right, looks like we're having a bit of a connection issue there on the score, so I will get the information to you as soon as possible, as soon as that comes through. But at the moment, what I can say, it is looking like, from what I've been told, it is Clement slightly in the lead, but waiting for some of the waves. Right, there we can see both of those athletes kind of wobbling and wiggling their way back out. As it does look like the wind has dropped off a little bit. It's clear, it's glacier here on the inside, meaning I reckon it's shifted a bit more offshore. Alright, so we're just coming up on 8 minutes as we are trying to get those scores updated for you. What I can say is it is Clement Rosselló at the moment slightly in the lead. And waiting for more waves to be coming their way. And yeah, wind definitely has shifted as the whole inside is glassed out. You can see there on the bottom of your screen. That is crispy slick. And now both of the guys are up. Just under 7.5 minutes to go. As this is heat number 6, round number 3, elimination heat. Let's not forget, Clement needs to win the event if he wants to have a chance from his side to be able to be world champion. Then there has to be scenarios to happen with both Wesley. Wesley would have to end up 4th or worse, and Ugo would need to lose in round number 4, meaning he's in 5th position. So that's the scenario for the man out there on the water. Alain Fedit at the moment. This is going to be his first wave event, as he wasn't in Cape Verde. And he is looking to get some points on the scorecards. One of my favorite athletes. He has an absolutely ridiculous cork 7 freestyle maneuver, as he is one of the top athletes when it comes to the surf freestyle of the men. Currently he is in, if I'm not mistaken, in some of the top positions, and we've seen him on podiums before. He was joint first, and he is currently 2nd on the overall, just behind Christopher McDonald's. Joint first in the event in Leucadon. Oh, getting caught up and going down there, unfortunately. As we continue on here, round number 3, heat number 6. 2 more heats here in round number 3, and then we'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. So far, we already have in those quarterfinals. Let's have a little look. We have Noé Cuyala, Wesley Brito, Kasper Zola, Ugo Marin, and Malo Genole. Those are the athletes. So in the next round, we could have a definite world championship scenario, because Wesley Brito up against Noé Cuyala. Noé yesterday putting in some of the best scores, the third best wave score, as he got a 9.07 on his wave. And then Kasper Zoller, the highest combination heat score of the competition and the highest waves of the competition, is going up against Ugo Marin. Let's not forget, in between Wesley and Ugo, whoever gets the better position is the winner of the World Championship title. So it could all be happening in the quarterfinals here. We will soon find out. There we can see Clement. He is paddling to try and make his way out to the wind line as that wind has shifted. And right now, there we can also see Alan is going to be doing the same thing. But at the moment, it is Clement Rosero. So I can give you guys some information here while the system is updating. We have Clement has a 7.07 and a 6.40. And then we have Alan has a 5.10 and a 3.33. So his second wave is a 5.10. But it is Clement Rosero is in the lead so far. Just talking to head judge Alvaro Nieva. Nothing like the good old WhatsApp photo to make it come over as they are changing the internet. And hopefully we'll be able to get those live scores back to you. But the winner of this heat so far, the leader, excuse me, duotone athlete Clement Rosero. These boys are really struggling to get back out as that wind has definitely shifted. Talking to our race director, Juan Antonio. Clement here trying to make his way out as he's coming back towards us. We can see Alan floating and looking to the left, looking to the right, trying to get back up on that fall. There he is. Just under 3 minutes on the clock. I don't know if these guys are going to have enough time to get back out into position. Clement is already out the back there, so he is in position. And yep, it does look like we've had that little shift. Juan Antonio is right out on the point there, keeping a good eye on the conditions and making sure it is still suitable for our athletes to go on. We've had 4 waves each of these athletes here in this heat, but no good sets in this heat for both of these guys. So I will keep you guys and girls informed. Internet will be back in 10 minutes, I'm told. But the leader of this heat so far, Clement Rosero. There you can see our athletes getting ready. Who needs a manual pump when you've got an electric one? All right, there you can see that was Tom Aubert, one of the teammates. Oh, Clement going down on one of the set waves. Does that leave the door open for Alan? As Alan is out the back, but yeah, unfortunately he was going for the air and just making it, and then ollieing again for some reason. So he got the air maneuver, but then ollieing and not being able to get the landing. So there we can see Clement, and out the back that is Axel and Camille, the two athletes that are going to be coming up next. So Alan Fedit dropping in for the final wave of this heat. All the cards on the table. Will we see a buzzer beater? Is he going to be able to get a bigger score to be able to move his way forwards? Nice wave, and I tell you what, it is opening all the way across the competition area. So Alan Fedit trying to look for the win on the final wave. He is going to have to go hard if he wants to be able to get it. Close in between these two athletes. And now he is all the way down, coming just in front of our booth here. This is a nice long surf wave here from him. Alan already a couple good turns. Is he going to take it out from Clement? This is looking good. This is what I call leaving it all to the end. Alan Fedit going back to the wave, surfing it on all of the three reefs. And we are going to have to wait to see the scores on that one. Could that be a final upset? We will soon find out. And while we're waiting, let's go and grab the highlights of that last heat. All right, so coming up here we can see, welcome back, round number 3, heat number 7. Axel Gerard versus Lamboiur. Both of these boys going out. Elimination round. Axel Gerard, very, very talented young man. Really good on the overall. At the moment, let's have a little look, see how he's doing on the Wave Tour. On the Wave Tour, so far, he is got 9th in Cape Verde. When we saw Camille in Cape Verde, Camille got 9th as well. So same results in Cape Verde. They were not in Brazil. When it comes to freestyle, surf freestyle, Axel is currently 4th overall. And then Camille, let's have a little look, see how he is. He is 23rd because he has missed quite a few events. So both of these guys, some of the top competitors out there, they know what it's like to go against each other. They've been on podiums on different disciplines themselves. But here we can see Camille starting off, a nice little air grab on this wave. He's going to be opening it up. As we now still having some internet problems, so I'm going to be updating you on the scores as much as possible. We do apologize for that. But it looks like the antenna is down here, so hopefully that will be coming back soon. And that we will be able to get all of the full aspects here of the stream. But meanwhile, there we can see Lamboiur, RRD athlete, versus Axel Gerard from AFS. So the forecast today is saying we're going to have 17 to 24 knots in the afternoon. We got 1.3 at 17 seconds. Waves are supposed to be a little bigger in the morning. At the moment, we're having some good sets come through, and it's going to be dropping off a little bit. It says there's going to be a little bit more cloud today. Hopefully that won't affect the wind. But so far, we've had some good conditions. We are right now in round number 3 of the men's competition, where we are going to be continuing all the way along. The idea is to try and finish the wingfoiling disciplines here today. There's a lot of heats to get through. At the moment, we have a duration of 25 minutes for the heats. It is 100% wave format. So the judges, they are looking for the flow. They're looking for the surfing, linking maneuvers, hitting the wave in the critical section, and just flowing and driving down the line. If you can dot all the I's and cross all the T's, you are going to get the love from our judging panel. And so far, yesterday, the highest wave score was a 10.0 from Cash, and also the highest combination score with a 19.37. Here we can see the competition area, all of the flags, and that flag's flying high here. As you can see, all of the different sponsors that we have here. Once again, thank you very much to all of the partners making this event possible. To Driss and to Lila. And going back to the action out on the water, because it looks like we might have some waves coming our way. All right, so here we can see Axel Gerard dropping in on his wave as he's going to be making his way along. Opening face turns, nice. Opening that shoulder, following through. Where the head goes, the body will follow. All the way down, back to the whitewater. Now we're talking synchronized surfing out the back. Lamboiur also joining in. Axel, some very nice linking, some good turns. Roundhouses all the way along. There you go, off, pumping back to the whitewater. Judges are going to be liking what they see. Oh, a little bit of a snap there from him. Getting very close to the shore. And Camille on a little bit of a bigger wave out the back as well. And you can see both of the athletes pushing down at the competition line. And there we can see Axel going off. And here we have Lamboiur mixing it up. Going down. Yep, now we are talking. Back to the white water. All right, Axel here starting to get, sorry, I popped out there trying to see if we can get the scoring system rebooted and be able to get those scores to you guys. So far, a little information, it is Axel Gerard who is in the lead ever so slightly as I'm getting the info in from our head judge, Alvaro Nieva. I'll try and get that to you guys and girls as much as possible. Once again, we do apologize for this issue. Oh, Axel, does he land it? Yes, he does. Big off the lip there from the young Frenchman, better known as the Axe, chopping and dicing. And here we can see our beautiful competition area that we have down here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup. There you can see those right-handers that roll all the way down. And it is one of the nicest locations for the sport of wingfoiling. And then here, coming down to the end, you can see the amazing competition setup that we have, where everything is ready to rumble. And we are here in day number 3, currently in the final heat of round number 3. We will see who is going to be making it into the quarterfinals. Alright, so here we have Lamboiur out there on the water. Let's see who is in the lead so far. Just ask that question, as Camille has had a couple of very nice waves. Up and over, good open face turns. Keep the speed to get past that foam ball. Yes, he does, gets the air now. That is looking nice. Axel is winning at the moment. He has a 14.13 and a 12.80 for Camille, but this wave can make a difference. Gets caught up a little bit. But this one has opened up, and he's now right in front of the competition area as we make it down. But just unfortunately going down there on that wave. Let's see if that is going to increase on his score. So yes, that is official at the moment. Lamboiur is the leader. And here we can see our competition area here down on the beach. Everybody getting their wingfoils ready. And now Axel getting ready to rumble here on this wave. All right, Axel, your current heat leader, but we're waiting for scores there from Camille on that last wave. As Axel, all right, chasing the hands to get the 360. He does land it. Good maneuver there from Axel Gerard. And the youngster is on, and he has all guns blazing here so far. Let's not forget elimination round on the water. You can see another one of our partners races as they have all of the water, and then we can see GPC. These are taking all of the waste, turning it into recycled products to be able to make sure that our beaches are nice and clean down here. All right, so Lamboiur trailing in this heat so far, looking to get that last wave score. Waiting for those scores to come in. All right, there we have our DJ. A big thank you to Red Bull to making sure we have the groove down here, Red Bull Morocco. And there we have him making sure that the tunes, the vibes, and it is going down over here. Always here with us, making sure that the party doesn't stop. As Red Bull, one of the official partners of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Making our way down here to Dakhla for the final event of the wave discipline. as we're waiting for our athletes to make their way back out to the competition area and see if they can get another set. All right, quite a lull here at the moment. No set waves. Axel still is in the lead, I've just been told. So Axel Gerard is still in the lead. And now at 12 o'clock. So just coming up, we're going to have some kids come down here to the beach, as we're going to do a little clinic with them, a little beach cleanup, and also show them the wingfoiling sports and the kite surfing sports. We can see getting some sandwiches and some drinks, some beverages ready for the youngsters to make sure they have all the power and the fuel they need to be able to get in to the wingfoiling and kite surfing world. As always, every single year we can see the youngsters making their way and joining us here to meet our athletes and see if they can start to get a groove on and get involved. The Dakhla, the Lagoon Association really puts a lot of effort into helping out these young kids, and it's great to see them here joining with us. There we can see Wisan and their team. Two of the main players here at this event helping out. Wisan, always a smile. It's good to see some of the people that are behind the scenes that make this event help. Part of Lila's team here. Once again, thanks to Drish and to Lila for making this event possible every single year. We've been coming here more than a decade, and it is like coming home to family over here in Dakhla. And it's so cool to see the Wingfoil World Tour joining us here as we have great conditions. Dakhla becoming a wingfoiling paradise as we're just coming up on under 8 minutes left of this heat. So far in the lead, we have Axel Gerard, that man you have on your screen. All right, and here we can see our bottom section of our competition area here, where the riders are chilling out. You can see nice little spider booth there from Red Bull, so our athletes have shade. You can hear the music starting to pump up and get the vibe down here for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And there is the bottom section of the competition area. And here we can see the other side where all the athletes have their equipment ready, and all the way out the back there, those are the waves that they have been riding. as we are now trying to get and see if we have some waves. And there it is, Axel Gerard, your current heat leader, on another set wave. And here, this is where it hits that second reef and starts to jack up a little bit. There it is, 4.5 minutes. We're going to have to wait for the scores to be resolved, as the internet is completely down for the scoring system at the moment. Technicians are trying to get that back for you. What I can say is Axel is still the leader, and Camille Bouillet unfortunately in second position. But you can see here Axel pumping his way along, but we will be able to have the timing up here on the stream for you. 4 minutes left of this heat. Heat number 7 of round number 3. The winner will be making it through to the quarterfinals, or heat number of round number 4. And then coming up next, we are going to be seeing that final heat here of this third day of competition in between Maurice Aubert and Tom Aubert. Let's see who's going to be coming out on top. And we can see some of the Alright, so Camille Bouillet here out the back. He's looking for one of those gems to see if he can push himself forward. Looking out of the corner of my stream booth, it looks like a set is going to be coming his way. Making sure he has nothing on his four, as there are some seaweed patches out there. And turning around, he has time, 2.5 minutes. So he still does have time to be able to make another wave. It ain't over until the buzzer. He knows that whoever loses will be kicked out of the competition, and so far it's that man there, Axel Gerard, in the lead. Alright, so we are back, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, the internet is there, and the scorings are coming up. 15.20, Axel Gerard, 7-9 and a 7-3. Big scores. Camille Bouillet, a 6-6 and a 6-2. Camille waiting to see if a set wave is going to be coming his way, as we are in the final 60 seconds of this heat. Axel has definitely put in the hard work. Just the final 30 seconds. All right, Camille turning around. He knows what he has to do. He needs to get a big score if he wants to have a possibility. There is not a set wave out there. So I don't know if that is going to be in the cards. Axel Gerard is going to be looking like he's going to drop in on another wave. And that is going to be it. So, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on in the competition and making it through to the next round, there is Axel Gerard on your screen. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we are now going out into the water. We have Maurice Aubert versus Tom Aubert. All right, so there we can see Tom Aubert there in the blue. Maurice Aubert already getting a good way with that 6.63. We've just double checked, and now it looks like the internet is back on action. The hamster has had another carrot, and we are ready to rumble. All right, so this is the final heat of round number 3 of the competition. So this will be the final athlete to be making it through to the quarterfinals. So far we have Noé Cuyala, Wesley Brito, Casper Zola, Hugo Marin, Malo Genole, and Clement Rossero, and also Axel Gerard. Those are the athletes that are already in the quarterfinals. So those will be the top 7 men, and then the winner in between these two athletes, Maurice Aubert and Tom Aubert, will be the final athlete to make it through. Let's not forget, still World Championship scenarios are open. Clement Rossero needs to win the event to be able to have a chance of being world champion, and then he would need both Wesley to end up 4th or worse, and Hugo would need to lose in the quarterfinals. If not, that is it. If Hugo gets through round number 4, Clement loses the opportunity of being your world champion. So everything is open. Pandora's box has been released as we continue on here. GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, so we got a 6.63 and a 5.87 at the moment in between these two athletes. Here we can see the replay there from Marius. Marius did very well in his first heat, putting on some really good turns. I was very impressed by his surfing there in that round number 3. Just double checking to see, he got an 11.63 in that heat. We also going past ranked world number 1, Hugo Marin. Marius took the win in that heat. So he knows what it is to go out against the big dogs, and now he's there with Tom Aubert. And let's see who is going to be the final man to make it through to the quarterfinals. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. You can see Tom Aubert here on the wave. At the moment, he is in second position. We are just coming up on 15 minutes in this heat. At the moment, it is Marius with a 12.33. Got a good wave of a 6.63. All right, Tom, liking what he sees. He's just turned around there. And looks like he's going to be engaging on this wave. Let's see what he has for us. What he has, a bigger backup score than the backup from Marius. Let's see if he can improve and get into first position. Here we go. Good open face turns here from Tom. All the way back, opening up the shoulders, all the way to the foam ball. Now this is looking like very nice surfing down the line. Tom Aubert, duotone athlete, heading out of France, riding this one all the way to the end. And then we can see also Marius Aubert out there at the back. The battle of the Auberts here on the water. As we just gone past less than 15 minutes to go, 25-minute heats. Let's not forget that they have 10 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. And the judges are looking for 100% wave riding. Surfing is what they are going to be scored on. And here we can see Marius. Looks like he's pumping. There we go. Back to the foam ball. As some of these waves are quite flat, you need to make sure that you stay in that power section. Nice little turn there. Nice little snap off of the top, but it completely flattens out, getting caught up with his wing there. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Marius Aubert on yet another wave ride. There we can see the replay there from Tom. Really nice open carving face turns. A little bit further out on the shoulder, and there we can see here Marius also answering back with that wave. Waiting for those scores to dropping. At the moment we have 11.90 for Tom and a 12.33 there for Marius, and now waiting for the score of those last two waves, which would be wave number 4. I can start to hear the vibe coming down to the beach. Our DJ making sure that everybody is high and up in the air, as this could be the final day of competition on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event, World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. This could be the day that we crown our new world champions. Contenders, Niaswa Diaz-Muno White on the women's side, and then on the men we have Clement Rossio that needs to win the event, and then Wesley Brito and Hugo Marin that have a better scenario case. A lot of scenarios still open for the takings, and when we get to that round number 4, to those quarterfinals that already all of those athletes are in, is where Pandora's box is opened, and it is all guns blazing. Tom Aubert dropping in on yet another wave ride. Tom really getting some very nice roundhouses, making sure he stays in that power section to be able to get through the lows. Haven't seen any air maneuvers from him yet, but he all the way to the top, back and around, keeping it smooth, keeping it flowy. There it is. That's the air. That is definitely going to be a very good score for him, as he has ridden that one all the way from that put section. But oh, either got caught up on a rock or hit the sandbar there. Getting the tightrope and going head over heels, but yet a good wave there from Tom. That is going to be a high score, and I reckon that could be putting him through into first position in this heat so far. All right, Marius Aubert saw that opener from Tom Aubert taking the lead. 7.8, highest wave score of the day from Tom Aubert. So judges really liking the flowing start that we saw in that 4th wave from him. Marius now knows that he's got to up his game if he wants to be able to get past. The battle of the Auberts have been insane, just coming towards the 10-minute mark. 25-minute heats, top 2 waves count. And this is a 100% wave format event. And here we can see the competition zone up on the top right hand corner on the point. You can see those waves starting to peel around. A little bit smaller as the tide is coming down. Let's not forget that low tide is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. We are just coming up on 12:30, excuse me, local time. Also going to have a little clinic, a little get together down on the beach with some of the kids from the local Dakhla school. Thanking to the associations down here to get them involved and starting to know what the different water sports that are possible in this water sport haven that is Dakhla. But while we're waiting, we also have out there on the water Tom Aubert versus Marius Aubert. With that man on your screen in the blue, Tom Aubert, you can see is out on a 5.5 meter wing. And there is the competition village with our eye in the sky. And here we can see that is the little village we got going down there with everybody about. Just enjoying another day, day number 3 here of the Dakhla event. 3 out of 3 so far. And we've seen some of the best surfing yet. And it's just going to get better as after this heat we will be in the quarterfinals of the competition. And then also moving through the women's elimination. We saw Bowen van der Linden winning that first heat, putting on a one hell of a performance, getting some of the best waves we've seen from her yet. And then also Nia Swadia's winning out, because then we were already in the quarterfinals of the women. And that's where it starts to get interesting, because whoever ends up on top in between Muna and Nia is going to be your new wave world champion. All right, and here we can see our kids. Here we can see our kids making their way to the beach, getting ready to meet our competitors. So cool to see all of the youngsters joining us here, coming down from these different associations in the school. Once again, thank you to all of our partners for making this possible. The future generations of the wingfoiling and the kite surfing world. Bonjour, bonjour. Hello, everybody. And then we can see the teachers also, as they're going to be meeting our competitors, meeting our athletes. And we're going to do a little clinic with them so they can touch some of the wingfoils, so they can touch some of the kites, and start to find out why Dakhla is the wind haven here. And this is why we have our final event of the Wing World Tour and also of the Kite Surf World Tour. And there they are. The youngsters, the smile says it all. Shackers all the way and hands up. Double thumbs from the youngsters as we are still competing out there. Waiting to see who and what is going to be happening there in between Tom Aubert and Marius Aubert. There we can see one of our main organisers, Layla, getting everybody in check and making sure. And out the back also, just waiting as there are no set waves coming our way. Our cameraman getting in the mix, so they're going to meet some of our athletes. That is so cool to see the future generations joining us here. Thank you very much, everybody, one more time. Welcome to the stream here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, powered by Armstrong Foils. And at the moment, we are currently in round number 3 of the competition, final heat out there. And there it is, the flag up high as we get ready to go. But out the back, we can see it looks like we might have some set waves coming our way. And there it is, hands in the air. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. As they're just saying hi to all of you back at the home. We can see some of our athletes out there. Sebastian Ribeiro, Capucin Delamar. And now Tom Aubert here also. Looks like he might be taking off on yet another wave. All right, Tom Aubert. So 3 minutes left on this heat, and Tom Aubert still in the lead. Marius waiting to see if he can up his game. He was leading in the beginning. Let's not forget, Marius took out the #1 seed of the world, Hugo Marin, in the first round, making his way through to round number 3. Now Hugo is already in round number 4, the quarterfinals, as he is in pursuit of his world title. If Hugo passes round number 4, Clement, one of the other athletes, will lose his chance. And Hugo, basically, if it comes to that, it's in between Hugo and Wesley, that whoever ends up in front will be the winner. If they stay the same, it will be Hugo who takes it because he is currently #1. So those are the scenarios simplified so far as we come into the final 2 minutes of this heat. Last heat of round number 3, ladies and gentlemen, here in Dakhla for the Wingfoiling World Cup. All right, Marius, nice little air, dropping into that wave. Making his way down, here he goes, all right. All the way along, starting to get the wave, starting to get the surf. He knows what he needs to do. This is the final minute of the heat. He is leading. He is currently in second position in this heat, 12.76. He needs to do it. He needs to make this one happen. Going for a final little closer. Is that going to be enough? He is going to need at least a 1 point more on the average, getting hit up on the inside. I do not think that is going to be enough there for Marius Aubert. Let's see if it will, as that is going to be the closer. And here we can see coming out of the water. And here we can see them just explaining what is happening out there on the beach with some of the local audience.
وان شاء الله اليوم احنا المسبح البلدي الجماعي يفتح وكندربوا الوليدات باش يمارسوا رياضه السباحه باش يتمكنوا عليهم ان شاء الله النسخه الماجيه ندربوهم يدخلوا ويديروا ان شاء الله رياضه كيسيرف في الماء. وكنقدم لكم جميع يعني تحيات جميع المشاركين في هذا اليوم هذا العرس الكبير. شكرا ليلى وشكرا لجميع اللجنه المنظمه.
All right, so let's get over to our trainer.
All right, there we can see both of the athletes, Tom Aubert and Marius Aubert, coming off of the water, and it is official. It is going to be Tom Aubert is going to be moving through to the quarterfinals, excuse me. Just hitting the refresh button, just double checking to make sure that is right. That's the information I have. I will confirm that very shortly, as it does look like that is how it's going to be. We will get the official result for that after the highlight of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. So coming up next, we were going to have out there in the water quarterfinals, Muna White, Elena Moreno, and then we can see the competition area down here on the beach as we get ready to go. Already jumping in straight off the gun. There you have the Hawaiian Muna White, as she is one of our main contenders for the World Championship title, together with Nia Swadia. All right, here we have Elena Moreno out there on the water as well. Didn't have such a good first heat, but now on the wave and getting some nice surf out there. Elena Moreno coming for the Canaries. Oh! Well, unfortunately, nose diving there on that one. One wave for each of these athletes, 25 minutes of action as we are in the quarterfinals of the women's wave discipline. Now you can see the replay of that last wave.
هذا ما عندوش لي بودا ودابا غيرتاح في الماء غادي يبقى بحال شي طاقه هذا الشيء علاش هما داروا لها الطريقه هذه خاصه باش تدخل الهواء لداخل ديالها ملي تطيح في الماء واحد واحد الطريقه سهله تجر الخليطه وتطلع. لانه شحال من واحد تيتسائل تيقول السؤال الاول عندنا هو الا وقع هذا شي مشكل في الماء كيفاش غنديروا حتى نطلعوا الفوار. الفوار عندها
All right, there we can see Muna making her way back out. She already has a good score of a 6.33 on the cards. She's going to be turning around and getting on yet another wave as she likes what she's seen. And here we have Muna White dropping in 5.60 there for Elena, one of the best scores we've seen her make so far. All right, Muna here, nice opening all the way down the face. This is a really good wave. Cruising as perusing, as we like to say, getting loosey-goosey out there. And she is just linking a couple of turns together, doing a few roundhouses, cutting it back. You can see roundhouse back to the foam wall and coming down. And this is going to be another good score, so a good backup score there for her, right on the power section of the wave in front of the judges' tower. And she's going to get past this and end it to the end. This is definitely one of the best waves we've seen surf so far. Nia's best wave was a 7.6. Going to be interesting to see how that one ends out. Nia's wave, if my memory serves me right, did have a bit of a pop air in it, but I reckon that was a little bit more flowy. But that's why we have a panel of 5 judges to see who is going to be getting the highest score out there today, waiting for those numbers to drop.
ينوع اجل
تمسح فايدة المغرب
بارك الله.
All right, so there we can see our youngsters are going to be joined there. That is, if I'm not mistaken, yep, that is Pedro Matos from Brazil, some of our pro athletes of the kite surf discipline. And they're going to be showing the youngsters a little bit of the kiting world so they can get their hands on the kite. Obviously, a lot of this for the very first time in their life. And we can see some of that's Majid, one of the local guys from over here, living out of my hometown of Tarifa as well. Always a very cool ambassador of the sport and giving back to the community here. So we're going to go down to the beach and see how these little ones get on with the sport that is kite surfing.
سير يلا قفل اعطيه قفل سير
You can see the guys and the girls just, you know, hands in the air. There's a few youngsters that have some questions, and now we're going to see what, you know, what their interests are, what they want to ask about kite surfing. And of course, you know, if you want to play, you've got to pump the kite yourself. The first lesson when you get into kite surfing, you have to pump the kite yourself. Boyfriends out there, girlfriends out there, do not pump your partner's kites.
يلا سير اخر واحد يقوم في الجبهه باش نكمل لكم الشرح ديال اللي هو زيد 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 عاونا عاونا عاونا
برافو يلا واحد شويه ما يلا
صافي يلا ست
صافي بارك
صافي.
All right, now we can see out on the wave one more time, Muna White. So she already has a 13 plus score. 17, just coming up on 17 minutes to go. So there we can see 13 points, 6.67 and a 6.33 there for Muna. As now she is starting to come down the line. The waves are really opening off in the middle of the bay here. This means the swell is really hitting. We got 1.3 at about 14 seconds so far. It says the period is going to be increasing. Wind, the athletes are mostly out on 4.5 meter wings when it comes to the women. And then we've seen some of the guys out there on 5.5s. So far, Muna White in the lead. If Muna loses this heat, Nia Swadias will be the new GWA Wingfoil World Champion of the wave discipline. So world title scenario is out in the air right now on your screen. But Muna doing everything as she is currently in the lead. All right, Elena definitely looks like she's getting a groove on now. You can see her there on the V3 there from Cabrina. And she's surfing it up all the way down. She has a 5.60. And now looking to improve on that score. The Spaniard coming out of the Canarian Islands. So very good waves down there at the Canaries. As she is up against one of the top contenders. Muna White won the Cape Verdean event on both the kite surf and the wingfoiling discipline. Double or nothing. Let's not forget this is a double-headed event. We also have the Qatar Airways GK Kite Surf World Tour here. If all goes according to plan, we will be starting tomorrow because it means we would have been finishing with the wingfoiling today. But now going back to the beach, as I can see the kids are getting ready. Smiles left, right, and center as they want to get those kites in the sky.
داكشي اللي نقولوا لهم دابا هما اللي غيصرفوا واخا بالانجليزيه غنعاود اوكي guys, who wants to explain to connect? Just connect. You don't have to explain that much. You just have to put the kite and connect. In English or Portuguese. Matos? Very good, brother. Okay, شوف غادي نهزو عطوها ليا شوف هذا سميتو بيدرو بيدرو ماتوس هذا هو بطل العالم ديال السترابلين من البرازيل ياك صفقوا عليه هو اللي غادي يوريكم كيفاش just we connect just connect and I'm gonna explain okay just for the kids they will be happy so هو غادي يوريكم كيفاش غادي نشدوا لابا وغادي نجمعوها على لابور حيت هذه لا تعني شيء اذا ما كانش هذيك لابا هي اللي تدير اليمين هي اللي تدير اليسار للاسف ما غاديش تكونوا العرفاء لانهم باقي نتوما خاصكم واحد العام من سنين باش تقدروا تقولوا شي
All right, Muna White dropping in on another wave. She's got a 6.67, 6.33, looking to increase. Having a look back at scores, let's not forget that last heat from Nia Swadia, she had a 13.23. So Muna very close to the scores of Nia Swadia. At the moment, our money is on that these two girls are going to be battling it out in the final to see who is going to take the World Championship. Muna, a little bit more laid-back style, opening carves, a little bit more. Nia mixes it up and does get a few of the pop airs, but still yet to see her hit it in one of the critical sections of the wave. We've been seeing it on the men. You can't do it out in the flat. You got to get it on the pocket to be able to get those top scores like we saw, for example, yesterday. Cash pretty much doing everything that is possible, getting that 10-point ride. There you can see Muna there trying to pop out, but another good wave. Her best wave was 6.67. I'm going to say it might be a little bit under that, but let's see what our judges panel thinks. All right, while we're waiting for our athletes to go to the back of the competition area and find another set, we're going to take a short commercial break.
We get 10 more minutes in this heat before we go back to the men's. What a final coming up with Wesley Brito and Noé Kuala.
Alright, well there we can see both Pedro Matos and Kelton Lopez. Pedro coming from Brazil, Kelton coming from Cape Verde. Just keeping all the little youngsters intact. And then we can see also Capucine Delanois, some of our top athletes of the kitesurfing world. Capucine Delanois, a world champion. Pedro, one of the top surfers, also in the world championship title run. He is hungry and wants to do a good performance here in Dakhla. And yeah, just talking to all the kids, getting the smiles. It's great to see the youngsters down here at the beach with us while we're waiting for both Muna and Elena to go back into position and see if they can land another set wave.
Right at the moment now, we still have Mona White. Mona White fighting for.
All right, and making it back to the action. As we are waiting to see what is going to be happening out there so far. Muna in the lead. Second position, we have Elena Moreno, but it is very close in between the two of them. And there they are. That is your top two. And let's see what is going to happen. Less than 9 minutes to go. All right, looks like that wind has shifted a little bit one more time. 8.5 minutes to go. As you can see, a little bit light here on the inside. Elena taking off on another wave. All right, she is in pursuit. Let's not forget, if Muna loses this heat, Nia Suarez will be the new world champion. All right, Elena, all the way down. Not a set wave, but is starting to get her groove on. She didn't have a really good day yesterday, didn't get many rides. But today it does look like she really is. And really pumping that board to try and get up on the foil. All right, Muna on a nice set wave all the way down. This is looking like a bigger one. Open face, really carving turns. Cruising and perusing. As we can see her just hitting that second reef. And yeah, really nice riding here from Muna. Just nice and flowy. Top to bottom. Classical surfing. Roundhouse all the way back to the foam. To make sure that she can get a little bit more of a hack there. But oh, unfortunately goes down there. Not sure if she hit some seaweed or just unfortunately that foot going wrong. But another good wave there. Muna White. Let's have a little look at the replay. Once again, just classical, open face, and nice and flowy surfing here from the Hawaiian. All right, Elena on a very good set wave. Gets a little bit of a pop. Can she stay on? No, she doesn't. Just unfortunately missing off on that wave. And we have the youngsters as they're getting ready for their kite lessons, all lined up and ready to go. And there we can see Majid as teaching them the old left and right, the 8 to the left, the 8 to the right. And there we can see, oh, everybody jumping out. They want an opportunity to get out there. Here we have some of the girls, some of the young girls also, and just being explained how to use that kite. And you can see a little bit gusty as the wind comes down, but very cool to see all of them out here in the water. And just here on the shore, enjoying kite surfing for the very first time. Alright, so we're waiting for some set waves to come in. Elena has improved her scores a little bit, 11.50, 5.9 and 5.6. Looks like she's picking off on another wave. Here we have Cabrina Ryder coming out of the Canaries, dropping in. Elena Morano, the Spaniards. Here we go. Once she gets going on the wave, she has a very nice style. Just as soon as it flattens off, it seems like she has to pump hard to be able to continue getting that speed. Equipment choice is key. You can see she's out there on a 4, I'm going to say a 4.5, reading that the opposite way around. So I think she's on a 4.5 there, looking like the V3 there from Cabrina, and out on the link as well. So mixing it up and getting some nice turns here. She is very close to Muna. So, you know, she could make it happen and do the first upset of the competition, but Muna White is not going to be no easy person to make that happen, as she is also starting in the background to get another good wave. So there we can see as less than 90 seconds to go. Muna White dropping down and getting another long wave, looking to improve on her scores. But if I'm not mistaken, after that last wave from Elena, I think Muna looks like she has going to be done enough to stay in this competition with a very good score. And she's going to go off the back, and yep, I do not think they're going to have enough time to be able to make their way there. So while we're waiting for the countdown to go out here on that heat of the women, as we continue on in the competition here, GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong, and already a World Championship scenario out there. Alright, less than 10 seconds to go, and that is going to be it. So it is official, ladies and gentlemen. Going through to the next round is going to be Muna White. Congratulations to her, and a big round of applause to Elena Moreno. Putting on one of the best performances we have seen from her so far. And while we're waiting for the action to come back on our screens, let's catch the highlights of that last heat. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Joining me here in the booth, I have Theo de Manis. Theo, welcome to Dakhla.
Thanks, Joe. It's so good to be here, see the action. Quarterfinal are coming, so it's going to be epic. Lot of engagement coming in. We have few potential world champions, so it's going to be super interesting to see that. And yeah, can't wait to see the action for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Dakhla, you know this place as well. It's been giving us some good conditions. A little bit on the light side on some of the waves, but now it looks like that forecast is starting to push in. We're seeing some of those right-handers that we've been waiting for, and now out on the water, we are going to be seeing one of the World Championship contenders. We have Wesley Brito is going to be going up against Noé Cuyala. So, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready, because it could all be happening now, because as we're in that part of the competition where world champions can be crowned.
Absolutely. Yeah, action is starting. So Noé just got a good wave right now. Wesley is actually on the good wave 2 behind, so let's see what they can do right now.
Yeah, let's not forget this is a 100% wave event, so what they're looking for is the surfing. They have 10 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that count, and it is based on a 10-point score each one of those waves. What are the judges looking for, Theo? They're looking execution, surfing. What do you think?
I think it's a lot about variety, you know, like first thing will be to catch the right wave. You know, like sets are maybe coming every 8 to 10 minutes. So you have to find the right wave, because if you're not on the right wave, just like Wesley is in right now, like that's what they want to see, I guess. And then when it comes to variety, doing good turns, air 360s, like there is good example. All the riders are so different on the tour right now, that in this case, like you just need to be good at everything. And yeah, it's good to see like all different styles and stuff. And yeah, it's pretty good to see the action out there.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Wesley yesterday, let's not forget, I said it, coming out of nowhere, Noé, coming with one of the biggest scores of the day. He started off with a 9.07, and nobody expected that from him, because he wasn't known for his wave riding, but came in with fire and lit Dakhla up. But then Wesley, the Black Mamba, he came in and said, hey, wait, this is my territory, and went with a 9.33. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these athletes play out, because there are some big scores going to be coming our way. World champion possibility on the water. Let's see what happens. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking on the World Championship scenarios. This is what happens. Wesley Brito, if he loses in this round, it comes down to 2 men, because it still has to be in between Hugo and Clement. If both Wesley Brito and Hugo Marin lose in the quarterfinals, Clement Rosselló needs to win the event if he wants to be world champion. If that happens and Clement does not win the event, Hugo Marin will be world champion, because he is ahead on the points on the overall standards. Talk about Pythagoras and mathematicians coming up here. That is where it stands. That is what is happening. But at the moment, 7.6 total for Noé and a 6.6 wave. Both of these guys look like they're in a groove. 20 minutes of action till 2 of the best riders out on the water.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they really look for that second wave to be the best one as possible. I think like Wesley is just gonna try to catch the best wave, and he has already like 6.60. So I guess he maybe wants to improve that score, but first he needs like a backup score first. So yeah, I mean, Wesley for sure wants to get that win, because for sure it's gonna put him in like a safe place for the result of the competition, I guess. I know Clement really wants to take that win, so it really depends on those guys for Clement to get a good like result at the end. Yeah, so let's see how it goes. Still 20 minutes, plenty of time to get some good sets coming in. Everything can happen. Looking forward for this.
Yeah, and a big heat coming up next. Kasper Zoller, Ugo Marin. Kasper Zoller, the biggest competition score so far, 19.37. He got a 10.0 and a 9.37. Theo, obviously you have come back on tour. You had a couple of years off. You started off with the GWA Kite Surf World Tour. You were Mr. Freestyle. I think you were the first guy to do the double varial flips, and you were really solidly involved in the strapless freestyle. And now also you're coming over here, and I know you've done some of the wingfoiling events. How do you see the progressions? Because now there are young riders on the wingfoiling coming up. I remember when you were one of those rookies.
Exactly. I think when you are the rookies are just pushing the sport, and then the older rider just sometimes try to get inspired from them, because when you're really young you have that kind of creativity mindset, or you're not scared of anything, so you can push the level. I guess that's the stage with all those kids on the wing where they really send it, and then everyone just kind of inspire from each other, which is really pushing the sport in the right way, and I think that's a really good thing. And yeah, to talk about the performance of Cash yesterday was just like very inspiring. Oh, what a crash from Wesley! But that's what you need to do. You just need to try something and just get some good scores. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, Wesley, when we interviewed him down on the beach, he said he had some new moves. He has some new moves that he wants to show here. He's hungry. He wants the World Championship title. The Black Mamba, one of the biggest boys we have out on tour, so powerful, but waves aren't big. We've seen him really perform well in the big surf. Now this is about mixing it up. Noé Cuyano, a little bit lighter, always a smile on and off the water. Such a cool kid, and really, really improved hugely. Like I said, got one of the biggest wave scores of the competition, and just long carves back and forward, and then normally adds it in with a little bit of air, kind of combining it together. Similar style to what we see from Cash, but let's see who's going to come out on top, because as Highlander says, there can only be one.
Absolutely, yeah. Noé has really that freestyle background, so he really knows how to push like different move, and he's like a really light rider. So like in this light wind with smaller wave, he may have a bit of advantage where, like you say, Wesley is going to be really good in like those bigger swell and bigger wave, but he's like really good rider where he can pull anything in any conditions. So yeah, that's what he got to do for sure.
All right, so there we can see both of the athletes making their way back out to the competition area. Theo, there's kind of three sections to this wave. You have the all the way out the back where you have that third wave where you're kind of right in front of the works. Flattens off down. Got that second break, which is kind of what I like to say, the meat and potatoes of the competitions there, where most of it happens. But now that the waves are increasing, it looks like the swell has shifted ever so slightly. We're also getting the closures out in front of the competition area.
Yeah, it's been interesting because we saw some very long wave where, like you say, all the sections are so different. Like right in front of the hotel, it's like more like a mushy wave where you can really do big turns, big curves, but probably not the section where you're going to be more radical. It's more about being very smooth on the turns and stuff. Everything has been interesting, but you know what? The thing is, you need to be very careful, because at the beginning the wind is not that good, so you cannot really mess up, because then to get started again, even the wave is not going to catch you up if you messed up. Oh, Wesley's on a good one right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's all the way out on that back section. These big waves, they open up further, like you're saying. And as you said, if you get caught on the inside, it's time to doggy paddle your way to the wing line.
And you lose a lot of time, so it's not good for sure.
Big 360 there from Wesley Brito. Those are the moves, and a nice air. You can see Wesley has fire right now.
Oh, for sure. Look, second one on one wave. Almost getting it.
Yeah, you can see him 360 in one way and then 360 in the other. He has both of those down. We saw it in the heats in the first wave. When he got that 9.33, he did it front side and back side, kind of would be the way to, going normal and then going revert. Let's see if he can get and start to land those in the critical sections of the wave, because a lot of the athletes are doing it when it is there, kind of in the flats. Even though he is going back to it, I want to start to see those kind of going off the lip like you would see in surfing.
Absolutely, and I think it's on the last section where it gets really close to the beach and it's like super shallow. That's where what we want to see, I guess, to have like that proper show of like radicality. So yeah, let's see if somebody can really push that tricks. It's also hard because it gets really shallow, so on the landing you got to be on foil really quickly. So yeah, let's see what they can do now.
All right, so here we have Noé Kuyala dropping in. He's got a lot of speed, the F1 rider out there on the Strike V3, as he is just starting to wrap around, always keeping himself busy. Opens the shoulders. Where the head goes, the body will follow. And now looking for probably that air section. There he is. Oh, getting a good amount of height there, too.
Nice one. Sick. Absolutely.
All right, now we can see going to that second angle, so we can see him making his way. That is that second reef, that meat and potatoes. That is where the oven is hot. But as Liam would say, if you want to make an omelette, you've got to break a few eggs, and he is certainly whisking that one together. Noé Kuyala, the young F1 rider coming out of Corsica, as it flattens off on the inside there. And here we can see Wesley Brito. Looks like he's back all the way out the back, looking to see if he can find something. But Noé just pushing and pumping away on this one. And obviously 360s for these freestyle riders is a piece of cake.
Absolutely, especially on that part of wave. I mean, it's always harder. Maybe he's going to go on the other side. Yeah, he made it. So both ways, pretty sick.
This is going to be interesting to see how the judges score this. He's had some good surfing, but then there was a very flat section in the middle. He's done 2 360s, but on the shoulder, on the flat section of the wave. So this is going to be an important point to see how the judges are giving those variant. We can see from Wesley Brito there was an 8.03. So he has already an 8.03 for that last wave. So he set the bar high. Going to be interesting to see how Noé Kuyala ends up with that one. All right, Wesley Brito here, dropping in on yet another wave. This is looking like a good set wave all the way out the back tail. He has the speed.
Unfortunately messing up on the air at the beginning, and then he was on the white water. It's really hard part, and to get started again it's tough. But yeah, hopefully he can catch his board really fast and go again. We'll see if something comes after.
Yeah, he's going to have to run to get that one if he doesn't want it to disappear. I can see out of the corner, it looks like both of these athletes just trying to get back out into position. So Wesley Brito going down. All right, while we're waiting for the athletes to go back out to the end of the competition area to grab another set wave, we are going to take a short break and have a look at the Dakhla Hotel Group. And welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the third day of competition here in Dakhla. We are joined by Teo Demanis here in the booth. Teo, welcome. Wesley Brito in the water, Noé Kuyala. We have a big heat coming our way. Let's go to the action.
Yeah, looks like right now Wesley is a bit stuck in the all of wind, so that's like the trickiest situation with the wing, like where you in that place, you know. it's like for wave riding, you obviously want to take a board with a low amount of liters, but at the same time, to get started in this case, it's so much harder. So it's all about finding the right balance with having something very maneuverable.
Yeah, I mean, tell me about it, because you have a lot of experience in all of the water sports. I don't even want to imagine how big your garage is with all of the toys. What would you take out there? I've been told that, kind of medium to be able to get through the flow, get through some of those low patches. What is your gear setup here for Dakhla?
I think for wave riding, obviously you want to keep like a really tiny front wing because you want something very maneuverable. So you don't want to put this in compromise, but at the same time, the board is like the main thing, because if you sink, you cannot do, oh, no way, try the backflips, but he missed it. It was pretty insane. And yeah, honestly, the board is like the main thing. You kind of adapt the liters of the boards. I would probably take something like a 50 liters, because it's something like an hybrid between good enough in the wave to turns, and at the same time you can get started. So that's all about this, and obviously taking a bigger wing makes it harder for tricks, but at the same time you need to save time, because time is money, in those hits. You need to get started as fast as possible, as soon if you fall or whatever. So you don't want to stay in the water for 5 minutes, obviously. So yeah, that's the thing.
No, I mean, you want to be getting those set coins and those set dollars to make sure that you can pay out and get some of the biggest scores. At the moment, as we are here in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely.
We have World Championship scenarios out on the water. Just to, give you guys and girls a little recap. Wesley Brito, Clement Roseo, Hugo Marin, those are your 3 players. If Wesley loses this heat, it still has to be decided further down in this round of the competition. Hugo Marin coming up against Kasper Zoller next. If Wesley wins and Hugo loses, Wesley is going to be world champion. If both Wesley and Hugo lose and Clement wins the event, Clement is world champion. If Clement doesn't win the event, it is going to be Hugo who's world champion. So those are the scenarios. Those is what is going to be happening out here. But at the moment, we have Wesley Brito slightly ahead, not a big advantage. And it looks like he's having a little bit of problem with some of the landings of these moves so far. Are we seeing nerves or not? Important moments on the water.
Yeah, especially, in sometimes you can get a bit of seaweed on the foil, so it doesn't help. You never know, it's something really unpredictable. You can be on a very good wave, and when this happens, it's just like messing up everything. So you kind of have to jump, or either way you can fall. So it's hard to predict what they can do. Nowhere for sure is waiting for the set out there. So let's see if they manage to catch the good one.
All right, so 7.5 minutes as both of our athletes are making it way back to the start of where the sets are. We've got a nice little yellow buoy there. That's kind of the, the tap point out here on the beautiful location that is the Westpoint Hotel. All right, there we can see on the right-hand side the F1 rider from Corsica, Noé Cuyala. And on the left there we could see the duotone athlete Wesley Brito from Cape Verde. The Cape Verdean, the event winner. As both of them are already in position, waiting for the next set to come their way. .6 free tail, 13.80. And here we can see the drone view of our competition area. That perfect, nice little right-hander that filters all the way down. You can see it coming all the way across as those lines are stacked to the horizon. Day number 3 here, GWA Wingfoil World Cup event, powered by Armstrong foils. And now just as that drone comes across, you guys and girls are going to start to see our little competition village that we got happening down here. And that is where our athletes will be entering in the water, and we will be seeing action out there.
Yeah, Joe, such a nice place, to be at the hotel at Westpoint, right on the spot where you can do surf, foil, wing, or kiting. It's so convenient, to be out there. Very easy, and we really enjoy it to be in this place for sure.
Yeah, and it is anybody's game out there at the moment. We have an 8.03 here from Wesley Brito, 7.37 from Noé Cuyala as their top scores. Then the backup score of Brito is 6.6, And the backup of Noé is a 6.43. Open face carve here from Noé, looking like a good wave coming his way.
Nice, sick. Yeah, getting the cut back through the wave. Maybe he's gonna have the more steep section to do like a good air at the end. Let's see if that wave's not flattening out too much.
Yeah, let's not forget that today the low tide is at 3 o'clock. Yesterday when that low tide hit, there was a kind of a moment of calm. The calm before the storm. It took about half an hour until the water to start to do it, and he got it, but losing the wing.
Backflip. Oh, but maybe it's still gonna count.
It is still gonna count, but it's not gonna count as well as keeping the wing in. But still great to see innovation on the water, and then just adding a 360 as well. He is going crazy out there. As Noé Kuyala, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the replay of that last wave. All right, this is going to be the moment where you can see he's going for it up and over.
You know, that's so hard because landing that backflip, the foil come back to the wing, so you can easily get the stab or the front wing in the wing and literally explode your wing. So it's a sketchy thing to try, especially with this wind direction. So I think for commitment, that's really a good job from Noé.
And there we can see also the Armstrong full team making sure and getting ready. As coming up next, Cash Mazzola up against Ugo Marin. And look at the focus in that face. It is laser out there.
Yeah, I think the next hit is going to be very interesting. We have Cash Berzola, who is just like innovating in everything he do. And Ugo has basically like a very down the line style, and I really like his style, but it's completely two different riders. So it's going to be great to watch and see the action.
All right, Wesley on another wave. Let's have a little look-see of what he had done in this last wave. So the last two waves, unfortunately, he's been missing out. He had an 8.03 on his wave number 3, 6.60 on that wave number 1. Noé Kuyala started off with a 6.43, and then on his wave number 5, 7.37. Anybody's money. Both of these athletes more than capable of getting those top scores. But Wesley, you can see, waiting for those set waves. I mean, I'm going to say Wesley probably has almost double the weight of Noé.
Oh, definitely. He does. Yeah, that's what's pretty interesting with the wing, you know. Like in certain sports, you have riders that are really similar physically, you know. But in winging, you have like such amount of different type of rider, which is very interesting, and that brings all different type of style and of riding style. That's good to see, you know.
Yeah, it is. So at the moment, 15.50. Noé Kuyala has overtaken 8.13 for that wave with the backflip. So Noé Kuyala at the moment has overtaken Wesley Brito. All right, 2 minutes to go. So Wesley Brito at the moment in a sticky situation. World Championship title up for grabs, and he could be leaving the door open for Clement and Ugo Marin. Noé Kuyala, I'll say it again, overtaking on the right-hand side and coming in like the devil.
Yeah, Noé has been very impressive in this event. You know, he's throwing some new move and stuff. That's very good from him, and I know Wesley is not in a good situation right now. 1 minute 35 seconds to come to the end. He is waiting for the set out there.
Yeah, 90 seconds on the ticker. Both of the athletes are in position. I'm going to say I reckon that Wesley probably has priority, but I can't see any waves on the horizon. Will we have a buzzer beater? Will they be able to drop in on one more wave? We will have to find out. But Noé Kuyala taking it to the Black Mamba and has given him a run for his money, and so far is out in front.
Yeah, Noé going on a small wave right now. I mean, it's more about Wesley catching the perfect set, you know, so let's see if that set is coming. Hopefully he has a chance to prove what he can do on the last wave. It looks pretty flat out there at the moment.
All right, Noé getting on another wave. So Wesley would need to improve his score by about a point. He would need to improve his score by a little less than a point So it is what I call down to the wire. So he is going to need something big if he wants to make this happen. Because Neuer's backup score of a 7.37. Neuer here going for another wave. He is not giving up, and it's looking like a very nice one all the way along. Oh,
Ooh,
letting
nice.
the foil loose. Wesley, 10 seconds to go. Nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Noah really goes to the end of the wave.
So this wave is obviously going to count for Neuer as it is on. So we are going to wait for the official result on that one, because we did see a little bit of a wave there. I am almost certain that it was not enough for Wesley. But while we're waiting, let's go to the highlights of that heat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action. Day number 3, GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foil. Here we have Armstrong Foil athlete Cash Bezzola, the highest score, waves highest score combination heat of the competition holder, hailing out of Maui. And Ugo Marina, your overall tour leader and world championship title contender. First upset has happened out there on the water as Wesley Brito is out, meaning that now it all comes down to Clement and Cash. All comes down to those two athletes, as if Ugo Marin loses this heat, he will still have a possibility of being world champion, but only if Clement doesn't win the event. So I tell you what, it doesn't get any tighter than this. Eyes on the water, because we have the two big guns are out to start firing.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting that Cash really always improving on the level of winging. We saw him in Rio coming out with insane riding. Yesterday he did an insane performance. So Hugo, he won already in Dakhla, so he can have this for confidence, for mindset, But at the same time he has a lot of pressure on his shoulder right now. So yeah, let's see what they can do on the water, and condition looks like they're improving, so should be very nice.
Yeah, and then we just saw Wesley Brito come on the screen. He is going to be not a happy man, unfortunately, losing the possibility there. But hey, this is competition. It's when he is a very young athlete and one of the most talented we have out there. So sending him some love and some shakas there, Wesley Brito. It's the first loss, but it will not be the first one that will happen. He is going to continue on, and I'm sure he is going to be a world champion one day.
For sure. It's just going to come back, I guess, stronger next year. That's probably going to give him some motivation to do his best for next year. So yeah, that's part of the game. Now let's see if Hugo can stay under the pressure and make it to the win for this round.
Yeah, I mean, competition is no bed of roses, it's more a bed of thorns. I mean, Theo, you have been a competitor for many years. You started at a very young age. There's ups, downs, mediums, and a lot of lows.
Absolutely, and at that stage, I guess Hugo just have to do his best, doesn't think about the pressure, and just try to be focused on his hit, because he knows that he has somebody really really good in front of him. So for sure, he needs to do a very good performance, and yeah, that will put him in the safe place for the world title if he managed to win that hit.
Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this man on your screen, Hugo Marin, F1 rider hailing out of France. If he wins this heat, he is the 2023 GWA Wingfoil World Tour Wave Discipline Champion. If he loses this heat, he has to watch Clement Rosselló and hope he doesn't win the event, because then he would still be world champion if Clement didn't win. And now, synchronized surfing, Cash Bezzola out the back. Already 2 airs on the inside. This is what we were waiting for.
Yeah, looks like Cash is very on fire behind. Definitely wants to take the win. But both, they really sent some good turns, and the wave was nice from the beginning, so that's going to be some good scores straight away from the beginning of the hit.
Yeah, and here we have him. All right, Hugo's wave looked like it opened up a little bit more. Cash did get 2 airs, but Hugo getting the 360,
nice.
Getting the land there, air maneuver. He's got the turns, he's got the airs. Going to be interesting to see the difference in scores here.
Yeah, absolutely. They got good variety in their riding. So let's see what the judges going to say for notes.
Yeah, good exchange there. Let's not forget we saw there from Noé Cuyala. He had in that last heat, he had an 8.10 for that wave where he got the backflip. He had one of the biggest scores, 8.13, excuse me, and a 7.37. Then we saw an 8.03 from Wesley Brito. So for the aerial maneuvers with a lot of turns, we're seeing around the high 7s to medium 8s. Let's see how those do, because I reckon Hugo's was nice, calm, cool, and connected, chilled surfing. All right, so Hugo, there was the replay, and this is where we saw the 2 airs. Nice carve back there from Cash. Waiting for those numbers to drop. I am hitting the refresh button like the Energizer Bunny as we have a World Championship possibility on the water. But Cash Bezzola, the guy that can make it all not happen at the moment, is the highest combination heat yesterday with a 19.37.
Yeah, let's see what Cash going to bring after, because I guess he probably took that wave to have a safe score from the beginning, and now I'm not going to be surprised if he really throws some.
Yeah, he was closing out. Theo, scores on, tell me the numbers.
Yeah, so we have Cash Bezzola with 8.43. That's a pretty decent score for a first wave, and Hugo just got a perfect 7.070, so yeah, this guy already catching new wave. That's action is really on right now. Let's see what they can bring.
Yeah, Ugo knows that he's going to be very close to Cash. Cash, trying to slide out that foil a little bit too hard and going down. One thing I will say about Ugo, he's clinical. He is a very experienced competition rider. He was the last winner here in Dakhla, so he knows this wave, but here you can see Cash powering up to be able to try and slide it out and not being able to get the win there on that wave, but still he is in the lead. 8.43 for Cash, and we have a 7.00 for Ugo. And just catching the edge of the foil rail on that one.
That's like the signature tricks from Cash, you know. He's really pushing the level. That's also a reason, like, he pushing himself out of the comfort zone, which is pushing the sport, which is very nice. At the same time, that's the risk you take to fall, and yeah, that's how you can do a decent hit, and that's what happened yesterday, you know.
Yeah, all right. So Ugo, big shout out to the F1 team. I'm pretty sure Raphael, Chloe, and all of the guys there, Julian, are having a look. Your boy out on the water. You could be a world champion coming your way if he can pull off the win here up against Cash. 7.0, nice air there from Ugo. This is what I say. He's clinical. He's clean. He is going to have good scores, but also it's going to come down to see how exciting and how far Cash is going to push it. Very tight heat out here on the water.
I mean, it's almost getting the 360s. Yeah, that's what Hugo needs to push, try to do some new move, get some variety, you know. He's really good on the turns and all the cutbacks, so that's good to see him take some risk. That's what he needs to do, like, to get the win for sure. Especially if you never know with Cash, he can throw like a hit like yesterday, and you know it's like, then it's getting almost impossible to beat him. So yeah, taking all the risks for this win for sure.
All right, Cash Bezzola. So at the moment now, there's been a switch up. 13.03 for Ugo. 12.81. Cash.
Wow,
nice little hand drag turn there. Such a powerful and open surfing here from the Maui base. Grabbing it up. He is just so busy. You name it, he's trying it. And he's trying to get those big, carving kind of windsurfing style turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see he's riding a lot in Okipa and getting inspired by the windsurfer, you know. That's for me something very interesting. And you know what? I'm really blown away by the way he's riding. He's like kind of apart from any other riders where he put really the center of gravity very low. And I think that's pretty much the way everyone has to go. Oh, that's insane. Oh, so much power. And the speed he got on the wave, you know, it's like, poor.
Yeah, Cash is opening up the box here. We've seen re-entries off the top going down, and he is trying to let that fall as loose as it can get. Cash Bezzola from Maui, ladies and gentlemen. Armstrong full athlete, 360 in the middle as well. He is putting on a circus and a show for you here today, all the way to the bottom. Oh, this is going to be a very hard heat for Ugo.
For sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, this is going to be a pretty good score for sure. At the same time, I like the fact that the rider take the risk, you know, to go till the end and try to do that last air where it's all about taking the risk because it's so shadow at the end. Yeah, I think he deserves a big score on that wave for sure.
I mean, look at that. He gets the fall out of the water on that nice roundhouse. Then a little snap, getting it off out the top as well, and just keeps going all the way across the foam ball. And here just starts to go wingsurf style, getting the slide in, mixing all of it up.
Yeah, you know,
adding it. Really good here from Cash.
Looks like it's just between windsurfing, surfing. It's really like a really inspiring style with a lot of powers and speed all the time. Yeah, I think it's gonna get a good score on that one. Yeah. Now Hugo gonna have to do like some great scores to keep it up to make sure he can have this world title.
Yeah, Hugo is really gonna have to get up now as Cash is going all in. If this was a game of poker, that is what I would call an all in. 9.33. 9.33 there from Cash. Oh, he has just made Ugo's life very difficult. Are we going to see this second upset up there on the water? But like they say, it ain't over until the buzzer, and this could be a final out there right now.
Absolutely. For sure wasn't the best competitor for Hugo to get cash right now, but I mean that's what makes it interesting, you know, like that's why we want to watch the live and see all the action coming in. Now let's see what he can do. Hugo is now really pushing his turn. I think he's most gonna try to do some air on the last section probably. He gotta do it, you know, because that's the chance to get the win.
I mean, Hugo needs to be pretty much in the high eights on both of his waves. You know, it's 17.76. He needs almost a 9 and an 8 to be in the same contentions that we can see there. So he is definitely going to have to up his surfing if he wants to. Still, he has had a 8-point ride in this competition. Cash Bezzola coming in and throwing an absolute bomb of a heat. We knew Cash had a lot to say. He was the underdog coming into this competition, and he has opened Pandora's box on the World Championship title.
Yeah, I think now Hugo is just gonna have to wait for the big sets, and I can see he's still on the inside trying to get out. That's not the good area where you don't have so much wind, so yeah, hopefully he can manage to at least get to one of the best waves that can come out.
Twelve and a half minutes on the clock as we stand. If you're just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here, Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. In the water, Cash Bezzola, 17.76. Hugo Marin in pursuit of a World Championship title, 14 points. If Hugo loses, he still has a possibility to become world champion, but it means that Clement Rossero, the other player, cannot win the event. If Clement wins the event, Clement is world champ. It is all happening there.
Yeah, absolutely. Clement right now is just seeing the opportunity to be the world title winner. I mean, the thing is also he's not gonna have like an easy hit. He's gonna be against Malo, so it's gonna be a very tough one. But I know he's in his head is just seeing that victory and trying to get to that first place. You know, for him it's like such a big challenge that he can only give it all and try his best to make it happen, you know.
All right, well, you know what? As it doesn't look like there's any waves on the horizon, we're going to take this opportunity to have a short commercial break and come back to the action. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. And as there wasn't enough can of worms out there, I have to throw another one. As we've just been informed, there is a protest going on with the scoring of the heat with Wesley Brito. So it looks like the scoring is being revised, and we will find out and see what happens. Because if Wesley wins and Hugo and Clement lose in this round, Wesley would be world champion. So now I'm going to say it. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and Hugo is still trying to catch some good wave. It unfortunately missed on the 360 at the end. But yeah, Cash is with a really solid score of a 17.76. So yeah, let's see. Hugo is going to have hard time, I guess, to get that wave and some crazy scores to come back. But let's see, everything is possible still.
Yeah, so I would get that information to you guys and girls as soon as possible, as the heat is in revision, the scores are in revision. I'm not sure if we're going to go into AP after this heat or not. I would keep you guys updated. But anyway, importance on the screen. Casper Zola, 17.76. Hugo Marin with a 14. So Cash in the lead by 3.73. We are in 7.5 minutes to go. And we continue on as we are going out there, but Cash is on a roll. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? I mean, Theo, I'm kind of shocked right now because that has thrown a spanner in the works. The toolbox has been opened. And now both of the athletes are in position. They're waiting for those set waves to come. Hugo Marin and Casper Zola. It also looks like it's doing the switcheroo one more time. That low tide is going to be coming up in 1 hour. Low tide here is at 3 o'clock. And you can see the wind shifts slightly more offshore and it glows glassy on the inside. Then when the tide starts to come back in, it gets back into reaction. 6.5 minutes out there. At the moment, Casper Zola is the winner of the heat. Hugo Marin is going to have to do something gigantic if he wants to get past the young Mary base rider.
Yeah, 6 minutes left pretty much. Hugo is getting out. He's going to have to wait for the good set. Hopefully some good wave going to come in at that time. Yeah, it's a pretty tricky situation. It's gonna come down a lot about if Wesley at the end won his heat or not. So yeah, everything is still possible right now.
Yeah, so it is still, information is, it is being revised. Just coming up on less than 6 minutes. As there it is, Casper Zola looks like he's going to be going and engaging on yet another wave. All right, big nose grab air to start it off.
Look at the speed at the beginning from the wave. He's just like always full power.
All right, here you can see this is where he gets that windsurf and smack. He is just flying down the line here. Cash, he just keeps the, the Armstrong full rider, keeps it. And there we can see Clement Rosselló going into the water as well. But Cash is leaving nothing up for grabs. I love that roundhouse from him.
So nice. Really sick.
So there on the water, that was Clement Rosselló, who's also one of the main contenders for the world title. Oh, there it is.
Sick. Oh, wow. So easy. Look at the style.
Yeah, I love how he just does that under 360 all the way around, kind of Kelly Slater style.
Whoa.
And you can see, oh, he makes it. How did he manage to get that together? Let us see the replay of that last wave there from Casper Zola. What a way. He is leaving nothing out on the cards. How did he get out of that?
Yeah, honestly, I thought he would have fallen on that one, but that's insane to see him come back from the wide water. Yeah, you can see the real technique from his guy, and it's like all about, he's coming with so much speed that he can really recover at the end where he stopped on the white water,
All right, so Cash is just open face turns, and it's that one. Look, he goes down, but he comes out of it. Just manages to get back up onto his feet. And Ugo here on the inside. I'm going to say it, body language. He is not happy at the moment, as he can see that Cash is on a roll. And Ugo is really going to have to look for a big wave if he wants to have the opportunity of keeping his World Championship title hopes alive. Because once again, if this all changes and Wesley's heat in the end is changed and Wesley is the winner, what it means is if that Ugo loses and Clement in the next heat loses, Wesley Brito is the world champion. So tense moments out there right now. Yeah. I'm going to be sending out vibes, energy, and rocket fuel to my main man here, Ugo Marin. Come on, mate. You got this. Let's see what he has. One of the most talented athletes. This is why he is #1 on the overall ranking. But the young Maui athlete, Kashmir Zola, is putting on a repertoire on the water.
Yeah, I'm really... Oh, just the last score of Cash just dropped. It's a 9.27. Oh, that's like a really high score, 18.6. So that's going to be... Ugo really have to get out and try to catch. I mean, he's almost in combo right now, so it's going to be a really tough situation for him.
Ugo is in combo. Ugo is in combo because if he got a 10.0, he'd be at 17 points. So Ugo needs to get 2 9+ rides. I'm going to say it. That is the nail in the coffin. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen because Ugo is in combination situation with 2 minutes left. It is going to be Kashmir Zola taking the win, and what a performance.
Yeah, so now all come down to if on the previous heat Wesley got the win or not. And I know one guy that really wants to take the win, the world title, that's Clement, if none of those guys manage to pass the quarterfinals. So yeah, Clement is going to give it all anyway. I think it's just the win is in mind. So yeah, we'll see. That's super interesting to see what's happening right now.
All right, so information coming in, ladies and gentlemen. After this heat, the AP flag is going to be hitting the sky as the heat in between Wesley Brito and Noe Kuyala is going to go under revision. There has been a protest from Wesley's side, and they are going to be looking into what that is about. As soon as we have that info, I will be bringing it to you. But one thing we do know for sure, we are going to say a big congratulations to this man here, Kashmir Zola, taking the win against the world overall ranked #1 Ugo Marin, meaning that he is going to be moving on to the semi-finals of the competition. And as we've moved like that, he has made that happen.
Yeah, I think Cash really deserves to go to the semis right now. He's like having such a really intense riding with really good move, good variety. I think that's what the judges want to see. So yeah, I think let's see who is going to be actually in the semi-final from now. But look at his style. He's really good on what he's doing.
Yeah, because let's not forget, obviously, for that semi-final, how is that going to change? Because at the moment, Cash would be, when he wins, he would be going up against the winner of the heat in between Wesley. So Cash is just mixing it up, and he is putting on a repertoire of guns blazing out there. Kashmir Zola, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this quarterfinal, taking out Ugo Marin. AP flag is in the sky. What is going to happen? And while we wait for it, let's go to the highlights of that last incredible heat. And welcome back, everybody, to the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla, as we are going after that AP flag in the sky, as we have been on standby because there was a protest and a revision in the quarter-final heat in between Wesley Brito and Noé Kuyala. And to explain in detail what is going to happen, we're going to go down to the beach with our tour manager, Tom Hartman.
Well, I have a little update for all the viewers out there. Obviously, we had to go on an AP flag because there has been a protest coming in after the heat of Wesley Brito and Noé Kuyala. By the rulebook, you're not allowed to use the power or grab the wing on one of the power handles, one of the handles on the strut, while performing an air trick. And on that last backflip that gave Noé a high score, he was using that handle, and due to the angle on the wave of the judges, they couldn't see that properly. So by reviewing, it was clear that this has to be reviewed and penalized. And by the rules that we have in the rule book, if something is missed that changes a significant score to the heat needs to be rerun. So this is what we're going to do. Obviously, this is a very important heat that's going to affect the World Championship, or can affect the World Championship. So after the last heat of this round, after heat number 28, we're going to rerun heat number 26 with Wesley Brito and Noé Kuyala, and we'll see what the outcome is and hopefully keep the excitement up. It's definitely final day, the conditions are firing, and we are super stoked to see all the boys ripping, and we want to have the best guy out there be the world champ today. Back to you.
faire gagner le sport.
Check one, go. Check two, check. Check three, go. Check 1, 2, 3, let's go.
And welcome back, everybody. So, as you heard there from Tom, there's going to be a rerun of the heat in between Wesley Brito and Noé Kuyana. And now we are in between the heat. Malo Genole, Clément Rosselló. 16 minutes to go. So far we have had an 8.17 and a 7.50 from Malo. And Clément has an 8.53 and a 0.67. So some scenarios to have a look at right now. If Clément loses this heat and Wesley loses his quarterfinal heat, Hugo Marin will be world champion. If Wesley wins this heat and Clément wins his heat, the battle is still on. So there is a lot up for grabs. They did the revision, as Tom Hartman said. There's going to be a rerun of the heat in between Noé Kuyana and Wesley Brito, and a very nice 360 here from Clément on the inside. All right, so we can see Malo had some of the highest scores we've had in this competition. He was doing some very nice surfing, but Clément, one of the world title race contenders, he has to win the event, and then it's all in between Hugo and Wesley to see if that is going to give him the win or not. Malo Genole surfing around Clément here on the inside. Nice little off the lip there from him. Malo, oh, linking it together. Already has an 8.17 as he makes his way back out, just getting caught by the whitewater. All right, and while we're waiting for our athletes to go back to the edge of the competition area to get that next set, we caught up with Malo Genole down on the beach with Tom.
Okay, back at the beach here, and this time joining me, Malo Genole, one of the top riders overall on tour. This guy is performing in any discipline, just won the World Cup in Denmark a couple of weeks back. You've been winning wave events already, so you are definitely one of the favorites to take the crown. But I also know there's a lot of really strong riders here, and it's not an easy journey to take the title. Who do you think are the hardest guys to beat to make it happen?
I don't know. As you say, there are many really good riders, but when I look at the score, I saw that my teammate Julian just did a massive score with 15 something. So, and I'm against him now, so that's gonna be pretty close. And also like Finn, Cash, and like there are too many good riders, so I cannot name everybody. But yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna definitely be hard.
And do you think your strong part in your riding is really been shown in these kind of conditions? Do you like these kind of conditions? Do you like bigger waves? Do you like more powerful waves? Do you think this plays in your hand, the spot here and the conditions we have in Dakhla?
I mean, I'm really used to the small waves because at home I only ride small waves. So yeah, I'm used to these kinds of waves, but I also enjoy a lot when it comes to like big peeling rides. So yeah, that's also pretty enjoyable. So I don't know. I mean, I think I'm pretty versatile. So I don't know. We'll see. Huh?
Do you think, because coming now to this point about the right-hander, left-hander, is it a big advantage riding this way frontside and being a regular footer over a goofy rider?
I don't know. I mean, it depends of the maneuvers because, like for example, I would prefer to do backside airs on this one, like for the 360s and stuff. But maybe for big carving and hitting the lip, it's better to be frontside for sure. But I don't know. Like both sides have their advantages, so yeah, it's pretty equal, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. We like in surfing, I think frontside, backside, anybody can beat another guy. And we know it's not all about just riding away frontside,
but we've seen you now yesterday so far. You had the highest score, I think, of the event so far. What did you pack into that heat to make that score happen?
I had some pretty decent waves, not the best one, but I mean I just tried to do the maximum of the wave I can. So I give no rest to the wave. So yeah, I just try to hit the lip, carve, no pump, and yeah, just do the maximum and have fun.
Well, you had a win in the last event in Saquarema. You missed out in Cape Verde in the first one, unfortunately. But you're still in obviously one of the top contenders taking the win, and also depending on what is going to happen, you have chances to take a title here too. But how do you see, I mean, going into this season, the first season of wave competition, how do you see that discipline evolving? I mean, are you happy the way it's going, or do you see a lot more potential how this discipline going to go on in the next years?
Yeah, I for sure see a lot of potential in the waves, because like the sport in the wave is literally crazy. I mean, you can catch like 200 waves per set and do big airs, big carving, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked that we finally have a pure wave disciplines on some super sick spots. So I'm excited to see what next year is going to bring, and maybe next year I will be able to do every events, I hope. So yeah, to get the title.
We hope so too. It's always awesome to have you on tour. Any event you show up, all the other guys get afraid, I know that. And I mean, that puts some pressure on you as well, I know, but I think you can handle that pressure pretty well. Do you like to be under this pressure?
I don't know, it depends. Like for example, in Brazil last year, I never felt like as much pressure as that when I had to get the title. So I mean, I handled it, but it was pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, I can handle it, but it's pretty hard.
Well, the calmness comes with experience. You're still a young man, and you're getting lots of experience with every competition you do. Good luck for the rest of the event. Let's see if we're going to see you on top of the podium at the end of the competition. All right. See you soon, Malo. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Tom. As we caught up with him a little bit earlier yesterday, where he was just giving the ins and the outs. Malo, always a very tough competitor, and there you have him on the scoreboard so far. Your current leader in this heat, and here we can see one of those last waves. And there it is. So it is Malo Guenolé with a 17.34, 8.87 and an 8.47. But Clement, 15.86, 8.53. So a better big score than the backup of Malo. So Clement needs to get another good wave. He is right up there, one of the best surfers we have out there. He travels all around the world, surfing some of the biggest waves. Really a very talented wave rider. And here we're representing Duotone out of France. He is also one of the world title contenders. He's had 3 good waves, quite consistent, an 8.53, a 7.33 and a 7.03. So very consistent out there, Clement. Let's have a little look at the scenarios, what will happen. So if Clement wins this heat, Wesley, if he wins, he would need to see the semi-final. If Wesley loses, Clement needs to win the event to be world champion. We know Clement needs to win the event if he wants to have any chance of being world champion. Then if Clement loses this heat, Wesley needs to win his heat to be world champion. And if Wesley loses his heat, Hugo Marin will be world champion. Those are the scenarios out there at the moment. But the most important on the water is that Clement has to win the Dakhla event, the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here, presented to you by Armstrong Foils, if he wants to have any chance of being world champion. At the moment training, but by not much, looking for set waves. Both of them are in position. And let's see, as he knows he is up against Malo Guenolé, one of the toughest athletes out there. But when it comes to the wave, Clement, he is absolutely ripping. And let's not forget, Clement at the moment, overall, he had 5th in France, 5th in Cape Verde, and 5th in Brazil, coming out of France, and he is 4th on the overall ranking. So Clement Rosselló keep your eye out. 7 minutes to go as we have very important moments out there on the water. Yeah, and I can see on the stream, as Tom explained there, unfortunately on the air tricks on the wave, it does state in the rule book that you can only use the neutral handle and grabbing it from the handle that is on the leading edge. And unfortunately, Noe Kuyala grabbed one of the ones on the strop using the power, and that's why that heat was revised and that score was changed, meaning that they are going to rerun the heat in between Kuyala and Wesley Brito. After this heat, we have another quarterfinal, which is going to be in between Axel Gerard and Tom Aubert, and then the rerun heat of Wesley Malo here. Nice, opening it up and getting loose out there. Malo, I really love this guy's style. Little air off, back onto the foam ball as he is making it all the way down in front of our live booth here, just getting the wing caught up and lifting it up just enough time to be able to get out of the munch. So Malo Genole, we can see out the back there as well. Clement getting another wave. Let's not forget he needs to win the event if he wants to have a chance of being world champion. One of the top 3 contenders to that title. And he has his workout cut out so far, but a very talented and stylish surfer. Clement Rosselló, the duotone athlete here from France, on your screen. Oh, 360, does get it, lands it, adding the air maneuvers, some good turns and the air maneuvers. So let's see how the judges are going to be liking that one. As it stands, he's had an 8.53, a 7.33, and a 7.03. He is looking to be increased and getting something above a 17.34 total. Let's see what he needs here. So he needs to increase his scores by more than 1.49. He needs to increase his total by more than 1.49. So very, very close. Those are small numbers for athletes like we have out on the water. The top of the top, the best of the best. Just coming up on 4 minutes to go. Malo, quick turn going in front of Clement. Deciding against it, as I reckon there is enough time for one more set wave. An important detail is that Clement's best score is better than Malo's backup score. So Clement only needs to really get more than a 1.48 increment on his total to be able to go in that first place. Close. And now let's do the math. I've got the calculator. So 17.34 minus the best score. That is an 8.53. So Clement needs something above an 8.81, and he could be taking this heat home. Those are big numbers, but these guys are more than capable of doing it. As we continue on here, Easing through. This is a wave. He's got this all the way from the back. Good moves. Oh, big air. Can he keep it together? Oh, just going down at the end of that one. And that foil getting very close to that wing. Tom Albert, so as it stands, 7.73, 7.40 there from Axel, 15.13. Tom Albert, 6.67 and a 3.95. There we can see Axel out the back. Wow, right in the pocket, staying close to that power section of the wave. This is when it starts to reform. This is looking good. Axel powering through, driving through that foil. Keeping the speed all the way along. Judges are really going to be liking this. He changes that hand. There's that 360, but just goes a little bit off balance. And unfortunately, that is going to be a no-go for him. But Axel Gerard's starting to mix it up, as you know he already has 2 good safe scores on his competition ladder. Right, Axel making his way out to the back, and while waiting for our athletes to jump on another set wave, we're going to go to a short commercial break. And welcome back, everybody. There we saw some 2 nice waves there from both Axel Gerard, and here we can see Tom Albert. Let's have a little look at the scores. As it stands, we have Axel with a 15.13, Tom with a 13.64, but this wave could make the change. 6.67 is his backup that he wants to improve. Axel out the back as well.
he's going to be in the water.
He's submarine, no?
Yes, he's going to be carrying.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. At the moment, Axel Gerard, 15.13. And we saw Tom Aubert has two high sixes, 13.64. It is about as close as it gets. Axel really throwing down the turns, just going a little bit longer on the waves, and he's had a couple of good set waves. Here you can see him right now all the way down the line. The young athlete from France representing AFS. Full taque, Bruno, full taque. And there, Tom Aubert out the back. Also, we have synchronized surfing, ladies and gentlemen. Move for move, pound for pound. As you got the battle of the Frenchies out on the water right now. All right, here we can see Axel Gerard all the way back. Tom Aubert as well. Tom is so close. Anything can happen. Tom going down at the end there, and Axel coming off the back of that wave as well. Great surfing from both of them. Let's see if that is going to make any difference as we continue on here. Day number 3, GWA Wingfoiling World Cup Dakhla, powered to you by Armstrong Foils. Oh, there we could see Wesley Buda running up the beach as he knows he's going out again. All right, there he is, Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba, is running as he is going to be coming up next. Let's not forget he is going to be redoing his heat after this one. If Wesley wins, he's world champion. If he loses, Ugo is world champion. This is the kind of tension we want at the end of a season. This is what we want. We want the shakes. We want the nerves. We want the excitement. And we have got it exploding on all cylinders. But eyes on the water as a quarterfinal, because let's not forget, still event wins and stylish moves here from Tom Aubert. All right, just coming up on 7 minutes. Waiting for that last score. All right, a 5.87 for that last wave there from Tom. He is so close. 7 minutes to go. I can see Cash coming out through the middle of the competition area as well, getting ready to rumble. He is in the semi-final, and there it is. Wesley Brito, all the way at the top of the competition area. Your duotone athlete representing Cabo Verde. He is there with the Cape Verdean crew. If he wins, he's world champ. If he loses, Ugo is world champ. You can see him on the new Unit D-Lab 5 meter from duotone wingfoiling. And there also the boys giving him the vibe, giving him the shackers, giving him the slap to get out on the water as he will be coming up next. All right, so Tom Aubert here on the inside, a 5.77 for that last wave. He is so close. 15.13, 13.64. A little bit more than 1 point in between the two of them. Here we have Tom Aubert. This is starting up. Nice air. Okay. Starting to put down the hammer. Tom back to the power section of the wave. There we can see Wesley about to get in the water. All right, letting the foil out there, cash style. But yeah, you can see that wave just dropping out, so that is probably not going to be a potential big score for him. And I'm looking out the corner of my eye, so there you can see Wesley Brito going into the water. So Tom Aubert making his way back out, and it looks like Axel is about to drop in on a wave. I got prime views here. Axel Gerard all the way down, open face hacks. Really timing it well, just missing out on that A section. We can see how he lets that arm back, flows around. Big air, does he get it? No, he doesn't. Washing machine and dryer all at once. But he knows it's close. He knows what he has to do going up against one of his French athletes, Tom Aubert. But at the moment, Axel the Axe, as we call him, slicing and dicing and cutting his competition apart. And a big air there, but just getting caught up, unfortunately. But good riding there from him. Tom Aubert now starts to get a move, needs to get a move on as we're coming up on 3 minutes left of this heat. Tom going down on that set wave. Similar situation to what we saw with Clement there. Just unfortunately that set coming through and getting caught up. There's still time. 2.5 minutes. There's still time for another set to be able to make it. And him going to be able to continue on. Let's not forget, whoever wins will be making his way through to the semi-finals. .13, 13.64, 90 seconds on the ticker. As my good old friend Rookie would say, coming out of Oz, it's a shocker out there. And we are waiting for the top of the top to see who is going to be our new 2023 GWA Wingfoiling World Tour Wave Discipline World Champion. Axel Gerard in the driving seat of this heat so far. Tom Aubert taking one behind, if I'm not mistaken. I can see from the front here. Looking for that wave. But Axel dropping down the axe and the hammer. So now it all comes up to this man. all coming down to this man. And he is going to have a wave, so we could see a buzzer beater. Tom Albert, he gets a wave before the end of this heat. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Is this going to be the final one for him, or is he going to be continuing on his way to the semi-finals? Here we go, Tom Albert. Getting past that foam ball. Lining it up and powering around. It's going to be staying close to the power section while this wave flattens out and it then hits that second reef. Going to be carving right in front of his competitor, Axel. Little pop out there for him. The heat is over, but this wave will count. Up and around, all the way. Tom Albert, is this the Hail Mary? Is he going to be able to continue on after this? He's going to need a good score, but he is surfing it all the way along. Does he get it? And goes off the end. I don't know if that is going to be enough, but we are going to have to wait to see for those official results to come in. And while we're waiting, let's get the highlights of that last heat. and welcome back, everybody, as we are doing the rerun of the heat in between Noé Kuyala and Wesley Brito. This is the heat that will decide the World Championship. Get the popcorn, get the beer, get the bubbly, get the cold ones, as this is where all the chicken is in the oven. And let's see who is going to come out swinging. Noé Kuyala doing very well in this competition. It was coming out of nowhere and throwing some of the biggest scores of the whole event. Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba. If he wins, he's world champ. If he loses, Hugo Marin is world champ. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, as it is already on. 25 minutes of action. Top 2 waves count. They have 10 wave attempts. This is 100% pure surfing. We are looking for the turns, linking the move, carving, flow, and driving down the line. If you can knot all that together, the judges are going to be giving you the highest scores. We've seen 10.0s in this event. And now Wesley Brito going to be starting off, and he has power and fire. So Wesley, goofy footer, starting off on this outside section already. Pretty much just as soon as that heat starts, we can see Noé at the back also. All right, Wesley getting the air maneuver right on the face. Good. This is a good way for him to start out. Carving around and going for it again, but missing. Getting a little bit overexcited there. Throwing that one a little bit too early. No! Flying into the frame. One of the biggest airs we've seen so far, and right in front of Wesley. That's what I call putting on the pressure. This young man could give the world title to his teammate Hugo Marin, because if he beats Wesley Brito, the F1 rider Hugo Marin will be the new world champion. So he is doing everything he can to take out the Black Mamba. And look at this. He's got the flow. He's got the vibe. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. We have a fight on our hands. Oh, Noé is not leaving anything up for grabs. Here we can see he's going for that air maneuver, grabbing it out on the inside. Nice little nose grab air on the flats, but still going to be adding the points. Now I want to see the scores. This is where I want to see the numbers coming in, because that will make the defiance, that will make and see where the bar is for both of these athletes. A very good wave there from Noé Kuyala, all the way from the top, landing it all the way down. Now we are talking, and here you can see him. And this is just that N1. So waiting, I am refreshing, as I always say, like the Energizer Bunny. 5.47 and a 7.63 there for Noé Kuyala. 7.63 versus the 5.47. So it is the young F1 rider from Corsica who is in the driving seat so far. All right, so Wesley, sets are coming their way already. Second set, here we go. All the way to the top corner there of the Westpoint Hotel. Got a 5.47 in that first one. It's going to be deciding against it. It doesn't look like it reforms. This is the heat, ladies and gentlemen. That will define who is the Wave World Champion of the men's discipline of the wingfoiling world. If Wesley wins, he's world champ. If he loses, Noé would have done enough to give the World Championship to his F1 teammate, Hugo Marin from France. Tense moments out here on the water. All right, so just under 20 minutes to go. 25 minutes of action. plenty of time, plenty of time. If you're just joining us and you're watching the stream here, guys and girls, put your bets out. Who do you think will take this heat? Throw your comments out there on the stream, as it does look like there's some motion in the ocean coming their way. Noé Kuyala has turned into a wave destroyer this event, improving day after day. He had that first heat, but then when it went under revision, unfortunately on that backflip that gave him the win, he was grabbing one of the power handles, and that states in the rulebook that you can only, for air maneuvers, grab the neutral handle. And there we can see Clement. Well, I'm going to say it, ladies and gentlemen. Noé Kuyala is on fire. He is determined, and he is already pushing it together, linking the moves and throwing it down. He has a big 7.63, and this wave is definitely going to be similar to that because he's already got air maneuvers, turns, hacks, and whacks. Wesley Brito, he does look shaky. Wesley Brito does look shaky out there. All right, so the F1 rider who is all the way out the back is Hugo Marin, as he is there with extra equipment for Noé if he needs it. Of course, because if Noé wins this heat, Hugo is world champion. So we were looking for him on the beach to try and find and see who to get those face reactions. And as we don't have a submarine, that's not going to be possible. Wesley Brito, sticky situation already. Noé, 7.87, getting a couple of full slides there, and a 7.63. We're 9 minutes into this heat, and already Noé Kuyala has one nail in the coffin. Let's see if he can make this happen. Wesley Brito needs a couple of set waves, but still, loads of time. It ain't over until the buzzer, and our world champion will be decided here. There we can see Wesley getting the info from the boys on the rocks. He knows that he is in a sticky situation. 15 minutes, anything can happen. Anything can happen out there. But already Noah has put in 2 solid scores. Now it's where patience is a virtue. Easier said than done, because he has to wait for the set and perform on one of the set waves. All right, so Wesley Brito, Noé Cuyala, Noé the young Corsican, tornadoing it out and throwing down already. 787, 763. Wesley up in the corner, waiting for those sets. And here we go. Noé Cuyala dropping in on another wave, airing it out, nose grabbing to start off. Here we go. All right, going past the foam ball, getting through that A section as he's now opening up quite far ahead in the bay, as this wave is one of the bigger ones we've seen so far. Looks like also Wesley is on the one behind. We will grab a replay of that afterwards. There we can see some synchronized surfing, both of them move for move. Wesley needs this wave to be a good wave for him to have a little bit of a confident boost. Noé out in front. Oh, Wesley getting the 360 and landing pretty much right back up on the foil. We have a battle. Watch out, Mum and Dad. The boys are in the China house and the plates are going all over the place. Noé all the way down. Wesley also. It is on. We have a battle, ladies and gentlemen. Noé going down at the end. Wesley all the way along. All right, so now, interesting moment. Scores. Wesley had the air maneuver. Noé had the air at the beginning. Great flow here from Noé, and you can see all the way along. Wesley as well. Crucial moment here. Wesley needs a confident booster. He needs a good wave. If he can get that in, he could be back in contention. Still, scores have not been updated. 12 minutes to go, a little under halfway. Oh, I'm refreshing here like no tomorrow. But still nothing has come through. 11 minutes. Little over 11 minutes to go. Wesley getting a good score. 7.37. That puts him back in the game. So we got a 15.74 versus a 12.84. Little under what Noé got on his last waves, waiting for his last score to be dropped. But a 7.37 puts Wesley back in contention. And now he's going to be waiting for another set wave, as he knows to be able to get those top scores, it's going to have to be on the sets. World Championship title up for grabs. Who is it going to be? Wesley Brito or Hugo Marin? Wesley wins, it's him. Wesley loses, it will be Hugo Marin, the world champ. Under 11 minutes, day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, so Wesley having a look. Is he going to be going down on this one? Oh, Wesley losing the wing at the beginning of that one. Trying to grab it, and he does. So he's going to be losing potential scoring ability as he just dropped the wing on that. Is he going to be continuing along? I don't know if he will. No, he isn't. So that is unfortunate there for Wesley. Noé out the back, still also not getting another wave. So lost opportunity there from the Cape Verdean. All right, Noé Cuyala gaining speed. Oh, he does land it, but on the back of the wave. So again, both of these guys, it is so close in between them. But Noé Cuyala at the moment has the driving seat. He is the one that is really pushing it forward. 15.74 versus a 12.84. All right, well, while we're waiting for our athletes to see if another set is going to be coming their way, we are going to grab a short commercial break and be right back.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the quarterfinals in between Wesley Brito and Noé Kuyala. Just a little over 7 minutes to go. So far, it's the young Corsican F1 rider with a 15.74. We have Wesley Brito, duotone coming out of Cape Verde, 12.84. World Championship title up for grabs in this heat. If Wesley wins, he's world champ. If Wesley loses, Hugo Marin is world champ. So under 7 minutes to go. We're waiting for a set. There hasn't been a set coming our way in about the last 4 minutes. But it looks like we might have some motion out there. Dropping in, Noé Kuyala. Noé, this is looking like a nice wave. Got some speed. Oh, going off the back. Just unfortunately there. But now it opens up again. Let's see what the youngster has for us. It's looking a little bumpy out there. We said it's already on the push. Low tide here was 3 o'clock. And there Noé getting a nice air. And going all the way down. And this one flattening out. Wesley Brito dropping in on a wave as well here. Let's see if he's going to be able to go. Now both of them on the screen. Synchronized surfing to the ends. Wesley had a couple turns on the top side as they're both on the wave, making their way along. So Brito with the yellow and purple. Noé going down on the inside as well. This could open up a can of worms. Here we can see Hugo Marin looks like he's coming out of the water. Also the possible world champ Wesley letting go of that wing again. Unusual, unforced errors here for the Cape Verdean. As he is going to go off for the back of that. I don't think that's going to be enough to get back into first position. And there we have the possible world champion also. Hugo Marin down on the water side. If Noé wins, Hugo will be your new world champ. If Wesley wins, we will see Wesley becoming the new world champion. Tense moments for these guys. And there you go, shackers to that man. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Well, now it is starting to get close. Wesley Brito is in second position. He needs to improve on his scores. Now we're getting close to under 5 minutes. The next set that comes through is going to be crucial. That next set is going to be crucial and maybe one of the last opportunities for Wesley. Yeah, I bet he is speaking to all of the ocean gods to send him some big waves. There we can see on the bottom corner. That is Hugo Marin. If Noé Kuyala wins this heat, Hugo Marin is the new wingfoil wave discipline world champion. If Noé Kuyala loses and Wesley Brito wins, Wesley Brito is the new wave world champion. So we will make sure to get the reactions and the emotions as soon as it happens. as both of the athletes are out there waiting to see who will be that number one. All right, so let's see. Looks like Noé Kuyala might be deciding to take off on a wave. All right, so Wesley, he is circling like a barracuda out the back. Noé Kuyala looking like he's going to be taking off. Okay, so Noé here going for the wave. Here we have him. Looks like he's going to be engaged on this non-set on the inside. As he knows, it doesn't look like there's much out there. Noé off the top, dropping in the F1 youngster. If he wins, his teammate Hugo Marin will be world champion. Wesley out the back waiting to see if a set will come his way. Noé letting that foil out. And this one is opening up all the way across the bay. Everybody get to the edge of your seats, because this could be deciding moments out there on the competition side. Wesley touching his foot strap before he goes in. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, 90 seconds. This is going to be the deciding wave of the World Championship. Wesley Hito dropping in. It's a big set wave. It's got scoring potential. Oh, it doesn't get better than this. Coming down to the final wave. Opening up. Little bit of a closeout out there in front of him. He's going to push to see if he can get past that white section. 60 seconds. Noé on the bottom side. Also getting another good wave. But it has to come down to Wesley to see if he can improve on his scores. He needs a big number so far. Big arcing, carving, hacking turns. No air maneuvers yet. The wave is starting to flatten out here on the middle. This is where he's going to go back. And it continues. This is a big wave here for Wesley. Airs into the whitewater. It is going to be close. 15.74 for Noé Kuyala. 20 seconds to go. Is it going to come down to the final wave? Is it going to come down? It's going to be a big score. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? We are soon going to find out. Incredible riding by both of these guys. And that is going to be it of the heats as it's closing out. I think this wave is going to count for Noé because he looked like, from my position, that he grabbed it before the end of the heat. So I will get that information for you guys. But here we go. We are waiting for scores to go, but Noé throwing off. And that's it. That's all, folks. Has Wesley done enough to be a world champion? We will soon find out. But while we are waiting, let's go to the highlights of that last heat. right, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. I give you your new world champion, hailing out of Cabo Verde. Wesley Brito is the #1 in the world of the wave discipline. There he is. There he is. That is the man of the moment. Wesley Brito, the trophy in the air. There is our new world champion. Incredible work there for him. And let's see the smile on that guy's face. There it is, the trophy. Lift that one high. Yes, 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 yes. There it is. There's that Cape Verdean flag in the sky. Wesley Brito, the duotone athlete out of Cape Verde, your new GWA Wingfoil World Champion of the pure wave discipline. Wesley, congratulations, mate. Absolutely incredible riding, and also a big round of applause for Noe Kuyala. Talk about leaving it until that last moment, last wave on that heat. Your new world champ, Wesley Brito.
It's the right size. Vai fuder, tinha que esperar a última onda, porra.
All right, well, congratulations one more time, Wesley Brito, our new world champion. And we are going to go back out onto the water as we have the semi-final of the women just about to start.
Wesley Brito, your Wingfoil World Champion 2023 and the first ever in the history.
So there they are, Bowen van der Linden versus Oran Seris, as we are going into sequence. Semi-final out there. Let's not forget with the next semi-final, we are going to also be deciding who is the women's world champion. But that man on the bottom of your screen, Wesley Brito, the new world #1. There it is, that flag high and in the sky. Wesley Brito, your new world champion. There it is. Congratulations one more time. And we go out to the action on the water as we have Bowen van der Linden and Oran Seris battling it out here in this semi-final.
The women's world champion will be the winner of the second semi-final with Nia and Mona. And we also nominate to crown the event winner by the end of the day.
Yo. You tell me when it's on?
All right, well, while we're waiting for the athletes to get on the waves, we are going to be going down to the water as we have the interview with our new world champion.
Well, here we go. We are down at the beach with the first ever wingfoil wave champion, world wave champion in this new sport, in this new discipline, Wesley Brito. Brother, how does this feel? You won the first event in Cape Verde. The second one didn't go as planned as you thought in Rio. And it's been a lot of tension going into this one. We've run your heat before. There has been an unclear situation. We had to rerun it. All the heat you've been following, Noah's been performing so well. And then those last set out there, you catch this one and you put down a 9-0, win the heat, go to the semis, and make yourself the Wave World Champion 2023. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I still don't believe it. It's like I feeling I was losing the heat, and then I was waiting for that big wave. I was hoping for that it was coming, and from nowhere it popped the biggest wave of the day, and I made it all the way in, and I win the World Championship, and I have no words, man. I still don't believe it. I have to wait a few more hours so I can wake up and. Yeah.
Well, I'm standing here to a freshly baked world champion. I know it's been a pretty high level field here of riders. There's no easy heat, and as we can see, everybody can beat everybody. It's a lot about what waves you get, of what are you taking out there. Did you have a lot of pressure before going into that heat, or did you have a certain strategy before going into that heat, or you just did it like always?
I had my strategy, but you know, you always make strategies, but it never comes as you want. And I know Noah was shredding it. He really scored a lot on the other waves, and he's been smashing. I was like, if I don't put it all, I know he's gonna take the win. So that's why I was crashing. I said, this heat, I'm not gonna take it easy. I'm gonna go full in from the first wave until the last one. I'm not making easy scores or anything, because I know he was on the race too, and he could get it easy if I don't do something.
And it all worked out. It couldn't be any better than that. World Champion 23, but the competition is not over yet. You're in the semi-finals with 3 other men. Mr. Cash Perzola, we have Axel, we got Malo. Not easy ones as well, but so next goal, winning this event, obviously getting also the win here in Dakhla. That's, I guess, the goal. But I'm sure you're a bit more relaxed now for the rest of the competition, or you're going to go for it?
I still want to go for it. I still want to do my best and see what I can get out there. I know the guys that I'm not going to compete with, they are the best of all of them. So I will do my best and see where I can arrive.
Hey. Good luck for that. And I mean, making the event win and the World Championship would be the dream. And I hope by the end of the day, it's going to come true for you.
Thank you, man.
All right, back to you, Joe.
Thank you, boys, and congratulations, Wesley. You are the new world champion. And out to the action on the water. Bowen van der Linden, a 6.67 for her wave, and we have a 2.0 for Oranceris. We are in the semi-final number 1 with a little bit less than 18 minutes to go. And we continue on with the hacks and the slashes down here on the water. Oranceris. We are in the semi-final number 1 with a little bit less than 18 minutes to go. And we continue on with the hacks and the slashes down here on the water. All right, so already 2 scores up there for Ancelis, 3.5 and a 2.0. 667 for Bo. Bo getting a groove on in the surf here in this event. But it is this young lady here, Ancelis, one of the top surf freestylers, back flipping all the way along like no tomorrow. As we are continuing on semi-final number 1. Then coming up in the next heat we will have Casrazola. And then we will be moving on and continuing on through the competition format. As here we go, 15 minutes to go. All right, welcome back, everybody, as we are here in the semi-final of the women. Out there in the water, we have Bowen van der Linden and Ancelis. And joining me here, Maui-based athlete coming out of Canada, Finn Spencer. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
So, Finn, you obviously based down in Maui. We've seen you ripping it up out there on the waves. Tell me about Dakhla. How's the experience going? And obviously a teammate of yours just taking that World Championship.
Yeah, it's been great being here. I'm loving this wave. It's so perfect for wingfoiling. Just long point break and do 20 turns on the wave. And yeah, it was super cool to see Wesley just win the world title right at the end of the heat with the score he needed. So
yeah, I mean
cool.
That's what you call a buzzer beater. Right? I mean,
for sure.
He looked a little nervous out there. Noe, we've been saying it all through the competition, coming out of nowhere. He's been throwing some very big scores, linking some of those kind of air maneuvers. Tell me yourself, you're one of the guys that everybody has been looking at in this event. What are your kind of strategy when you go out there? Is it all about the power turning? Is it about the air maneuvers? How do you kind of link it up?
Yeah, I think it's good to just focus on a mix of getting big power turns, getting into the pocket, hitting the white water, and then definitely throwing some airs. And yeah, but no, it was cool to see Noah just shredding all his heats and super close with Wesley there. And yeah, he was doing great all event.
One of the things I've been asking all of the athletes that have been joining me here in the booth, tell me a little bit about your setup. What are you riding out there here at the Dakhla World Cup?
I've been riding the new Unit D-Lab from Duotone, mostly a 4.0 or a 4.5 all the days, and then the new Sky Surf SLS 4.4 35 liter. Most people are riding a bit bigger board, but I don't know, just living in Maui and surfoiling a lot, I prefer a bit smaller board, just feels more maneuverable. And then the new 650 Aero Carve D-Lab from Duotone, and that setup's been feeling pretty magical.
Yeah, one of the things we have been seeing with you out there is you really are getting those open turns. You're getting the fly. You really are being able to kind of like close arc some of those turns and even let the fall loose on a couple of them.
Yeah, I've been loving my setup. Just feels so reliable. I can lean into everything and just bust it out whenever, and it's just super responsive and doing whatever I really want it to.
Yeah, well, all right. So now going back to the action, Finn, obviously the girls have really been pushing the bar as well. We can see Bowen van der Linden coming out of the Netherlands. She has been a world champion herself. Really impressed with her surfing. But then in one of the future heats, we also see another world championship scenario because Nia Swadias is going to be going up against Muna White. Whoever wins that heat is going to be the new world champ. Nia Swadias, one of your teammates, but then Muna White living out of Hawaii like yourself. Two-way sides?
Yeah, I think it's cool. They've both been ripping and very cool. They're both in the same heat against each other and just whoever wins it. And I don't know, they're both great people and ripping, and it'll be great to watch and see who wins it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we have been seeing as it kind of gets to this time of the day, we're just about 4:15. There is that middle low point where it kind of shifts a little bit to the side. We saw in your heat on summer, you know, if you get caught on the inside section of this competition area, you were pretty much doggy paddling all the way out to the wind line.
Definitely, yeah. You have to weigh the risks of whether to throw a big move through the middle or inside of the wave and risk getting stuck in there, because that can throw a wrench into your heat if you're sitting in the water for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, hard times out there, and here we can see Bowen van der Linden out there on the pro mode. If I'm not mistaken, that's looking like the 4.2 that she had there. Interesting that you're saying you're on a 30-liter board. One of the things, like you said, a lot of the athletes on floatier boards. Does that risk when you go through, because this wave is actually quite flat, it doesn't have a lot of ump for it, and being on a 600 foil, you really have to make sure you're going in with speed when you get to those flatter sections, right?
Definitely. There's the risk of taking the smaller equipment so it's better for turns and maneuvers, but there's the risk if you fall down in the water, the flatter sections, then it's a bit tougher. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you guys have got the whole quiver and come over here with 10,000 ball bags to make sure you got all the toys to do the job. I mean, Finn, you know, this is one of the couple of events that you've come for. Hopefully, you know, we really look forward to seeing you on the full tour next year. How is it to be over this side of the pond?
It's great. First time to Africa and this area of the world. I love traveling, exploring new places, and loving the new wave format on the tour and hoping to do more of it.
Yeah, I mean, for you guys and girls back at home, this is the first year we've had a pure wave tour, because inside the wingfoiling world, there's kind of 3 sections. You have the slalom or race, where it's all about the speed and getting across that finish line first. You have the surf freestyle, where it's all about the combination, the acrobatics and the moves. And then you have the wave riding, where it is all about the surfing. I think it's really cool that the sport has those different sections, because obviously, you know, there are specialists out there. What do you prefer?
My favorite is, of course, the wave riding. Growing up on Maui, it's what we have. It's our conditions, wind and waves, and it's hard to just go focus on race training, spending all my time, or freestyle. And so it's fun doing the wave events now, because pretty much everything I do can translate, whether it's surf foiling or towing, surfing. So yeah, loving that for sure.
Yeah, see, that's a little bit different from where I'm from. I come from Tarifa, where, you know, once every blue moon we have a decent wave. So I can fully understand you there, because, you know, a lot are coming out of Tarifa. You see a lot of the surf freestylers. You know, you have Chavi Court, Nia Swadiev herself, where you have, you know, onshore mush. There are waves occasionally, but it is more the freestyle orientated. And I think one of the cool things for the viewers back home is, depending on where you come from, you can really see the tendency of the gear that you're riding. You know, obviously Maui, Hawaii, it's all about the surfing. Coming over to Europe, where we kind of have cross onshore mush at most of the locations, you're going to do some freestyle, because if not, you're just going to be mowing the old lawn. Sure. I think it's cool to see how many also different sports are coming together with the wingfoiling, because you have athletes coming from wingsurfing, you have them coming from kiting, also from tow-in surfing, big wave riding, all kind of a nice little cocktail mixed into one, and that's why this sport is progressing so fast.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you come to these events, and all the riders from all their different spots around the world, and they all have their kind of specialities and what they're good at, and it's great to learn from everybody. We can see a rain on a nice wave here.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the better set waves. The swell was supposed to pick up towards the afternoon. It does look like it's doing that so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fing. It does look like it's a little mushier, because they are further out in the bay. It's not rolling quite as close to the rocks as we've seen before. I think the swell might have slightly shifted.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's the low tide or the swell direction, size, but yeah, it's definitely getting a bit mushier throughout the day.
Yeah, low tide here was 3 o'clock, so we've just gone past that. So we're kind of on the switch. Yesterday, when it did the switch, it went glassy on the inside with no wind. So hopefully it won't do that today. The idea is to continue and push on. We're going to be seeing coming up next, we're going to be having another Maui-based rider, Cash Mazzola, going to be going out on the water. He is one hell of a combination of moves out there.
It's been super cool to watch him riding. He's being so creative and just carving way on the shoulder, back into the pocket, into the white water. It's so cool to see, and really inspiring me to go ride with him more at home and work on my own riding.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see as well. He's going for moves that we haven't seen before on a foil. He's, really sliding out. He's got those 360s into the wave and that backflip that he's trying to land back into the wave. It's really cool. And, one of the things we notice about Cash is he has a smile on and off the water, and he's just having fun out there.
Yeah, he has a great attitude. He's just very fun and positive, and I think he's always pushing himself to be better. So it's super cool to ride, and I've been staying with him here, so I've been experiencing that firsthand.
The dynamic duo. Yeah, I mean, the energy this kid has is insane. I can't imagine what it is to be sharing a room with him.
He's a character.
All right, so 14.20 for Bo van der Linden, a 7.30, 6.90. Bo on top, and she is going to be coming strong next year. Oran Sadis with the free wing gear front and center. She has a 9.43, going for a little air, but a little bit too far out in the flats. We have been seeing that with a lot of riders. You really have to time it right where you are popping out. A lot of the athletes are, let's say, doing it on the shoulder, just in the straight of the flats. Judges aren't going to be giving you the extra kudos for that. It's when you can hit it kind of off the lip like real surfing, you're going to get the extra love.
Yeah, I think it's great the judges have been rewarding the same maneuvers but in a more critical, higher risk scenario. And it's great just because it'll push the sport more in that direction.
Yeah, no, so it is. I mean, we have a panel of 5 judges, international judges. How it works is they give 5 scores. The top score and the bottom score is scratched, and then it's the average of the middle 3 scores. That based on a 10-point average here for the wave. 100% surfing, as this is a pure wave discipline. You're looking for flow, driving through the turns, linking those moves together, and really using the power of the wave. But then occasionally, tell me what you think about, you see a lot of, like the likes of Cash, where he does grab back onto that wing and kind of windsurf turns on it. What are your views?
I think it's cool. I mean, we're winging out here still, so it's good to use the power of the wing when we can and just have a good mix of everything. And yeah, we're really seeing the big scores for the variety and definitely the flow and connection. Like with Cash and his heats, he's been maybe just starting off with a big powered carve, then cutting it back all the way to the foam and whitewater, and then straight into a big air. And I think that's really it looks the best, and it's good that's getting the best scores.
Yeah, no, I think obviously, as there's innovation out there, when you see something for the first time, it's going to impress the judges. The judges are going to go, whoa, that's insane. I think, we saw that yesterday with that 10-point ride there from Cash. Pretty much on that wave, he did everything that we have seen possible so far. Today, getting 2 high 9s or going past the 18-point average. He is definitely going to be a hard one to beat and is the man to beat out there so far. I know one guy who is happy not to have crossed him is our new world champion, Wesley Brito.
For sure. I think it'll be a great heat next up with both Cash and Wesley. Cash with his big flowing style, nice carving, powered up moves, and then Wesley with just his massive airs and power hacks getting the foil out. I've seen some photos where he's just bending his mast. It's crazy. Just the power he has.
Yeah, really is pushing through, and like we're saying, innovation, just mixing it up. It's such a young sport that we are going to see influences from, left, right, center, and all around. But yeah, really cool to see. And now both of these women athletes out there, 2 minutes on the clock, making their way back to the end of the point. Because there's kind of 3 sections here. You got the top next to the point where you guys and girls can get a couple of hacks, flattens out, and then what we've been calling the meat and potatoes is that kind of second sandbank, is where you guys really do start to put on the throttle.
For sure, that's definitely been the section you're always looking for the most when you're picking off a wave, is just where it'll stand up and run through that middle section. You can usually get 5 or 6 maneuvers off in there, and that's where you'll get the most of your scores.
All right, 90 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I can see out of our booth we have prime seats as we are here for the 3rd day of competition. GWA Wingfoil World Tour coming down to Dakhla and powered by Armstrong foils. And we've already crowned a world champion, Wesley Brito. Very shortly, we will have Nia Swadios and Muna White hit the water. Whoever wins is going to be the world champion of the wave discipline on the women's side. Less than 60 seconds to go, and it looks like Oran is looking for a wave. All right, so we're going to be closing out this heat here as the final 20 seconds. Doesn't look like there's any motion in the ocean out the back, but it looks like Oran is going to maybe be dropping in on a wave. As once again, we are here, day number 3 of the competition, and we have already seen a world champion be crowned. And there it is at the closing moments. Bowen van der Linden is dropping in. Here we go, last wave of the heat of this semi-final, number 1 of the women.
Yeah, watch Bowen in her heat earlier. She was shredding against Muna, put up some great scores. She had really good flow all the way through, definitely connecting all the big maneuvers and through all the sections, and has shown again in this heat. So I think she's a force to be reckoned with for the final.
Yeah, one of the things I love about Bo, she is a smile 24/7 of the time. Always has good vibes, always has a laugh. And yeah, let's not forget she has been a surf freestyle world champion herself. And coming together here at this final event, she's been putting the time in on the waves, not getting the best scores in Cape Verde and in Brazil, but I had a little chat with her before. She's hungry, she wants it, she's going to be coming back even stronger for 2024, and now just enjoying this last wave as we close out semi-final number 1 of the women. And welcome back, everybody, as we are going into action. Coming up next in the water, we are going to have a battle on our hands. And you can see the beautiful Westpoint that we have here. In the water, we are going to be having Wesley Brito versus Cash Berzola. Wesley, our new crown world champion. Cash, highest wave score and highest combination heat score of the competition. the battle of the titans. I'm going to say it. David versus Goliath out there on the water.
Definitely. I think both these guys have been going bonkers all event. This is almost like a final in itself. I think Wesley, after just winning the title, will just be feeling very free out there, won't be worried about winning or losing. I think he's just out there to have fun, and we'll see some big moves.
Yeah, and he knows what he has to do up against Cash. Cash is an absolute Pandora's box. He's come into this event and pretty much, open the can of worms when it comes to the World Championship. We know next year he is going to be one of the title contenders. He's shown it. But Wesley knows that also Cash has a repertoire of air maneuvers. Wesley has the power. He is called the Black Mamba. We're going to have to find one for Cash. But yeah, Cash at the moment is definitely the man to beat.
For sure. I think, Cash has shown in the earlier rounds that he's going to be very tough to beat, but I think Wesley's the man to do it with his big power hacks, massive airs, and just crazy power.
No, all right, so there we have the Armstrong 4 athlete, Cash Bazzola. We have the duotone athlete, which is Wesley Brito. Both of the boys firing out there on the water, and they are looking for the vibes and looking for the sets, as we want to see them hacking away and moving it down to make sure that we have the heat that everybody has been waited for. Your new world champion and your competition point leader out here on the water. Here we go, Cash. So much speed.
Yeah, I think that's also been one of the points of difference with Cash, is just his overall speed through all his maneuvers. He's just flying throughout the whole wave.
And you can see he really gets low. You can see his surfing. Obviously, Cash, a big wave surfer himself, coming out of Maui. I mean, you guys, you're pretty much born with waves in your blood.
For sure. It's just what happens when you grow up on Maui. You're always out in the waves, just playing around, whether it's surfing, winging, foiling, towing, everything.
So, Finn, tell me, how do you decide what to go out on when you have conditions on the water? When do you go one way? When do you go the other way?
It's tough because conditions are always pretty good for almost everything on Maui. I think sometimes we'll have wind and it'll be great for winging the waves. Holy, Cash is going crazy on this wave. Wesley out the back too. This is nuts.
I really love that move from Cash where he kind of lets the foil out when he goes on that roundhouse. And yeah, he is all the way along. And coming down, we even saw him got a little bit of shampoo out there yesterday.
Yeah, on his 10-point ride, the little head dip.
Yeah, getting a little wet. It's like we said, Cash, he just does a little bit of everything, and it's so cool to see variety out there on the water.
For sure.
All right, so I'm going to have a little look-see on the scores, as it looks like, once again, the old Camel Internet is not too happy. So refreshing here, who is it going to be at the moment? We have Wesley Brito has a 4.3 wave, waiting for some scores to come down from Cash, as once again that scoring system has gone down due to the internet. So they are resolving that as fast as possible so we can know who is out on top. But I'm going to say it's going to be, my predictions is Cash's wave is definitely going to be bigger than a 4.5, as he had a very nice ride.
For sure. I think he just connected it all the way from the outside to the inside. Great variety and flow. So just doing what he's been doing.
All right, so 25-minute heats just coming up on 20 minutes. Just past 4:30 local time here. We have been here from the crack of dawn. One very long day, but already a world champion underneath the bouts. And here we are going to go, as we are going to make it all the way through until the men's winner final. And we will be doing the women's mini and grand final tomorrow. Cash! That's that windsurfing move we were talking about.
Just getting that foil out, doing a big power slide. Looking like he's, just loving those powered up carves, the big carving threes, just doing what no one else is really doing.
Oh, 9.30 from that wave there from Cash. And we have a 7.13 there from Wesley. So Cash once again getting above 9 scores. He's on a roll this contest.
For sure. Yeah, Cash just dropping another big score. I'd love to see Wesley just throw in some crazy moves, maybe a backflip or a front flip like he's been doing recently to kind of match Cash.
Yeah, let's have a little look-see and where it was at on that last heat there from Wesley on that last wave. So, Wesley Brito, he got a 16.37. Wesley's biggest score on that last was a 9.0. So he has done 9 points recently. He's going to have to start to bring out the big guns if he wants to be taking out Cash, because so far 9.3 and a 6.20 as we are there on the water with this semi-final of the men. You're resolving internet, right? Resolving internet for the stream? Alright, so we're just trying to resolve the issues with the scoring for the internet. We will have that back up for you while we are waiting. We will be giving you guys the scores here. 11.43 for Wesley Brito and a 15.5 for Cash Pizzola. Good move there from Wesley.
For sure. Unfortunately, just not able to ride out of it, but that's what we've seen him been able to do, and I think what hopefully he'll be able to put down in order to match Cash and maybe beat him.
I mean, we know Wesley is hungry. He has the umph of being the new world champion, but this young Maui-based athlete is doing everything he can to not allow him to take the event win. Let's not forget semi-final. Whoever wins out of this will be going through to the grand finale, as we will be doing the men's final today and leaving the women's final and mini final for tomorrow. Cash is just having fun out there.
Yeah, I think that's what's been great to see in all his heats. He's just letting loose, just doing whatever he feels is right.
Here we can see Wesley going for that big move, landing it, but not out there on the foam. And here on the inside we can see this wave from Cash. He has so many different maneuvers. It's hard to keep up.
For sure. Yeah, hard to know what he's even doing out there when we're watching.
It's sitting a little wide as well. It's going to come right to the inside from the looks of it. These boys are fire.
All right, so Wesley making his way back out. As I'm going to say, it looks like we are having some lines coming down. Some of the biggest set waves we've seen so far. Wesley is going to engage. All right, this is a big wave, and they're way out in the middle of the bay. Here we go. Wesley Brito dropping in, the new world champ from Cape Verde. Big air from Brito all the way across. This is actually a shoulder high wave, one of the nicest sets we've seen so far.
Yeah, shoulder high wave for Wesley too. It's definitely a lot bigger than for most people.
That is a good point. All right, he's already had a big air to enter it in. We can see Cash out there the back as well. It is turn for turn, punch for punch, pound for pound down here in Dakhla.
Yeah, it's been crazy all day, just an absolute wave machine, just non-stop.
Yeah, we can see now this is where it flattens out. They've had a good section here. Now they're making their way all the way down. Wesley deciding against it. Cash is staying there. Getting that 360, his signature move.
For sure. Oh, just coming down on that air, but still a great wave before.
All right, here we can see Cash and that other angle as he makes his way down. And this is the move. This is that 360 that he gets. Goes out a little bit on the flats and just turns it around and back onto the face. I love it. And a 360 off the back. But yeah, what would you call that kind of like helicopter move on the inside?
In surfing, we call it like an alley-oop with and then you can kind of reverse the other way, kind of right foot going the other way around. That's a bit of an air reverse, but yeah, it's cool to see and try all the surfing moves and foiling now on the waves.
Yeah, I think it's really nice how he does that kind of that 360 jibe out as he goes onto the flat and then kind of whips it off. It's yeah, really, really nice to see. All right, as we continue on, a little bit under 14 minutes to go. All right, so both of them are making their way out. All right, it looks like I can see out of the corner of the booth because we got prime seats. Wesley waiting for some scores. So let's see, 6.8. All right, so we're getting there. But Cash once again already above the 18-point average, a 9.3 and an 8.87.
Yeah, looks like Wesley needs 2 scores now to take the lead. So definitely Cash gave him a challenge.
Yeah, Wesley already comboed out. I mean, we saw him win the World Championship title on the last wave, but being comboed means he has to renew 2 of those scores. A little bit more than half of this heat to go. We've already seen some good set waves coming in. We saw that bigger set, but then it faded out as it came down the bay.
Yeah, I think that's something we've seen with some of those really big ones that come from the middle. They're big on the outside and then just fade out a bit through the middle and the inside. So it's definitely tough to pick the right waves out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Wesley out there. I think he's on a 5.0. It's probably one. I mean, he's 100 kilo plus, that boy.
For sure. Yeah, you may not look like it on camera, but you stand next to him, he's massive.
Yeah, and he is out there against Cash, who is one of the smaller athletes we have here, but you can see whipping around and getting all the innovation out there. The man to beat so far. He has still not had a heat in the last 2 days that is under 18-point average. 8s and 9s all across the board, and that solid 10 out there yesterday. Waves looking like we're coming in. We're seeing another set. 12 minutes, I reckon there's going to be enough time for at least 2 or maybe even 3 sets, as it does seem like the frequency is getting a little bit better. Low tide was at 3 o'clock. We're coming up on 4:45 here on the local time GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. And our DJ down here getting the music and making sure the vibe and the beach is going. Once again, a big shout out to our partner Red Bull from the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Thanks for giving us the wings and the energy to keep going all day long. It's been a long one. We're going to be going all the way until the men's final today, so we will know who are our podium on the men's side. At the moment, 2 of the big players in the water. Wesley Brito, Cape Verde. Cash Reserve coming out of Maui. And it is Cash who is currently in the lead. Little bit of a lull here, Finn. Time in between the sets. So what's the next destination for you? You said you were maybe thinking of maybe changing your ticket and staying here as there's a swell coming. What's next on your agenda?
Yeah, I think contests finish up pretty early, but still might be fun to stick around here. It's an amazing spot. Try and find some other good point breaks for some surf foil and wing sessions.
And then you maybe going to stay this side of the pond, or is it time to go back to Maui?
I think I'm heading back to Maui after, and then down to Chile pretty soon for the stand-up surfing Pan Am Games. But yeah.
Nice. So obviously you Maui boys, anything with a board under your feet sliding, you guys are going to be there. So tell me, so you also compete on the SUP?
Very, not nearly as frequently as winging. Just recently, earlier this year, I did a qualifier event and qualified for that one for Team Canada, and so looking forward to that.
Congratulations, mate. We also had another world champion of the SUP with Benoit Carpentier. Also, you know, it's like we said again, it's all different athletes coming from different sports. It's cool to see it all joining under one roof.
For sure, it's cool to see all the athletes that do everything, all the supping, the surfing, winging, people coming from windsurfing and kiting, and I think it's so cool when a new sport comes up like this because everybody from their own discipline brings aspects to it that just improve the level so fast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So obviously, you know, what do you think of Benoit? He came into this event in second overall. He is one of the best in the world at SUP. And tell me what you think about seeing him on the wingfoil. And obviously, you will probably maybe at one of these events compete with him on the SUP.
For sure, yeah. I remember competing with him in, I think, the ISA Sup Worlds a couple times many years ago. And it's crazy to just see him here now. And, yeah, he's super great at winging. He's been doing really well on the tour this year, and yeah, cool to ride with him again.
And we can see Wesley there just getting caught up on those air maneuvers. Now it does, I'm going to say, it does seem like that wind has shifted a bit and it is glassy here on the inside. It did this yesterday. It seems that this time in the afternoon, around 4:30 to 5 o'clock, the wind has a little breather. It's been blowing all day long. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing out there on the water is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, the women are going to come and join us as we are continuing on. We have, so yes, it is going to be the women there. So we have semi-final in between Nia Swadiev and Muna White, where we will also decide and see who is going to be our new world champion.
Awesome, yeah, definitely looking forward to that heat. Love when it's the two contenders just battling it out together.
All right, it looks like they're Wesley down for some reason. Not sure if he's paddling or just waiting for the gust to come. I mean, that is a lot of Cape Verdean to get up and going if there's no wind.
Definitely need some power to get going.
All right, coming on the 7-minute mark here. Got Alien Necklace and James Jenkins down here on the beach bikes, the Armstrong boys, making sure the vibe is going. Giving Cash a little extra push. Not that he needs it today. He is already above the 18 mark here. Going up against the new world champion so far in the lead. There you can see on your screen, that is our competition area. Up there on the top right is the Westpoint Hotel, where you can see those right-handers rolling. And there are the two athletes in the heat so far. Armstrong, representing Armstrong forwards, that is Cash Mazzola coming out of Maui. And then Cape Verde with the duotone athlete Wesley Brito, who has just been crowned our new GWA Wingfoil World Champion of the wave discipline.
Yeah, super happy for Wesley. He's such a great guy. Always has a smile on his face. Just very fun to be around.
Yeah, no, it is really cool to see how he has been really pushing and deserve it. They had to rerun his heat. Unfortunately, Noah jumped and grabbed the power handle on that backflip that made all of the difference. And here we can see the eye in the sky. Welcome to Westpoint, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch these guys throw it down. 5 minutes to go. What can happen? Is Wesley coming into something, or is he just having a little look out the back? Wesley is riding duotone and Cash is on the Armstrong coils.
A big lull in the sets here so far. Low tide was at 3. It's just coming up on 5 o'clock. So we're about getting to that mid-tide point. And at the moment it does look like the wave machine has taken a little breather, as it has been pushing all day. Cash having a little look-see, lifting that wing to see what is out in front of him, what is behind him. Wesley just going past him and going out. Pretty much the top two athletes of the competition so far, but also Malo Genole has been absolutely ripping throughout this event, Finn.
For sure, yeah. Malo's been on fire, throwing down crazy carves, airs. Definitely has a really good flow, just linking all his maneuvers together and putting together really good scores and heat totals.
Yeah, and now here we are. So just below 5 minutes. I reckon there's going to be enough time for one more set to come our way. And then we will be continuing on with the competition. There might be a heat order change. I'm just waiting for that final information to come in. On the water at the moment, we have semi-final in between Wesley Brito and Cash Rizzola. And then on the other male semi-final will be Malo Guenolé and Axel Gerard. And yep, I've just been informed it is going to be Malo Guenolé and Axel Gerard, so heat order has changed, are going to be coming up next. And then we will be moving over.
Yeah, both Axel and Malo, two guys who are doing really well in all the wing disciplines, both killing it in the freestyle and the racing, and now in the wave discipline too, so it's super cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, Malo, he's been a surf freestyle world champion himself. Axel Gerard, also one of the young rookies, the youngster, the Axe as we like to call him, has really been pushing it. Really impressed us over there in Cape Verde. Solid sideways. This guy, you know, these boys, they come from Europe. Max, you know, Malo, he comes from France, and there are absolute rockers over there in France when it comes to the surfing. You know, the likes of Hossegger, Biarritz. But then going to Cape Verde was huge. We had double overhead firing Punta Preta, and Axel, one of the smaller riders, just went all in and didn't care.
Yeah, I remember watching that event from home. It looked massive. Such a scary looking wave just right on the rocks. Basically no room for error.
Yeah, you were literally taking the seaweed off of the rocks with your foil. But then, I mean, obviously you coming from Maui there must be quite a lot of reefs, quite a lot of waves where you are, you know, playing with fire.
Definitely. That's always part of the fun, is the little risk behind it, but it's definitely a bit more fun when you're not super afraid to fall.
So where is the kind of the riskiest place you've been out over there in Hawaii? What would be that most adrenaline junkie session you've had?
Definitely just big sessions at the outer reefs when there's big swell and you're just chipping into bombs from way out the back and it's triple overhead. So definitely on those you don't want to fall.
I can imagine. You wouldn't want to nosedive on one of those. So what kind of setup would you need when you go into such big waves? I'm guessing you really need really small foils and just, you know, have one that can take the power, unlike the kind of inside mush that we have here at the moment.
Yeah, and bigger waves at home, a lot of times I'll ride maybe a 500. It's pretty perfect size, very easy to hold down and go super fast on, but then turns really well and is enough support.
All right, here we can see Cash dropping in on another one. This is looking good. He's got the power. Are we going to be seeing a slide? Yeah, we are, letting the foil loose there as he lets go. Nice, low, around the house all the way, airs it out and gets the landing. Good moves here from Cash, Finn.
For sure, Cash just pushing it even harder on this one. Just keeps going back. Oh, just going down there, but it's cool to see he's pushing himself.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he knows he has a solid lead out there at the moment, as even with that, we're still waiting. Wesley still hasn't had another big wave. I mean, he's comboed out, so I'm going to go as far as saying I think Cash has already put the nail in the coffin, and that is going to be it, because we are just coming close to the final minute of this heat. There's no way Wesley's going to be able to get 2 scores.
Not likely, yeah.
All right, so now he is comboed out. So, yep, that is official. Wesley is comboed out, meaning that this one is definitely going to be going to Cash Bezzola, because he would need to renew on both of his scores. New world champ is going to have to pack up and not be able to get the event win here. And the youngster from Maui, Cash Bezzola, taking out the world champ. He is going to have a smile on his face.
As always.
That is very true. That is very true. So Wesley backflipping, trying new moves, but not being able to get the landing there on that one. So that is going to be official, even though it's before the buzzer. It is going to be Cash Bezzola is going to be making it through. Wesley almost getting the backflip there on the wave. As you said, Finn, he has been doing those new moves, trying to get it out. But that is going to be the end of his competition run. But he came in to do one thing, and that was to be world champion, and he has.
Not too bad, for sure.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. As we continue on, next up, we're going to have the next semi-final of the men in between Malo Guenolé and Axel Gerard. And while we're waiting, we are going to go to the heat highlights. Finn, thank you very much for joining us, and we will catch you out there on the water very soon.
Awesome.
All right, welcome back, everybody, as we are now going for the second semi-final. Malo Genole is going to be going up against Axel Gerard. Hold on to your hats. The two Frenchmen are going to come out to battle. And joining me here in the booth, Aiden, how's it going? Welcome one more time.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me.
As we just said, these boys are ready to battle. The China is there. The elephants are coming through, and I would not want to be a plate in that Chinatown.
These boys, the level has been increasing every heat. It's been so exciting to watch, and we're seeing why these guys are progressing, because the heats are getting tighter and tighter as we're going through, and we're excited to see. I couldn't tell you, Marlo, Axel, they've both been riding incredible today, so let's see what they can bring out.
Yeah, I mean, it's anybody's game out there, but also we just saw that last heat. Your teammate, Kasper Zola, I'm going to say it, I'm going to call him Pandora's box, because he's come here to Dakhla and opened up a can of worms on the World Championship. He has yet to score underneath an 18-point average on any of his heats. Mixing it up, flying it out. We've seen fall breaking, we've seen 360, we've seen air. Is there anything this kid can't do?
Oh, I don't think so. Cash is just creative. Once you get an idea in his head, he just wants to thrive off it and see how he can push it to the next level. And that's so exciting from our perspective as a spectator to watch the sport. It's growing it in a sense. These guys have made the rule this year of no powered up wing tricks out of the wave. So Cash is being adaptive and figuring out what other things he can do to create more creativity and make the wave more than just a carving, more than just a riding. He's going, okay, how can I use this wing to flow through, to connect it? Because I've got this in my hand. You can hold it in a neutral position, but there's also so many other maneuvers you can do with this wing.
Yeah, no, it's like you're saying, also kind of the youngsters that are coming out of different sports. We know, Maui-based athletes, Hawaiian-based athletes, they pretty much have grown up in the water. I'm surprised they haven't got gills.
100%.
Like they, no matter what they throw themselves at you. We were just talking to Finn Spencer in his, also coming out of Maui. SUP and windsurfing, kiting, wingfoiling, toe surfing, prone surfing. They have such a repertoire of different sensations, different movements that they can really join it in. And wingfoiling, I'm going to say it's the caipirinha or the mojito of all of those sports.
100%. It combines everything together. It's taking the best of all the different sports and seeing how adaptive you can be. You've got to keep the sport is evolving at such a fast rate, not only in gear development, but also in rider style and technique, that we keep watching, we see them evolving at such a fast pace.
Yeah, no, it is so cool to see, and here we can see 2 replays of the heat out there on the water. Malo Genole going up against Axel Gerard, 2 very good friends. Malo, he has been a world champion himself on the surf freestyle side. Axel Gerard, he is one of the youngsters coming up. Very impressed with his wave riding, because Axel over there in the Cape Verde got 9th, but Malo at the moment is 5th on the overall ranking, having first in that last Brazilian event, and then he also won the last event of tour, which was the surf freestyle event in Denmark, so he is coming out on a high.
He is, and it's going to be interesting to see, because last time in Brazil it was Cash against Malo in the final. Are we going to see a repeat of that final? Are we going to see a super competitive, is it going to be first or second between those two again, and how are they going to battle it out?
Yeah, I mean, yes, also, let's get a bit techie in here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about gear, because we are seeing innovation out there. Obviously, you're solidly involved in the Armstrong 4, so on the development. We were talking a little bit about the backwinds, because every time people talk about falls, it's all about the front wing. It's all about, he's on a 700, an 800, a 1000, and this. But you forget there's a whole little tail there that has a lot to say. Tell me a little bit about that, and how, as a brand, you guys are pushing and developing the gear, because we want to see new feats out there.
100%. It's a really interesting thing to both look at the front wings and the tail wing. You forget there's kind of 3 aspects that you're looking at on a foil. You've got your front wing, you got tail wing, and you got your fuselage length. And those 3 different combos, different combinations can make a different feeling.
Of course.
And we're in a feeling-based sport. Like, we're trying to get the best feeling we can on the wave. So mixing it up between having, I know a lot of the guys here, they have a couple of different tail wings, and depending on the day, they ride with a similar front wing, then they change their tail so they can fluctuate between, okay, I want to throw more of these turns today because the wave is opening up those opportunities for me. And okay, this is a bit more like this, so I'll move on to a bigger tail because it's smaller, or I'll use a smaller tail because it's a bigger face, and I really want to wrap those turns and get explosive. And then they have the balance of, okay, if I'm doing ears, how much cushion do I want in that back end, and how much precision do I have to have with that front foil? Because when you go smaller in that tail wing, it becomes a more precise riding the front wing.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here, for example, the likes of Axel Gerard here. He is one of the AFS riders. One of the things we say about Axel, you can see he really carves and opens out. But then, obviously, being one of the top surf freestylers, he has the freestyle moves. You have to find that balance, because as the sport is going that way, it is all about that medium ground. Talking to Finn as well, it comes down also to board size. Obviously, you're the likes of the Black Mama and you're 100 kilos, you're going to need some leaders underneath you. But some of the smaller riders, they can really play with the leaders. What is your view on that? Because obviously, for your average show, the person that goes out, in the end, the people that really bring this sport forward without being the pros, they maybe have one board for everything. It's not like they're going to have a full quiver. What would you recommend, kind of literage and kind of size wise?
100%. Like myself, the worst thing I like when I'm winging is sitting there in the water as everyone else is up and foiling, and you're sitting up to your chest waiting for a gust. So for me, I like to ride around about a 50 litre. That's pretty comfortable for me. It means I've got versatility. I weigh almost 80 kg.
Neil, all the way to your chest, and kind of be pumping that wing and not have a possibility of getting it out. And it is really important. Like, I'm getting into the sport myself, and I find that, having that little extra buoyancy, having that bigger front wing to be able to kind of a little bit more margin of error. I mean, the best of the best out here in the water, they can get going in nothing. It really does help. And I think one of the most common errors I've seen, and I've been part of myself, is going for something too small, too quick. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, walk before you can run, or you will trip up.
100%. And that's where we at Armstrong have been experimenting with those different tails to figure out how you can keep that front wing size, but still get the playfulness that you want out of a bigger front wing.
Yeah, and you can see both of these boys out there at the moment. We're still waiting for that internet to be resolved. So we have Malo, a 17.04. He has a 9.67
That's
on
an
that
incredible
second
score.
wave. That is an absolute blazer out there. All right, so we do apologize at the moment. It looks like we have internet problems as well. Scores will be coming up. 9.67 there. Malo Genole, Axel Gerard with a 14-point wave as we continue on. All right, so we are trying to resolve this internet issue. It looks like the desert is giving us a little bit of an issue, but so far, Malo Genole in the lead with one of the best waves of the day as we continue on in this semi-final number 2. Malo has been on fire this whole event.
100%, and he has been stepping it up as the competition has gone on as well. He has been pushing it. You've been watching those guys last night after watching some of the heats when Cash threw down that 10 and that 9. Everyone was like, okay, what did he throw down? How can I learn some of these maneuvers? And watching some of the riders head out last night and get a session after the competition had finished for the day to work on those maneuvers and see if they could put them into their repertoire today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of them have seen that the air moves in the middle of the waves are making a difference. All of these top guys, they know how to carve.
100%.
They know how to go rail to rail or foil to foil here, so to speak, and they can really get the opens all the way back. But then this new air aspect is coming in, the alley-oops, the air reverses. That is what is making the difference, and like you say, they've been trying it out. Now, here we have Axel Gerard dropping. As that sun is starting to set, it gets in front of the lenses. This is the only problem this time of the day.
It is, but it's still spectacular to watch. Oh, Axel Gerard just going down.
All right, Malo here. So Malo there on that last one at a 7.10, so he still stays with his score. We have a 7.80 there from Axel. Scores should be appearing very shortly as we continue on here. Semi-final number 2 out there on the water, waiting to see who is going to be coming and joining them. We already have Cash Bezzola in the grand final. The winner of this heat will be joining him. Who is it going to be? At the moment, it looks like Malo is on a mission to see if he can go up against the Maui-based athletes. And Malo there. All right. Nice little maneuver there.
Going for it. That's what the thing. You got to show commitment, and he's putting it on early in the wave. That's important. Spacing out your maneuvers, not leaving all your air maneuvers to the end of the wave. Judges know that the risk factor involved with throwing them early and throwing something critical is going to give you a higher score. If you start to throw that maneuver later on in the wave, closer to the end, the judges aren't going to score you quite as high if you haven't already been throwing those maneuvers from the start.
Yeah, you know, it's really about dotting the I's and crossing the T's. One of the things the judges just said, air maneuvers are all good, but you're going to get scored wow if they're in the critical section of the wave. One thing is to do it out on the flats, another thing to do it right when you're hitting that hollow part of the wave. That is really going to be making a difference, and that is what we've actually been seeing from Cash.
100%. And it's cool to see the waves have really been lining up this afternoon. The tide is coming back in again now, so the waves is changing slightly in the shape. We're getting a good section on the inside, and we're just waiting for those nice sets to come in. When they do come in, the boys are firing.
Yeah, and so far that man on your screen, the Gong athlete, Malo Genole, is the leader in this heat. All right, well, it looks like we can see a set out the back as Axel is starting to eye something up. Here we have Axel Gerard. He has a 14.03. He is looking to see if he can get some better scores to go up against Malo. This is a very nice wave, Aiden.
That is a super good wave. If he can get in front of that section, oh, right there, nice. I really love how Axel takes the wave right up to the top.
Absolutely.
And brings it right back into the section like this.
This is what I really like about him as well. He goes far out, open face, back all the way roundhouse to the little power section of the wave as it flattens out. And then it's when he gets down to this bottom section where it gets a little bit hollower. This is where we're seeing the athletes start to perform the air maneuvers.
100%. Just look how he comes right up to that lip. There's a super critical line between you fall off the back of the wave and when you're riding on that lip. And it's great that the judges are seeing that and noticing those for slightly higher scores in the carving ability than just riding the face without. Oh, there we go, 360, clean. Look at that, straight back up on foil.
Yeah, that was nice. You could see him switching the hand there on the wing to be able to get that rotated around. Malo at the back, nice cruising, easy, laid back style. Axel!
He was going big there.
Getting it, and that's what we're talking about. If he could land that on that section of the wave, he is going to get extra points for sure.
It's a super critical section there. There's a sandbar just inside only a couple of meters, which gives you a few meters to recover that before you have to turn around and head back out again. And so Axel went for it there, and that is cool to see.
Yeah, no, here we can see that nice wave here from Gerard. Cruising and perusing, and here we can see changing that hand up and around right onto the foil, and it's this one. There it is on the pocket, but just, you know, getting the feet underneath him. And here we can see Malo out the back. Big carving turns. Malo Genolé, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that breaching wingtip as he goes through. We always love when you show a little bit of your tips.
No, Malo here. Now changing it. We're going to be seeing a 360. There it is. Calm, cool, and collected. A little bit out on the shoulder, but a nice way to finish it off. Still, Malo, another big score. Let's see if he can increase on that 7.37 backup that he has. Coming up, just a little under 6 minutes to go.
It's cool to see. Axel there is sitting on an 8.13 and a 7.80. Malo sitting on a 7.37 and a 9.67. So if Axel can get one of those scores up into the low 9s, he fully has a potential to come past Malo here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Less than just little less than a point in between them. Who is it going to be? 8.13 for that last one from Axel. So he is definitely back in the game. And an 8.0 there from Malo. So the highest wave, 9.67, but the important is that the biggest wave from Axel is higher than the backup score from Malo. So he is in contention there to see what can go down. Coming up on the final 5 minutes of this heat. And there we are back in action. Now we're talking 70.67 Malo Genolé, 15.93 here for Axel Gerard. All right, so we're back. It looks like the internet hamster has had a carrot and is ready to roll. Axel Gerard dropping in.
Axel doesn't have too many scores on the board, so he can still keep going for any wave he wants right now. Malo has 3 waves left he can ride. With 3 minutes 58, that's going to be pretty good taking as well. He can pick whichever wave he wants as well. So it's anyone's game. Oh, 360 into the white water. Couldn't quite stick it, but boy, it was good to watch.
Yeah, all right, coming under 4 minutes. Malo all the way on the outside. This is looking like a set wave. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, Malo Genolé. I'm going to say it. Malo is making a statement out there because he is in contentions to be going out against Cash. Cash 18 pluses. Malo at the moment at 17. Can he improve on this wave and hit the 9s and apply the pressure and say to Cash, hey, I can do that as well? This is going to be an important wave for him.
It'll come down to a really tight battle if this is what happens here. So I'm looking forward to it. It's been a good day. We've seen Wesley come through with a win earlier in the day to take the World Championship, and now we're coming into the final here and watching these guys carve, and under the lip, out. That's what we're talking about.
That was nice. He set that up. You can see him pumping away, sending it up for the critical section. Malo, he has so much style, really flowy, longboards a lot, and you can see it really laying back there. This is a beautifully slurfed wave. I reckon this is going to improve on his backup score.
I think so. I think it's going to become very difficult for Axel. He just keeps throwing. There he goes, all the way into the beach. This is going to be important if he can get around this section, maybe hit one more time. I think he is.
Yeah,
he knows what it's about here.
He's used the wing, but no. So it's going to be interesting to see the score on that, because there was no rotation. But I'm going to say I preferred that air, hitting it in the critical section, than some of the flat 360s we've seen from other the athletes. See what the judges are thinking. I reckon this could be going in to an 18-plus score. Malo Genole on the closing moments of that heat. That would be his wave number 7. So what is it going to be? What is going to be the number that drops? Axel also, as we come to the afternoon here, just going past, coming up to 5:30 in the afternoon, local Dakhla time. GWA Wingfoil World Cup here, powered by Armstrong Foils. And an 8.73, 18.40 there for Malo. That is a big, big number, and that's bigger than the Cash's semi-final. So both of these guys are in exactly the same region. They know how to get those top scores. I reckon Axel, with only a minute to go and at the bottom, is going to have a very hard time to be able to get back in there. But if that is going to be the men's final, watch out.
I think it's going to be tough now. Axel was comboed. He's only got an 8.13, which means he needs a higher than a 10. So it's going to be cool to see how these boys go for this last minute and give us a show. And 50 seconds is pretty hard to catch 2 waves with this long point break.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna call it. That is the nail in the coffin there, made by Malo. So congratulations to Malo, as he's going to be making it through to the grand finale. Axel Gerard comboed out, so no matter, even if he got a 10-point ride in this one, would not be enough to take out his fellow countryman Malo Genole. But still, great ride in there from Axel. And here, just obviously, as the waves here at Westpoint are just so much fun, he can have a last wave of his competition here so far. But once again, a big round of applause to this young man. Full take all the way along. But it is Malo Genole, also on a set wave out the back, looking to even improve on that 18.40. We have a final that is going to be coming on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And a Maui is going to be Cash Bazzola, and out of France, Malo Genole. Hold on to your hats as we have victory runs out there on the screen.
But this heat isn't over still. He can still improve his score and be stoked with how he performed. That 360 there was super clean. Nice through to the finish. I think this could up his lower score and give him a better overall score. I think he'd be stoked with how he rode that last wave all the way through to the beach. 360, clean! This boy is on fire if he had a little bit more time. But unfortunately, a heat's a heat, and he has run that all the way through to the beach, across to the sandbar, and in.
What a way to finish off. That is what I call ending it with style there, Axel. Once again, a big round of applause to him. But that man on your screen, Malo Genole, is going to be making his way into the final. What's the finisher going to be? He's pumping away. Airs it out. And second air. Malo Genole, your grand finalist. He will be battling it for the event win against Cash Bazzola. While we're waiting, let's go to the highlights of that last incredible heat. All right, so welcome back, everybody, as this is one of the top moments of the day. Let's not forget, Muna White, Nia Swadiath, as we have a World Championship title opportunity out on the water. Whoever wins out of these two athletes will be the new World Champion of the women. So hold on, Muna White, Nia Swadiath, as they're dropping in 25 minutes of action. All right, here we have Muna, the F1 rider, already getting a nice big set wave. Both of these athletes have been having 13 to 15 point totals. It is day number 3 of the competition here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. We got the Armstrong boys down out here in front. James Jenkins and Aidan Nicholas out on the beach mic, making sure that the vibes are here. 6.13 for that first wave from Nia. And now let's see what Muna has for us here, because she's got a very nice big set wave. Oh! But goes down at the end of that section. Let's see what the scores are going to be. Whoever wins this heat will be the world champion of the women's wave discipline. Nia Swadiath already a world champion herself. Muna won in Cape Verde. Nia won in Brazil. Here we have Nia going on the second wave. All right, Muna with exactly the same score on that first wave. Exactly the same score on that first wave with a 6.13. So it is about as even across the board as it comes. Nia dropping out on that last maneuver. And here we have Muna one more time. Back to the foam ball, keeping it smooth, keeping it easy. Muna hailing out of Hawaii, flowing all the way down. This wave has started a re-entry very nicely. 2 good open face hacks. Up and down and all the way around. Muna White, the F1 rider here, front and center, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but goes down at that end section as we're just approaching the 20-minute mark.
Not sure if she released her leash or if she had a broken leash. Luna, if you need a replacement leash, wave your hand.
All right, well, it looks like Muna has gone down there. We're hoping she's all right. All right, so it looks like, yeah, her leash is broken. So Muna, unfortunately, looks like her leash has broken, so she's coming back into the shore. Nia Swadiev out the back. Let's see if we can have some scores coming our way, as Muna's going to have to come back in, get her wing. So a little bit of a setback there for her. Muna out the back. Excuse me, Nia out the back. Whoever wins this heat will be the world champ. Nia looking for the section to be able to get some good moves. 5.13 for her last wave, so she is in the lead, but Muna 6.23. So Muna White currently leading this heat. 12.36 versus an 11.26. 1.1 point difference in between the two of them. And there we can see Cash helping out his fellow Hawaiian, as she is going to come out, and they are probably going to run up the beach so she can be back in contention. And another nice wave there from Nia Swadiev, as we are getting ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. World Championship option out in the water. And there we can see the Armstrong boys helping Muna White out, getting her another leash. Teamwork out there. It's one big family here at the GWA. And Muna, so Muna is definitely, she is leading the pack so far, just by nothing. 6.03 on that last wave from Nia. So Muna slightly in the lead, but it is anybody's heat out there. So close in between these two athletes, as we are getting it going. Semi-final number 2. Whoever wins this in between the two of them is going to be the new world champion. On the bottom screen you can see Muna White is going to be going back out into the water, and Nia Swadiev getting back out into position as we continue on. Just under 18 minutes to go, and we have 4 waves for Nia and 2 waves for Muna. All right, Nia here, 17 minutes. All right, a little bit of a back to the future there with that flash of the camera. So we have the duotone athlete hailing out of Spain, Swadiev. And here we can see a backup wing there, as it looks like they're running down to make sure if they need another size. There we can see Matt. All right, Nia all the way out the back. As she is in position, it looks like Muna was also just about to get back into position as well, as we saw maybe trying to do a wing change down there, but no, deciding against that. So both of the athletes are out in the very back of the competition area as we continue on here in semi-final number 2. World champion is going to be defined out there. All right, so Muna back in action as she is going out there.
All right, nice to see Muna White up and running, back out to the top. Let's see what she can do.
So both the athletes already back out. It is slightly in the lead. Muna White on the two-tone on the left. That is Nia Swadiev. And Muna is just making her way back out. She had a problem. She had a leash break. She's had to change that up. Coming up next, we will have the mini final also coming our way of the men. In between Wesley Brito and Axel Gerard. All right, everybody, and while we're waiting to see, we're going to wait a minute here, as it looks like Nia is going to drop in on a wave. Yes, she is, as she has a set coming at us. Let's see if she's going to be dropping in on this wave, or she decided against it. All right, she is going to be deciding against that. So while we're waiting for the athletes to jump in on another wave, we're going to go to a short commercial break.
Faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, semi-final of the women out there on the water. Nia Swadiev, Muna White. Muna White slightly in the lead. Whoever wins this heat is going to be the new wave world champion. The F1 rider from Hawaii on your screen right now. Muna White, a very talented wave rider. She has won events on both the Qatar Airway GK Kite Surf World Cups. One out there in Cape Verde, both for the wing and the kiting. And then it was Nia Swadiev who won the event over there in Rio. Just gone past halfway through this semi-final. Who is it going to be? As there is a hairline in between these two athletes at the moment. As we continue on here, day number 3, GWA Wingfoil World Cup Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils. All right, Muna dropping in another wave as we are going in. She has a 6.23. Muna winning by a hairline. 12.16 Nia, 12.36 Muna White. 11 minutes on the clock. All right, so still standing, slight difference in between the two of them. Nia a 6.03, so exactly the same score on that last wave, not improving. Here we have Swadia's dropping in a world champion scenario out on the water. Whoever wins is your world number one. All right, there we can see Nia going down a little bit early on that one. They want to get this together. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Swadia? Is it going to be Muna White? Muna out the back. These girls are banning it out all year. Let's not forget, Muna won the Cape Verdean wave event. Nia won the Rio de Janeiro Saquarema wave event. And now it comes down here to Dakhla for the final event of the season. Coming up next, we will have Wesley Brito going up against Axel Gerard in the men's mini final. And then we will have the grand finale, which is going to be out there in between Cash Bazzola and Malo Genole, both of them having 18+ scores on their semi-final heats. We are going to be seeing some action out there on the water, but this is what it's all about. Final event of the season, GWA Wingfoil World Tour. All right, so 6 minutes on the ticker. Nia making her way back out. Muna is in position a little bit more. Plenty of time for another set or two to come around. It has backed off a little bit, I will say that. Sets seem bigger, but it has backed off. All right, so we can see there Nia trying to get a rope. Trying to get back up on her full. And I can see the Armstrong boys out here in front. Cash starting the pace as he knows he's going to be getting close to being in that final with Malo. Top respect for both of these boys, innovating and pushing the sport to new levels here. Who knows how far we are going to be taking this. Such a young sport, this wingfoiling. And incredible to see all of the different athletes from different water sports coming underneath one roof. And as I said before, mixing it up and making a nice caipirinha, mojito, Moscow Mule, whatever you call it, whatever your poison, and putting on one of the best shows we have seen so far. Just under 5 minutes to go. At the moment, it is the Hawaiian F1 rider Muna White in the lead, meaning she has the title on her side so far. All right, Muna White all the way down to the bottom here on yet another wave. She's looking to improve on a backup score of a 6.13. And she is riding this all the way down. One of the smaller waves, but it does look like it's opened up nicely. Sometimes these little ankle biters do make it all the way down to that third reef. But you can see it's very, very light on here on the inside, as there is no flicker out there on the water. You do not want to fall off there, because if not, you're going to have a big issue of getting back up on the foil. And there we can see Muna pumping. Nia out the back. She is absolutely in position. This is where patience comes into it. She needs to wait, as she is going to need a set wave if she wants to get past Muna so far. Waiting for the last score of that wave. Is it going to be improving on her 6.13 backup score? Under 3 minutes to go. Here we have Suarez making her way towards us. Coming in. 12.36 versus a 12.16, 0.2 of a point in between these two athletes. The two top in number 2 and number 1 in the world. Muna, this is looking like a good set wave. She is taking off on an absolute bomb compared to what we've had in this heat. This could be one that gives us some extra scores. As you can see, as that tide's starting to fill in, there's a couple of bumps in the middle section here of the Westpoint wave. And now back to the foam ball. Nice. Round the house. Flowy Carvey here from the Hawaiian. This is looking like a very good potential scorer for Muna White. She is looking to improve on her 6.13. Her best score is a 6.23. And all the way down to the end. We also see Nia out the back as well. Nia, we have seen her do the air maneuvers. Muna still not, but really flowing, and a good wave there from Muna. She wants to try and get out of that position, and there we can see Nia at the back. Wave for wave, less than 90 seconds to go. Coming up on the final minute, Nia. Are we going to see another situation like we did with Wesley on that last wave? It is so close in between the two of them. 2 wave scores to come in. Here we have Nia right in front of Muna. Does she get the 360? And no! Misses it at the end. Could that have been the nail in the coffin? We will soon find out as we're waiting for 2 scores to drop. Nia knows that she's not got enough time to go back out, and now can only wait for our judging panel to give the official words and see who is going to be our new world champion. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the semi-final, and we are soon going to find out who is the new GWA Wingfoiling World Champion of the women's wave discipline. Bear with us as we are waiting for those final scores to be dropped as we continue on, and while we're waiting, let's go to the highlights of that heat. All right, so we are waiting. We are waiting to see who is our new world champion. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Muna? Is it going to be Nia? We can see Muna all the way up the top there. We are waiting for results to come in. There we can see Nia Swadiath and also Muna White waiting for those results. Ladies and gentlemen, we have results in. It is going to be that lady there, your new Wave World Champion. Congratulations to Muna White from Hawaii. She is the #1 and on top of the podium. Incredible to see what they've done out there. So close in between the two of them. And Muna is now going to be coming down towards the competition area as she is our winner. All right, so here we can see Wesley Brito, Axel Gerard here, the mini final. As we just seen, Muna White is your new world champion as she is making her way back to the competition area. And we will see the emotion and reactions from our new world champ as we now go into the heat sequence. Green flag is in the sky. Wesley Brito, Axel Gerard battling it out for third position. All right, Wesley Brito here on the wave, an 8.70 for the first wave there from Axel. As we are getting it going and we are ready to rumble. Who is going to be third and fourth position on the podium? We will soon find out. Wesley Brito, look at the speed. Big airing into the foam ball here to start it off all the way up the top of the competition area. He is going to be making his way down. As another good wave there for him. Axel already an 8.70. Wesley going down on that one, not having enough power and enough speed. All right, well, there it is, there she is, your new world champion, and there's the hug in between the competitors. Nia Swadiath, Muna White. Muna getting the #1 spot. Congratulations to her, hailing out of the Hawaiian Islands as we are going down and getting that flag to her. All right, there it is, trophy in the hand. Your new world champion, hands up in the sky. Muna White, #1. And out there on the top of the shoulders of the boys, there it is. Congratulations, Muna. Everybody back home shouting and rooting for you. Amazing achievement there for her. She is your numero uno, number one in the world. All right, so there we can see Muna White, happy and just stoked with what she has got there. All right, so Axel Gerard out there as we continue on with the heats, and we will be getting an interview with Muna very shortly.
Thanks, guys.
There she is, Muna White. The smile says it all. Your new world champion, throwing that flag high and that trophy in the sky. Congratulations, Muna, on behalf of the GWA. Amazing riding out there. And it is time to celebrate. You are the new Wave World Champion. All right, so we're getting back into the action of the mini-final. Joining me here in the booth, James Jenkins. Welcome, mate. Congratulations. You have put on one hell of a first show coming into the GWA. Not as far as I know you wanted to, but the judges have had your eyes on you, and we know you're going to be coming back even stronger.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, man. Yeah, stoked to be here. My first ever event. Just really excited to get to ride with some of the best guys in the world at a really beautiful and fun location. So I'm all happy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that man there, Wesley Brito, becoming the new world champion, but then also Cash Bizzola. He is one of your teammates when it comes to the Armstrong foils. Innovation out there. This kid is mixing it all up. All right, and while just before we get into that one, James, I've just been told we have an interview with the new world champion down on the beach, Muna White. Congratulations.
All right, we're down here with another freshly crowned world champion. We've seen Wesley Brito just a few heats ago, and now it's Muna White. She takes the first ever Wingfoil Wave World Championship. How does that feel? It's a new sport. It's a new discipline, a new format that we're running here, and you're the first one who's taking the honor to be crowned world champion.
I really can't believe it right now. I'm kind of shocked. Yeah, I'm stoked to take the win on the first Wingfoil World Tour in the waves. Yeah, I love this sport, and yeah, I was really surprised. All the girls were really killing it today. I think both Nia and Bojan had higher scores than me, maybe in all the heats, and so yeah, it was definitely a tough one. I knew this last heat with Nia was going to be tough, and it was kind of a surprise that we met earlier. I think everyone thought it would happen later in the finals, so yeah, it's a pretty crazy way to win it, but yeah, I'm stoked.
I mean, it's been a whole nail biter, I would say, the whole season. We had 3 events. You took the win right away in the first win. Ponta Preta, first place, Nia second. Then we went to Rio. It's been exactly the opposite. Nia takes the win, you the second. You both came into this event in tied points. So meaning the one who's going to come in top of the other one is going to take the world champion title. In your first heat today, you were not that lucky and you couldn't take the win. And like you said, it made you face Nia not in the final, but already in the semi-final. Then the whole heat, it's been a really close thing. We are 0.2 throughout the whole heat, and both of you had their highest scores on the last wave. We saw the score of Nia coming in that put her in front, waiting for your score, and you dropped a 6.9. I think you were pretty surprised about that too.
I was surprised. I came in way up the beach because I thought for sure Nia won. I saw her like trying 360s, and I know she's really good at doing airs and also turns too. So yeah, I was surprised, but yeah, it's really stoked.
I'm happy to see that. You're world champion already, but you still have to run the final and win the Dakhla event, hopefully. The finals are not going to run today, those will be tomorrow. So you're done for today. You can go to sleep happily as a world champion ready tonight, but tomorrow we wish you all the best and win the Dakhla World Cup as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm happy with this already, so stoked with whatever happens.
All right, guys, back to the men's finals now.
All right, so thank you very much, Tom. Congratulations, Muno, one more time. James, as we were saying, nice move there from Axel.
Yeah.
So we are here on the mini final of the competition, the battle for 3rd and 4th place. Axel Gerard at the moment. We call him the Axe. 13.48. He's got an 8.70 and a 4.78. And then Wesley Brito, the newly crowned world champion at the moment, still to get a big score. James, you come from a big surfing background. How are you seeing the wave riding progressing in wingfoiling? Because pretty much over the last year or year and a half, it's gone completely off the Richter.
Yeah, totally. Especially coming here and seeing some of the best guys in the world. It's been fun kind of, looking at everyone's riding style. And you can tell who's got more of a surfing background and who's got more of a kiting background or whatever. It all kind of translates in the way that they ride the wave. You look at someone like Cash, who's a really good surfer. And, he's just getting really low on his bottom turns. Wesley as well, just so powerful. You can see the way that he approaches the lip and maneuvers with the surf background. Yeah, it's just I think it translates well into wingfoiling, these guys that have that surfing background. It's definitely visible.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see they're kind of getting down low, and it's almost like they wouldn't need the wing if they wanted to do what they're doing. And then, talk to me a little bit about these air maneuvers. It's this kind of the big thing that is happening here. I have always been a fan of power surfing. The likes of Mick Fanning really going out, pushing through the fins, all open, carving turns, more than just the snappy kind of, let's say, the Brazilian style of a Medina or a Felipe. Where do you see the air maneuvers going? It has to be pushed to make it happen, and then normally quality versus quantity.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the progression of surfing from that traditional Mick Fanning and the Kelly Slater, the turns, and how it's evolved into this freestyle aerial maneuver type deal. It's the same with wingfoiling, a new sport. However, in this discipline, the wave discipline, it is more focused on the actual wave riding, using that D-power handle. But seeing what the guys are able to do in the air with these maneuvers while still holding that D-power handle is just amazing. The freestyle competitions where they're doing massive flips and spins, that's a different story. But an event like this here in Dakhla, pure wave riding, they can still mix in those aerial maneuvers, just by riding the wave. So it's just amazing to see the progression, and who knows where we'll be a year from now. Absolutely.
And also, frontside versus backside here. We're seeing that the regular foot riders have a slight advantage, especially, this wave we can see it's quite laid back, it's quite flat. To be able to get those, carving hacks backside adds a little aspect of difficulty, but then they can go back towards the whitewater and maybe then get a little bit of an air maneuver. That's why on the tour we try to go to all different locations so it's as equal for everybody. But Dakhla really paying off here this year.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think there's pros and cons to being a regular foot and a goofy foot here. I'm a regular foot myself, and it sure was fun going on my front hand. But even seeing some of these goofy footers, the way they're able to cut back and approach the lip on their front side is pretty impressive. And nice looking wave right now.
Yeah, there we can see Axel Gerard, the youngster from France, picking up on a very nice set wave, quite far forward in the bay. As that tide is coming in, the waves go a little bit further out, and some of these outside bombs form up at the beginning and then they kind of flatten off. But this one is actually looking like it's opening up nicely here for Gerard.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing all the different gear that all these guys are using, and what's different, how many leaders are in their boards. There's a huge variety of the equipment that's being used out there.
Yeah, we were talking there with Aiden. I mean, kind of the go-to board that we've seen out here has a little bit more liters than on the smaller side because of those lulls, that flatness in between the different sections to be able to float through it. But then if you can risk it and have a smaller board, would you agree that gives you a little bit maneuverability and can get a bit better surfing?
100%. I think Cash, my fellow Armstrong team rider, and I, we've been riding probably some of the smaller boards compared to the rest of the guys, right in that 40-liter range, where I've seen up to 65 liters even. So having that smaller board definitely really, keeps things lightweight.
And here we can see Wesley on an outside bomb getting a lot of speed. The Black Mamba, probably the biggest athlete we have on tour, 100 kilo plus, just been crowned the new world champion, going backside and open face carves, turning nice and easy, nice and stylish. And then he also has a little repertoire of some of the air maneuvers, but you can just see the power of Wesley.
Yeah, he's got tree trunks for legs, man. Such a powerful rider. He's able to, push so hard into that foil. There's so many G's you get when you're doing those turns in the critical sections of the wave. So really, really strong athlete.
Yeah, we can see coming down here, just going past, gets the air maneuver nicely in the pocket of the wave there. This is looking like a good one here for Wesley. He's hungry. He wasn't able to get it into the final, as it's going to be in between Cash and Malo, and that is going to be a heat to watch.
Absolutely, but still, the world champion just crowned. Wesley really having a good go at this wave. Looking, he's looking really good.
Yeah, nice and easy all the way along. Wesley Brito, are we going to have a finisher? Yes, we are. Nice backside air there for him. Good way to finish it off, Wesley Brito. That is going to be a good score. He already has a 7.87 as a top. I reckon that's going to turn into his back, and that one's going to be bigger.
Absolutely. It was a beautiful ride.
And here we can see the backside of that as it came into that second sandbank. 3 little sections in this wave. And Wesley riding that one all the way to the end. So now let's talk about the final, James. Cash Mazzola up against Malo Genole. In the semi-final, both of them had 18-plus overall scores. Malo with a little bit of an advantage. If I had to define Malo, he almost has the surfing of kind of longboard power surfing, and then you can see Cash is a little bit more active, a little bit more shortboard snappy. Cash has kind of those like break in the fall with the old windsurfing style, the new maneuvers that we're seeing. Malo has the surf freestyle kind of, rotations in there. 2 completely different styles. That's going to be a mix of conditions out there on the water.
Absolutely. It'll be entertaining to see. Cash is such a compact and you can see he's riding the waves really quickly. He's speeding through his maneuvers really, really well, and he's, I would say leading the charge this event, doing some of the stuff for the first time that now other riders are starting to attempt. He's been doing these wing down 360s and just really blowing minds, and Malo as well. It's going to be interesting in the final to see these 2 different styles come together and see how the judges, score it, because they're both going to be doing amazing things. So it'll be a good one to see.
Yeah, I will say that wing down 360 is one of my favorite moves. Kind of goes out on the flat and then just whips it around and gets it on the face. And then, Cash also, when an athlete of his level, and you can see he's calm, he's having fun out there, he has the smile, you can see the teeth, that's when magic really starts to happen.
Right. Yeah, and I think a lot of his equipment, too, he's riding really good equipment that he's feeling good about. He's riding the Armstrong MA foil, I believe the 800, with their Speed 180 tail. Those MAs are so versatile. They're really turny, really surfy. They do really well when you breach the wingtips, and the speed range on them is huge. So for an 800, not a huge wing, but not a small wing, it's got such great speed range that it can get through those flat sections, through those lulls in the wind, but can also handle the speed and power in those aggressive sections. So seems to be working really, really well for Cash.
Yeah, we were talking to Aiden. He said that you have a slightly bigger tail wing as well. So what would be that reason? Is it to have a little bit more carviness, kind of personal preference? Well, obviously equipment does come down to utility on the water, but also personal feel.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like anything, I've tried a lot of stuff, and I like what I like. I'm riding the Surf 205 tail this event. A little bit bigger. Cash is riding the Speed 180 tail, so his is going a little bit faster, whereas my Surf tail it's a little bit slower, but it does transition nice, from bottom turn to top turn. It's just a real surfy style, which, feels good to me. So, everyone's got their preference, right?
Yeah, you got to have your weapons ready and sharpened if you want to be going through. And also, you have a big tow-in foil background. I was talking to a couple of the guys. That's one of your big sports that you do. Tell me a little bit about that, because obviously, coming into the wing foiling, all the different sports, but tow-in foiling, we've seen some pretty big images of you.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it's time on foil, right? I mean, I started as a surfer, got into prone foiling, and prone foiling is fun, but when you have jet skis and you're getting so many more waves and you're able to access waves that you can't paddle into, it's just a whole nother game. I started Foil X. We're running foil trips all around the world. Started in Central America, so opening up the world of tow foiling to clients and people that want to come down and get a taste of it. And it's kind of like heli skiing. You get taken to the top of the mountain, get a beautiful powder run, and you're picked up at the bottom. Just the speed that you can get going on a hydrofoil is amazing.
That is probably one of the best comparisons I've seen, the comparisons I've seen at the moment. Heli skiing on foils, I like it. So, guys and girls, if you want to get involved, make sure to DM James Jenkins here and get with the X4 and go on one of those trips all around the world. At the moment, we are down here in Dakhla for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. And this is powered by Armstrong Foils. So we have the Armstrong boys with us here. One of them are here in the booth with me, myself. And now just enjoying this mini final as we are going to see who is going to be third and fourth. And right in front of our booth, we can see Malo Genole now focused, ready, as he knows he's going up against probably the top contender here in this competition.
Yeah, both of those guys have been in great form this whole event. But yeah, Cash seems to really just be feeling good on his equipment, feeling confident. It's going to be a good heat, though, regardless. Even this one right now, pretty close. Axel with a 17.96 total. Wesley just behind him with a 16.54. High scoring heat.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are almost above 18. We've said that's kind of the area that they want to be. Now, coming up next, we will have the grand finale, and we will see who is going to be our event champion. And the battle of the Goliath is out there. I wouldn't it's like King Kong up against Godzilla out there on the water. Man. And here we have Wesley Brito, as we said, kind of dropping down there at the moment as that wind on the inside is looking lighter and lighter.
Absolutely. I was thinking, I'm wondering what Wesley's mindset is right now. Just took out the title for the Wave, or the Wingfoil World Champion, the first ever crowned world champion, right? Amazing. And now he's battling out for third and fourth. Got to be a big weight off his shoulders just taking out that world title, but having to channel that energy and put it into one more heat to finish off the day.
Yeah, and Axel not making that feat any easier, as already Axel's backup score is better than Wesley's best score. So Wesley is pretty much going to have to get a big 9 or something special inside the next 4 minutes. Sets have been coming through, but I will say it again, James, looking outside of the booth here as we have prime seats, it is starting to get glassy on the inside.
Yeah, it's looking glassy. Yeah, you can see the boys working their wing out the back, just trying to get back up onto foil.
Well, we got one more heat to go today as we will be going into the grand finale. Malo Genole and Cash Bezola, France versus Maui. And hopefully the wind and the waves will stay with us. We are just coming up on 6:30 in the afternoon here, local time. It has been a full day of competition, starting off nice and early at 10:30 in the morning all the way through. And we are going to be enjoying that final with the sunset gold. And when that's done, it's going to be a couple of nice cold ones to enjoy the golden hour here in Dakhla.
Absolutely. Yeah, hoping that wind stays with us just a little bit longer to give these guys in the final good contestable conditions.
Yeah, we can see out here on the left-hand side of your screen that you guys can't see there is Malo and Cash are making their way out. I wonder if they're going to have another couple of wings prepared, because it is getting lighter. Waves are still there. Final heat of the day. There you can see on your screen that is Axel Gerard, who is in the lead of this heat. Wesley Brito has come up 16.54, so that second wave he got an 8.67, putting him back into contention. Both of the athletes are in position to be able to get another set. Will we see the oceans for showing them some motion shortly? We will have to find out, as this is the mini final of the competition. All right, well, it looks like Axel is having a little look-see. Yes, he is. Axel Gerard going to be engaged with probably the last wave of his heat. 90 seconds on the ticker. Here we go. Nice open face turns there from the Frenchman.
Yeah, Axel's been looking sharp this whole event too. Really just his timing on his maneuvers has been nice. He's really been reading the waves well.
Yeah, all the way around. I really like how he opens the shoulder. You can really see throwing that arm back. And then obviously as he has the surf freestyle side, he does have the air maneuvers. But I am a fan of when I see those air maneuvers being performed in the critical section of the wave, not just on the flats. Nice little slide out there.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. You know, Axel's been doing it. Wesley also has been a standout doing those critical maneuvers in critical parts of the wave, which the judges definitely seem to acknowledge. You know, a 360 out on the shoulder is not as intense as a 360 right in the grunt part of the wave, so big kudos to those riders that have been sending it in those critical moments. Just like that. Oh, almost came out of it.
Yeah, that's a shame. Went a little bit far out on the shoulder and then doing the 360 back. So that is going to be the final wave there for him. Oh, Wesley starting off with a big slammer there on the outside, his signature move, but loses the wing.
Yeah, we'll see if he can recover and see if this wave will give him anything else on the inside.
Yeah, that is going to cost him. The judges are definitely going to deduct for losing that wing there. Let's see if he comes back. It does look like it's forming as we can see it out here in the front. He needs a big number if he wants to be able to get that third position. Nice slash there from the Cape Verdean.
Yeah, the judges have their work cut out for them today, that's for sure.
Wesley, exactly the same that we saw there from Gerard going down. So we are going to have to wait. That is the end of that heat. We're going to have to wait for the results to come in. As it standed, it was Axel Gerard with a 17.96 versus a 16.54 from Wesley Breeder, waiting for the score of that final wave. But while we're waiting, let's get the highlights of the mini final here of the Dakhla World Cup. Welcome back, everybody. So coming up, the men's big final. Cash Bazzola from Maui up against Malo Guenolé from France. As we are going out onto the water, green flag is in the sky. We are ready to go. 25 minutes of action. Top 2 waves count based on a score. And here we have Malo. That is what I call an entrance into frame. Malo with an absolute gigantic air. What a way to come into the frame of the live stream. And he's had to get it back to see if he can get this one all the way down. Malo is hungry. He knows he's out against one of the top contenders here, Cash Bazzola. In the semi-finals, Malo had a slightly better heat. Both of them 18 averages, but Malo a few decimals ahead. We have been considering Malo. We've been saying he has a power longboard style versus the snappy shortboard from Cash Bazzola. And that is the first wave there from the Frenchman. He's already a world champion himself. And now he's looking to be the event winner here in Dakhla. Very light on the inside. But here we go. Final is on the water. All right, Cash here on this wave, mixing it up and getting all of the moves down, missing that 360. Malo at 7.23 on that last wave. So already a good score out on the board, and let's see what that last one is going to be there from Cash. As moving and grooving, this is the big final here of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Fours. One of the Armstrong riders there from Maui, Cash Bazzola, out in the water. Malo Guenolé, the Gong superstar, winner of the last 2 events. He won Rio, the wave event. He won Denmark, Peter Sander with the surf freestyle. Is he going to get the hat trick? We will soon find out, as he already has a 7.27 and just waiting for a score to be dropped on that wave there from Cash. Malo already out and in position all the way up the top of the competition area. 10 wave attempts. The top 2 waves are the ones that are going to score. This is the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be our Dakhla World Cup winner, powered by Armstrong Foils? All right, Cash, 7.773, so slightly ahead of Malo. But it is very even out on that first wave score. Both of these athletes more than capable of getting the top 9. So let's have a look at that semi-final heat that both of these guys had. In the semi-finals before, we saw Cash. He landed a 8.87 and a 9.3. When it came to Malo, Malo had... Let me get it here. Malo had the highest score, as he was above Cash ever so slightly. Malo had a 9.67, close to a 10, and an 8.73. So 18.4 total for Malo, as he had the highest semi-final, and it was a total of 18.17. So 0.23 of a point difference in between these two on that semi-final, and you can see here less than 0.5 of a point in between them now. Very close for both of these boys. 19 minutes of action. Grand final here in Dakhla. The top two contenders, the two athletes that have made it to the grand final, dropping in the Gong superstar, Malo Genole. Cruising all the way along here. Up and over, nice open face hack. There you go, roundhouse, back to the whitewater. Here he starts to be on the second section, letting that fall loose, a little bit of a snap there. Cut back. Malo riding this one all the way to the end, and it's looking like it's forming up nicely in front of him. This is where we start to see him with those air maneuvers. There we have him getting that foil out of the water. He stays up, he's pumping around. This is a very good wave for Malo, another good hit. Flow all the way down the competition and all the way down the line here. Are we going to be seeing that air? Yes, we are. 360 as well. Malo all the way to the end. This is going to be a big score for the Frenchman. What a wave from Malo Genole. All right, so now Malo making his way back out. Grand final out on the water. Here we go, that wave from the very beginning. One of the best wave we've seen so far in this final. Kasper Zoller is out the back, as I can see him waiting for another wave. And waiting for confirmation. 8.17 for that last wave there from Malo, putting him in the lead with a 15.44. Early days, but nice to get an 8-point ride here. Malo looking powerful, and Cash being patient out the back, as he know everything has to be a set wave. So we can see Cash there, replay on the top, Cash on the bottom with a nice big wave all the way down. As we can say, similar surfing. Cash all the way down to the bottom. Let's see, that's going to be another good score for him. Not sure if it's going to be as good as Malo's. Malo also another wave. These boys are keeping it busy. They know what's on the line. It is the grand final here of the Dakhla World Cup. This is going to be the final heat of the day. We will be getting an interview of the winner, and we will be closing off the stream of a full day of action. Fifteen and a half minutes out there. All right, so both Malo and Cash making their way out the back. As you can see, the wind a little lighter out there at the moment. Does look like we might be seeing some set waves come our way. Malo making the turn. Cash is out the back, trying to get back in. And while we're waiting, we are going to go and see a small commercial of the Dakhla Hotel. and welcome back. There we just saw a big air there from Malo. Unfortunately going down. Here we can see Malo Genole on that last wave, carving along as he goes up, and here just losing the board but going sky high. And I hope he's okay because it looks like he karate chopped his boards. Malo Genole is in second place, 0.1 point of a difference in between these two athletes. So Malo now, it is so close, and it looks like he's dropping into another wave. Here we go, the Frenchman taking off. The Gong Superstar, let's see what he has. He wants to improve on his backup score of an 8.03. Nice little jump, nice little pop into the whitewater there. Goes for the 360 and pretty much pushing the fall through. Trying to get his leash out of the way as he's now going to be making it all the way down to the competition area. Malo Genole, ladies and gentlemen. Hitting the second sandbar here. And this is where Malo starts to really let that tail go out. Off the lip there. Beautiful from Malo. This is a really nice wave here from Malo. Keeping it, making sure he's going to be going for that 360 as he's changed the hands. Yes, he is in the critical spot and comes down. This is a very good wave from the Frenchman. Starting to put the hammer. Cash is going to have to start to get it together. He is in the lead, but it might be changing after this wave. It is always so close in between these two athletes. A great ride there for Malo Genole as we're waiting for scores. Cash is being patient out the back. The Armstrong 4 rider, he knows what he has to do. One of the most complete riders I've seen so far. He has an absolute arsenal of tricks. Just look at that. Having a little bit of a one-footer while he's out there. Always the smile, always the vibe. And now we have to see what the score is going to be there for that last wave from Malo Genole. Hitting refresh, hitting refresh. Let's see what it is going to appear on our score very shortly. 0.1 of a point in between them so far. 11:14 coming up on the clock. Oh, Malo Genole going in the lead. 8.93. A very big wave there. Still very close in between these two athletes, as we knew this final was going to come down to the wire. So Malo Genole, less than 11 minutes on the clock, so a little less than halfway through, is in the lead. And it looks like Malo, as you can see, going back out. All right, so Malo has now taken over 17.10, so 0.8 of a point in between them. It is always so close. But hey, this is the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong foils, and we knew these boys would be throwing down until the end of the day. The golden hour out there as the sun is starting to dip and we start to get that gold color across the waters in front of the Dakhla Hotel. Gong Superstar Malo Genole up against the Armstrong Superstar, Cash Bizzola. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Final 10 minutes of this heat. Oh, Cash, big air into this wave, into the set. Here we go. Cash Bizzola, Maui athlete. What's he got? He's got that grabber on. Pushes against windsurf style. Back to the foam ball. Nice roundhouse. This is looking like a good wave here for Cash. Scoring potential has been engaged. He is out right in the bay. The speed from Cash getting low. Nice little air here on the end. Now we are talking. This is a final, ladies and gentlemen, off the lip here from Cash. All the way down, all the way along. Looking for some air maneuvers. No, he's going to be going back around the house. Even going a little bit onto the foam ball. Less than 9 minutes to go. 0.8 of a point in between them. And getting the 360, but going a little bit out on the flats. Going to be interesting to see how this one is scored, breaching the foil there. And he is going to be going all the way down to the bottom. Going to be interesting to see how the judges will see that, because he did slightly go off the back, but a nice closer finisher there. Now we're talking. There's a fight. There's a battle. Come on, boys. It is on. Malo here was a nice wave. Got a few turns on the wing, having to go out front to get past that little white section. Oh, big 360 for Malo Genole, right in the power section of the wave, and a huge air. Answering back to Cash. Now we are talking. The boys are pushing the sport, and he gets the air and lands it nice and clean. Malo Genole. Cash Bizzola 9.57 for that last wave. He is in the lead, waiting for the scores of this one. Are we going to see something bigger from Malo? They are trading back and forth. Your top two here in Dakhla, the grand final of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here, powered by Armstrong Foils. All right, a 9-point right from Malo. It is so close in between these two athletes. Coming up on 6 minutes to go. As we are waiting and as we see our athletes go back to the top of the competition area, we are going to have a short commercial break.
Faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody, to the grand final of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup here in Dakhla, powered by Armstrong Foils. At the moment, the Armstrong athletes, Casper Zola in the lead with an 18.14, 9.57, 8.57. Malo Genole, the Gong superstar, on your screen right now, 9.0 and an 8.93. Less than 4 minutes to go. All right, Malo, Oh, backside air grab there from him, dropping into this set wave as he is looking and in pursuit to improve his scores by about a 0.2. Malo starting to get some height. He knows how important it is, but goes down. Oh, missed opportunity there from him. Cash on the back. Can see. Knows Malo's gone down and he's got a good wave here. Oh, but also losing out on that foil. Pushing against it. 3 minutes for both of these athletes as we wait to see who is going to be our event champion. Less than 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Cash Bezzola? Will it be Malo Genolé? We will have to wait. We already know that it is Axel Gerard in 3rd position, Wesley Brito in 4th, and Wesley is our new GWA Wingfoiling World Cup and World Tour Wave World Champion. That's a lot of worlds, and he has taken that one out, so he is going to be happy. The duotone rider coming out of Cape Verde, Wesley Brito. But now the event, the King of Dakhla, up for grabs as both of the athletes are in position and they are waiting for a set to come in. A little bit more than 2 minutes. There's time for a set to come their way. Cash Bezzola is in the lead. And in second place is Malo Genolé. We have a battle on our hands and both of them are neck and neck. Cash slightly in the lead so far, and it does look like we have a bit of a set coming towards us, but they can't get up on the foil. Cash is up on the foil. Malo trying to get up on the foil. He is pumping like no tomorrow. Less than 2 minutes to go. Cash in the lead and Malo in second. Who's it going to be? 90 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Cash has got a set way. Malo's still not up on the foil. This could be the coffin. This could be the nail biter. Big air grab. Oh, but he goes down. Does this leave an opportunity, Malo? Can he get up on the foil and get on the wave? It does look like he still isn't up. 1 minute to go. All right, so Malo is up. 1 minute to go. Is it going to be enough? It looks like a set might be coming their way. Are we going to be seeing Malo dropping on a wave? Is he going to be able to get a buzzer beater? He does have a wave next to him, so this means this is going to be a score. Malo Genolé dropping in for the final time of the event. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Big backside air there from Malo right into the pocket. Cash also has a wave out the back, so it's going to come down to the final scores. Cash, huge air out the back as well, evening it out to Malo. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final battle of the day and of the event on the men's side. Malo Genolé, the Gong superstar here in the front with the green. Cash Bezzola, the Armstrong superstar in the back. As we keep going, Cash just almost missing it out there. And Malo cruising down the line. Cash has dropped out, leaving the door open for Malo. This wave is looking nice. He needs to make a big score if he wants it. And misses the 360. Misses the 360 on that wave. That could be the loss of the event win. Malo just missing out there. Too close to tell. That is going to be too close to tell, waiting for those two scores to be dropped. At the moment, it is Cash Bezzola in the lead. Malo Genolé in second position. As we continue on, and we can see all of the kiters getting out onto the water as well. And we are going to wait as we're waiting for those official scores to come our way. And while we're waiting, we are going to go to the highlights of that last heat.
faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody. And there it is official. It is going to be Casper Zola from Maui. The Armstrong 4 rider is going to be your event winner here in Dakhla. There he is, Casper Zola, up close and personal. And he is your number one here, the king of the desert. Congratulations, Armstrong 4 athlete, Casper Zola, hailing out of Maui. And here we are going to see he's going to be handed that American flag. And he is your number one contender. What an event. Incredible what this young athlete has done. And there he is, the American flag high and in the sky. Cash, your number one here in Dakhla, the winner of the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, powered by Armstrong Foils. Oh, and with the golden hour right in the back there, your number one. Incredible riding there from him. And also a big round of applause and congratulations to Malo Genole. So close, 18.14. Casper Zola and a 17.93. That is your numero uno, number one. And congratulations there to him. There we can see Tom Hartman giving him the congratulations. Okay, so Tom just getting the words there on the beach, and then we will be grabbing him for our interview here on the stream before we close it out for the day. What an incredible ride, what an incredible athlete, and they are taking the wingfoiling world to new levels. Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready, as we have that man down there on the beach. And your winner of the GWA Wingfoiling World Cup, getting ready to get an interview with him down there, as we can see Tom Hartman. What a contest, what an event. We go down with Casper Zola.
All right, Joe, we are here at the beach. The last heat of the day has been finished, men's final, and we got a World Cup winner here of the first ever Pure Wave Wingfoil World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco, and the name is Casper Zola. This kid has been ripping all event, the highest scores by far. The final has been super close, 0.2 as I just explained, so it's been down each exchange, Malo and him. On the last event in Rio, you ended up second, and I know you've been fired up to win. What does this win mean for you here?
Well, you know, it means a lot, and it was a tough one going against Malo. 0.2, you never want to win like that, and way too close for comfort, but it is what it is, and I got lucky. I'm super grateful and stoked. Yeah, it was a good rubber match. We need a rubber match. It's coming, but yeah, it was a good little bit of revenge from Rio, and you know, I think he's one up me on the foosball table here in Dakhla, so I might have to go get some points on the foosball table for sure later. But for now, yeah, I'm happy with this wing, and I'll take it for sure.
Well, both of you have been making the finals on the last two events. In Rio, both of you in the final. Here in Dakhla, both of you in the final. The other way around. Both of you couldn't be up for the world titles because you have been missing out on the first event in Rio. But I guess your next goal will be a world champion title in 2024.
Yeah, you know, that would be the ultimate feat, I think. And, you know, big ups to Wesley for taking the world champ, and bummed to miss Cape Verde, but super stoked on my performance in Rio and here. And yeah, can't ask for much more except for that world title, but you know, until next year.
That's it, exactly. Congratulations to this young man, Kasper Sola. And that's it for today. Back to Joe.
Wow, thank you very much, Tom, and congratulations there, Kasper. So as you can see, the sun is shining. It's coming right into the booth. The golden hour is here. On behalf of the GWA, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. We have crowned a world's champions. We have the new wave world champion, Wesley Brito of the men, and on the women's side, Muna White, and now just the event winner, Kasper Zola. What a day number 3. Can't wait for tomorrow as we will be doing the mini and winner final of the women. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.
Faire gagner le sport.